Ooh, sounds pretty. This can't be good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see that. Yeah, it's been frozen for 12 minutes. It's just telling me now though.
Is all important in Derby.
I'm beginning to think that maybe crime does pay. I don't know. I'm sorry. I had to. It was a softball. I took it. Oh, and that is Ankafar tagging another 5 points. Another 5 points from Ankafar.
Hell Hath No Fury takes off the star cover. Passes that over to the pivot, and then that is the cue to end this round.
And we've got another 4 points, the tail end there from Ankafar. It's going to be number 100, Curly Haar, once again.
And Rita Manita going back to work for Charlotte.
And Curly is through for the lead jam once again for the ladies from Malmo, Sweden.
Rita Manita bumped off there just about the pivot line, has to recycle back to join the action again.
Oh, and a nice outside move from Curly to get through for a 5-point power, grand slam. Sorry, not a power jam.
Rita Manita, last line of defense there was Chutet, and she gets through, so she's eligible for points.
And that is going to put the score at 36-1. 36-1 in favor of Crime City.
Shawshank Redemption versus Prince Sophia.
And they're off. Prince Sophia looking for something on the outside as Shawshank is trying to follow her, but it is going to be Prince Sophia through for lead jam.
Shawshank still cannot solve that riddle, so we've got another star pass for Charlotte. Your new jammer for Charlotte is Vibrant Thing, number 38.
I'm going to hand it over to Stash Merkin to do some bill paying here.
Oh, thank you, Darth Paul. We would like to thank Chicks and Bowls. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. Bowls.
We've got a team timeout from Crime City, so I'm going to hand it over to Stash Merkin once again to just kind of read as many as he can. Go!
Thank you, Darth Paul. We'd also like to thank Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive and they are valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? Derby Vixen makes each toe guard by hand with care and precision you can't find anywhere else. Check out her shop at www.derbyvixen.etsy.com or on Facebook or Twitter. Standard designs are always available and custom orders are welcome. Made by a skater for skaters. And it looks like we are still in a timeout. And we'll use this opportunity to say thank you to 5 Second Skate Gear, custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you. Whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave, go see 5 Second Skate Gear. And it looks like we have an official review underway. Which gives me an opportunity to also thank Passion Parties, bringing passion to life, our purpose, our passion, and Origami Owl. Has a nice table set up in the vendors area. The percentage of every purchase supports local roller derby.
It looks like we're going to be back.
Indeed, we want to welcome all of our viewers there at WFTDA.tv. We are now streaming there. Good morning to you all. What you're seeing here is the ladies from Sweden, Malmo, Sweden in the purple, jumping out to a 41-1 lead over the ladies in white. That is Charlotte. That jam gets us going. No points tallied as our lead jammer calls it off right away.
And that official challenge was a challenge that the Star Pass was an illegal Star Pass, that the white pivot was, the white jammer was down during the pass, but it was determined that both the pivot and jammer were up, so it was not upheld, it was upheld, the call as is, and we're going to start this next one up with Curly Ha'ar on the jammer line.
And that is Hell Hath No Fury for Charlotte. Curly gets on through, and once again, Crime City's got that lead jammer status.
And that is going to be Curly Ha'ar through for lead jammer as we got a track cut on the jammer for Charlotte. Is going to give a power jam, the first power jam going to Crime City as Curly picks up 5 more on a Grand Slam power jam. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
She's also going to have another advantage, a lot more real estate on the track as Charlotte has a blocker hanging out in the box as well. So Crime City's got a great opportunity here early in the first half.
Absolutely. The blocker penalty was a forearm. I did see that one, so that was the blocker penalty. And another 5 points for Curly, just piling them on.
Hell Hath No Fury gets out of the penalty box and through the pack.
And Curly goes ahead and calls it off right on cue. Is that considered a jinx there, Mr. Glitter? Or no, okay.
No. I think that's just good track awareness. I was just about to mention how Crime City's really exercising some good track awareness. They know where Charlotte's jammers are at all times. As soon as Charlotte's jammer is getting out of the pack, they're tapping the hips and resetting.
Absolutely. And that is preventing Charlotte from doing anything points-wise right now. 65-1 is the current score with just under 20 minutes left to go in the first half. That is going to be a lead jammer for Prince Sophia.
Rita Manita's out star for Charlotte as well, so hopefully she can get some momentum going back towards the ladies in white.
Oh, Prince here sees what's going on, calls it right off. 3 points. 3 points for Crime City.
Once again, we want to welcome all our viewers online at WFTDA.tv. My name is Mr. Glitter. I'm hanging out here with Darth Paul and Stash Merkin in what is the first game on track 1 of day 1 of the 2015 Beach Brawl. So happy that you can join us. Stick around. We've got 3 full days of derby action.
Absolutely. Get your no-dos, get your Chips Ahoy cookies and your Oreos. Just be ready to be awake as long as you can because there's going to be a lot of derby going on in the next 3 days. And if you're going to watch Crime City, you're going to watch some lead jams coming through because it's Ankafar once again for lead jam. And that was the Charlotte jammer getting out as well, but Ankafar sees that, calls it right off.
Textbook story of what we've seen so far in the first half. Crime City gets lead jammer, gets some points, waits for Charlotte's jammer to get out of the pack, then taps the hips and does it again in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Crime City keeping a really tight jammer rotation right now, too. Curly Ha'ar back on the track for Crime City. She'll be going up against Total Disaster. Oh, Curly. They left the barn door open on the inside, ladies and gentlemen. And Curly takes advantage.
Total Disaster bumped off there at turn 1, but gets back to work. Currently has that last line of turn 2. That is Dykestalker. She gets through and is now eligible to score.
And that is going to be 4 more points for Crime City. And it's going to, it's Prince Sophia's turn. Her number's next up in the rotation.
And she's going to duel it out with Hell Hath No Fury.
Prince Sophia on the outside. Fury's on the inside, now on the outside. It's going to be none other than Prince Sophia through for lead jammer. No. Yeah, Crime City is absolutely pitching a shutout right now. I just jinxed it, yes. But yeah, they have not given up lead jam once yet. And they're doing just workmanlike passes, picking up points. Total of 1 more on that final pass. And let's get another quick read from Stash Merkin.
Thank you, Darth Paul. Bont skates, lighter, stronger, faster. Friday and Saturday only. Check out the new Quad Star skate. Carbon fiber boots that are lightest on the market. Only Friday and Saturday. Special deals from Bont. Back to the action.
Thank you, Stash. It's Ankafer versus Rita Manita now that the whistle has blown, and Ankafer keeps the streak going. Lead jammer status goes to Crime City.
Let's see if we can get a little jammer-on-jammer violence here going. Rita Manita trying to press the issue versus Ankafar. Ankafar checking surveying the land, if you will. Decides, you know what? 1 point's enough for you, Charlotte. We're going to go ahead and call it off.
Indeed, all the blockers fighting for that front part of the pack, and that means that the pack was moving much, much faster than you usually see. Ankafer just kind of toying around and waited for the situation to present itself, then decided to call it all off.
You never know when a wheel might stick or, you know, something might happen where somebody might slip and fall and gives the other gives you an opportunity to go ahead and get some points. And that is going to be Curly Ha'ar through on the outside on one skate, hugging that line, and she is our lead jammer. Lead jammer going up against Sean Shank Redemption.
Indeed, Redemption knocked off on the inside part, has to recycle back behind the pivot line to rejoin the action.
If you tuned in today to watch some team roller derby, just every single skater on the track doing exactly what they should be doing at just about every moment, then you're in luck, because that's what you're seeing out of Crime City right now.
Indeed, they're going to take more advantage, at least they're going to try to, as Shank Redemption head into the penalty box for a forearm. So Crime City's on the power jam.
Yeah, cut track on Ankaf. I'm sorry, Curly Ha'ar. Curly her toe did step out of bounds, and the blocker was aware of the situation. Flip-flopped, center to the penalty box. That's going to give Charlotte an opportunity to put up some points.
Indeed, they are now on a power jam situation. Since we lost our lead jammer, we're going to go the full 2 minutes.
And Shank Redemption is still on her initial pass, so she is going to have to work her way through twice to get some points here.
Much easier said than done, though. Yeah. Bonnie Bompa playing the tough defense there at turn 4.
Yeah. And it's going to be Curly being recycled to the back of the pack by number 88, Star Spangled Banger.
It looks like we've got a high block called on Charlotte's jammer, so Shank Redemption is going to go all the way around to the penalty box, and as the whistle blows to expire the 2 minutes, Crime
an opportunity to tack on to this lead, which stands at 95-1 at the moment. And Prince Sophia, quick work of the pack. And she is our lead jammer, Prince Sophia. Crime City Rollers came to play. Oh, and that is going to be, yep, that is going to be a block in the back from Prince Sophia. I definitely saw that one. She definitely skated into the back, and I'm sure it was not intentional, but they do not judge based on intent.
No, they do not, and that means two things. Now, we're going to have a power jam situation for Charlotte, and for the second jam in a row, we're going to go the full 2 minute, a marathon jam early on in the first half.
And Hysteria is going to be the jammer for Charlotte, as there has been a star pass once again on the part of Charlotte. And Hysteria power through, and she is through. She is through, and she is on her scoring pass now.
She muscled her way through that pack. Now I know exactly why they call her Hysteria.
Absolutely. Prince Sophia is back on the track and finishes off the power jam pass, scoring pass that she was attempting before being called for a penalty on her own. And Hysteria is going to be recycled to the back by these Crime City blockers.
Hysteria zigs and zags. She jukes and jives.
Oh,
but
no, you got it.
but she is called for the penalty just when she saw the daylight through there. And that is another power jam situation for Crime City.
Absolutely. Crime City and Prince Sophia are going to try to tack onto this lead. We'll go ahead and give Ankafar the opportunity for a power start now. And we've got a brief moment in stoppage, so I'm going to go ahead and hand it up to Stash Merkin.
Thank you, Darth Paul. We'd like to thank Fester Custom Airbrushing, custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. And Bodywork by Kelly, massage therapy and kinesio taping. And we are back to action.
And the action is Ankafar on a power start right at the moment. Charlotte doing a pretty good job of slowing her up right now. She is through, however, for lead jam. That was Rosy Cheeks slowing her up at the tail end of the pass there, doing a good job. Eventually, though, you do got to let him go. Oh, and a nice hit from Star Spangled Banger, but that Ankafar just sheds it right off, and she is through for a 5-point pass.
Ankafar got some help from her blockers there. I like to see the aggressive play by blockers anytime that happens.
And Hysteria lets her presence be known as she comes back onto the track with a apex not on a turn. That's not something you see very often. But an excellent move from Hysteria, but that is the end of the jam, as Ankafar is aware and calls it off.
Total disaster going to battle for Charlotte. Going to do it against number 100, Curly Har for Crime City.
Oh, Curly just trying to muscle her way through, and she finds a nice little hole, finds just a little bit of daylight in between two blockers, and finds her way through for lead jammer.
Total disaster, still having trouble getting through on her initial pass. She got some help there from Vibrant Thing, but she gets absorbed back into that squad.
And that is 5 points. 5 points for Curly Har. Oh, give her another 5, ladies and gentlemen. Give her another 5. Oh, she's just raking up the grand slams right now. Oh, and we have a skater down. It's the jammer. total disaster for the Charlotte Roller Girls, who is down. She is back up. Yeah, give her a hand. Give her a hand. And if you're at home, go ahead and give her a hand too. Total disaster.
Want to take this time to also recognize our EMTs on site for just this occasion. Derby is a contact sport, and everybody's got all the equipment, but sometimes that's just not enough. Liz took kind of a funny fall there, and our EMTs are right on the spot to make sure she gets the best treatment available.
Yep. And it's going to be Prince Sophia to come out of the blocks once we start things back up.
And as soon as we see an update on Liz, we will make sure to pass that along both to folks here in-house and anybody listening and watching on WFTDA.tv. Hell Hath No Fury goes back to work for Charlotte.
And Prince Sophia is looking on the outside and finds something she likes. She is through for, once again, the lead jam for Crime City.
I was just looking to see how many jams it's been because Sweden has had the lead jammer every damn time.
I can't tell if it's 18 or 19.
And that is going to be a grand slam pass for Prince Sophia.
Hell Hath No Fury dealing with that tough four-wall.
And that is going to be Prince Sophia getting another grand salami. Oh, there's so much salami on the track right now that you might as well get a hoagie. Oh, give it to her again. 5 more grand salamis. She should change her name to Oscar Mayer. That's how much salami she's getting.
Hell Hath No Fury bumped off on the backstretch, goes back to turn 2 to rejoin. And she just does get that star cover pass. She'd been trying to do that for about 30 seconds. Your new jammer for Charlotte is number 6, Rosy Cheeks.
And that is going to be a call-off from Prince Sophia.
Hell Hath No Fury gives the thumbs up, says, I'm good, let's go again.
Yeah, if you don't like getting hit, this is not the sport for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you that right now. This has been hard hitting from both teams, but Crime City has absolutely commanded the pace of this game and the direction that it's been going. It's going to be Ankafar on the jammer line once again for Crime City.
And that is Rita Manita, the captain for Charlotte.
a year ago. It was a year ago during the last Beach Brawl. And by the way, that's going to be Ankafar as our lead jammer. It was a year ago at the last Beach Brawl where Berlin, Bear City, came into Beach Brawl ranked actually even lower than what Crime City is ranked right now at 78. Came in, put up a great performance against DC, put up an even more amazing performance against Suburbia, and then beat the host team, Gold Coast Derby Girls. And because of that performance, 5 more points from Ankafar, because of that performance, was able to make the D2 playoffs. And not only that, but they came in second in their region in Kitchener and went on to play at the championships.
That's incredible. That just shows what can happen in these higher level tournaments just like this. You show a good performance, let the world know who you are. Next thing you know, you're propelled onto that bigger stage.
Yeah, and look, the international roller derby scene did start here in the United States, so there's going to be some there's still some ranking bias because of that, and it's going to be Curly Haar on the jammer line for Crime City.
Sean Shank Redemption back to work for Charlotte. She is bumped off on the inside path.
And Curly Haar was sent to the penalty box. However, I did hear the officials say return to the track. But it was a cut the track. Oh, but it's a back block. Okay. So originally it was called as a cut track, but then they're changing it to a back block. So she is in the penalty box for something.
Indeed.
And that's a power jam for.
That's a power jam for Charlotte. Let's see what they can do. As Sean is still fighting her way through on her initial pass. That was Bonnie Bump at the last line of defense, but look at that, Charlotte. You've got your lead jammer.
First lead jam from Charlotte. They're going to control this one. And Sean Shank is through. Sean Shank is through.
That's 4 on the board for the ladies in white.
I think everyone should be impressed that I avoided the more than obvious jailbreak comment there.
One more time, Sean Shank hits the pack, puts 4 on the board, and taps the hips. And that is the highest scoring jam for Charlotte so far late in the first half.
The score sits at 165-13. Hey, Stash, pay some bills.
Well, I think I will, Darth Paul. We would like to thank Roller Bones, Wheels, Accessories. They let you try it before you buy it and ask them about the new turbo wheels. And we are back to action. Crime City is lead jammer. That is Prince Sophia. Followed hot on her wheels by Hell Hath No Fury. Hell Hath No Fury took a bump and went down. She's right back up, though.
Look at that. Stash got to take a jam. Good job, Stash. You'll get plenty of those later, I promise. All right, guess whose turn it is on the jammer line? It's Ankafar.
And wearing the star, at least for the first time on the jam line today, is Hysteria.
And it's going to be, this Hysteria has had the star several times with star passes. However, this is her first time on the line. So, and that is Ankafar through for lead jam.
Ankafar hits it and quits it. That is textbook derby right there. She knew exactly where Hysteria was. She hit the pack, taps the hips, and tallies looks like 2 before that 4th whistle ends.
Yeah, these Crime City jammers have as good a track awareness as I have ever seen. To my point earlier, just to finish the thought, the rankings for international teams, I think, just aren't quite where they need to be yet, but that's going to work itself out as they get more and more international experience and opportunities to play teams properly ranked, if you will. Oh, and another lead jam. Didn't need a power jam for it either. That is Shawshank.
Curly's jamming for Crime City. Hasn't made it through on her initial pass. Gets bumped off again and is called for a track cut. So Curly will head to the penalty box. And this is a power jam situation for Charlotte.
Yeah, that's a third penalty on Curly Ha'ar. She has 2 cut tracks and 1 block in the back.
Great job there. I love the way Crime City is just walling up and just working together to get these hits. 4 more points tallied at the end of that jam for Charlotte. And with that whistle, we are at halftime. Ladies and gentlemen, your halftime score of your first bout on track 1 at Beach Brawl 2015, the Crime City Rollers 168, the Charlotte Roller Girls All-Stars 17.
So, Mr. Glitter, I would say this one's been a little one-sided. You know, Crime City has been just showing how to do work on the roller derby track right now.
Crime City just seems to have everything flowing for them right now. You know, they're defensively playing as a very cohesive unit. Their jammers are communicating with their blockers, communicating with their bench effectively well. They seem to be firing on all cylinders. However, I will say this: let's give Charlotte some time to regroup.
Yeah.
They can sure as heck do what Crime City did in the first half. They're going to regroup. I'm sure they're going to have a few things that they want to talk about, things they want to adjust. And I want to see what they do in just about 14 minutes.
Yeah, just tighten up the blocking a little bit. Towards the end there, they were starting to get a couple of lead jams. That's really going to be the name of the game for Charlotte in this second half. So once again, with the score at 168-17, I'm going to sign off for the half.
Indeed, we'll be back here in just about 10 minutes to lead you in to the second half. Make sure you visit our vendors, visit our concessions, but don't go too far. We've got 30 more minutes of action coming your way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is Darth Paul, ready to call some second half derby action. With me, once again, will be Mr. Glitter.
Nice little halftime break. I'm ready for some more derby, though, Darth.
Absolutely. I love the derby. I love the derby action that we've been seeing so far, too.
So to kind of recap that first half, Crime City came out and dominated as far as a lot of the stats are concerned. They were lead jammer, I believe, all but 2 jams in that first half. They were also pretty effective at staying out of the penalty box. And one of my formulas for success in derby is if you can do those 2 things, be lead jammer, stay out of the penalty box, everything else just kind of falls into place.
Yeah, and it really, if you have any flaws, it's going to cover up any flaws. And we haven't seen any flaws yet from Crime City. I mean, they've been blocking well, keeping the Charlotte jammers in check, and obviously jamming well. So it's just a question of can they keep it up? And it's also a question of can Charlotte find a chink in the armor right now?
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of that at the end of that first half. Charlotte got a couple lead jammer calls, got some power jams, looked like they were getting things to roll their way. So,
and those lead jams did definitely put a little wind in their sails too. You could see the jammers perk up a little bit and be like, "Hey, you know what? We can do this." And one of the things I always say, you can't build up a lead and not lose it. You know, there is no lead that you can build up in one half that can't be lost in the second half. So let's just see what can happen here.
Yeah, I can't wait, folks. If want to give a nice shout out to all those people watching us on the thing I call the internet at WFTDA.tv. If you're just tuning in, the ladies from Malmö, Sweden, the Crime City Rollers, are wearing the purple and yellow, celebrating over there at their bench. Hello, ladies. And Charlotte's Roller Girls All-Stars are wearing the white over here as well. We're ready to go here in, just about a minute, Darth.
Yeah, we're just about a minute away from derby action. The rankings for the 2 teams, Crime City's sitting at 78, and Charlotte is sitting at 92 at the moment. So, Crime City looking to work their way up. As I had mentioned earlier in the first half, maybe try to work their way into the top 60 like Bear City was able to do last year off of their strong performance at Beach Brawl.
Indeed, Darth, and you touched on something in the first half when you were talking about the ranking system. You were talking about some of the international teams. If you just look at it, Crime City's only played against one other WFTDA-sanctioned team in 2015. They've got to travel a lot. There isn't a lot of options for them. You look on the flip side, Charlotte's already played 6, so they've got a 3-3 record. A lot more opportunity for them. These international teams, they got to make the most of their opportunities when they get to these tournaments like this. So far, they have.
Absolutely, and these tournaments are big for them as for just that reason. And I'm going to be honest, I think there need to be more opportunities like this. So thank you to Beach Brawl, thank you to the Gold Coast Derby Girls for hosting this event. And we're going to have a power start for Rita Manita. Rita Manita getting the first power start for Charlotte as Curly Haar is in the penalty box. I don't think she appreciated me pointing that out. And Manita is going to try the inside and then the outside. Pushing and shoving, giving blockers some loving.
That is a tough defensive front being put up there by Crime City. Each blocker just putting themselves into a position to make a hit.
And she shed Tuchet, and now it's going to be a lead jam. That is going to be a lead jam for Rita Manita.
In the meantime, Curly out of the penalty box and through the pack, so...
Oh, and that is good. A nice job from Sexual Harassment to stand up Rita and stop her momentum on the scoring pass.
And it is Curly the through, putting a big 5-point grand slam up top for Crime City.
And Rita Manita trying to get some more points and finish this pass.
But it is going to be Curly with another grand slam for Crime City.
Yeah, Rita Manita that time getting knocked out by Dykestalker. Dykestalker doing the damage on Rita. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Curly Haar does make another scoring pass. And Rita has had enough. She's going to call it off. She picked up 3 points for her effort.
So Charlotte starts off that second half by getting that lead jammer status, so kind of carry some of that momentum on from the first half. Now what they want to try to do is establish more of a presence out there in the pack and get some points out of it.
And it's going to be Shawshank Redemption on the jammer line for Charlotte.
And Prince Sophia number 3 for Crime City.
They don't even change their jammer rotation from the first half. It's the same order.
And why change what isn't broken as Prince Sophia gets on through for that lead jammer tap.
Shawshank Redemption still trying to work her way through the pack.
Prince Sophia goes on the outside, and that's 5 in the sky for Crime City.
Shawshank working her way on the outside is through.
Those Crime City blockers are playing offense and defense at the same time. And Prince decides to tap it off, and Sophia doesn't tally any more points during that jam.
No fury like a jammer scorned, and she is going to give her go at the jammer line.
And Unkafar going back to work for Crime City.
There is one blocker in the penalty box for Charlotte at the moment. That is Rosy Cheeks.
Unkafar saw a seam, then she ran in to hit Styria, but there's a and Unkafar gets through as your lead jammer.
And Hell Hath No Fury is out of the pack and going to try to catch up with the blockers. Just seconds too late for Hell Hath No Fury as the jam is called off by Unkafar. It's going to be Rita Man-Eater on the jammer line for Charlotte.
And Curly Haar out there for Crime City.
And they're off.
Charlotte's got a blocker in the penalty box, so at least on paper, a bit of an advantage for Crime City.
And that's Rita Man-Eater way out in front, and she is our lead jammer. First lead jam of the second half for Charlotte. Came much earlier than the first lead jam they got in this first half.
Fast.
Rita Man-Eater going at a fast pace, trying to catch up with this pack. Oh, and Rita Man-Eater is stood up on the inside.
Hit Styria with a nice hit there at turn 1 on Curly, so she's got to recycle back.
Juicy Butter doing a good job of controlling the blocking pack for Crime City as Rita Man-Eater is being sent to the penalty box.
That's going to make this a power jam for Crime City. It also means we're going to go with a full 2-minute duration because we just lost our lead jammer. Curly bumped off there by Rosy Cheeks at turn 4. Nice job there defensively by Charlotte.
And that time it was number 18, Give 'em Helvetica. No Comic Sans about that.
For the first time today, Crime City's performed a star pass. Your new jammer for the ladies from Sweden is number 20, Trippy.
Rita Man-Eater back on the pack, being held up by Bonnie Bompa. And Curly Haar. Curly Haar getting a little bit of her blocker chops on as Trippy is being sent to the penalty box for a cut the track, and that's going to give a power jam and a power start to number 40, Shawshank Redemption. Power start for the Charlotte Roller Girls. Let's see what Shawshank Redemption can do with this power start. She looks to the outside, inside, outside. Looking for just any amount of daylight. Very tight pack right now, though. And she's through on the outside as she picks up lead jam for Charlotte. That's 2 lead jams in a row for Charlotte. A nice little dodge of a block, attempted block from sexual harassment by Shawshank. She's through for 5 points. Grand Slam Power Jam. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, for Charlotte Redemption and the Charlotte Roller Girls.
In the meantime, on the other side, Treepy gets out of the penalty box, hits the pack, and immediately passes the helmet cover to Unkefer, who is now the gemmer for Crime City.
And Shawshank Redemption still working her way through the pack for another scoring pass as Ankafar has picked up 4 points.
Nice move there by Ankafar. That is another 5-point grand slam for Crime City on the outside.
And Shawshank being held up by Jutet. Jutet eventually knocks her out and recycles her to the back of the pack as Shawshank is trying to still make this scoring pass.
Unkefer goes outside to get past her jammers, cuts inside, and that is another grand slam for the ladies in purple.
Shawshank trying to do something, anything to get through this blocking machine that has been the Crime City pack. Getting a little help from her friends now as number 2, Carmen Get Me, tried to spring her a little bit, but however, it's the end of the jam. She got 3 points for her effort. That's going to set the score at 234 to 33 in favor of Crime City with 21:19 left on the clock. Stash, pay some bills.
Thank you, Darth Paul. While we have a team timeout called by Charlotte, we would like to thank Cheese Ball Bearings. They are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. They're having a sale 20% off all this weekend. And I was talking to the gentleman before the bout, and he runs Cheese Balls. He said all his bearings are hand prepared, and they clean them and pack them. Good outfit, Cheese Ball. And we'd also like to thank Green Monster Roller Sports. They have boots, they have laces, they have equipment bags. If you need it for Derby, they got it. And that seems to be the end of the timeout. Crime City already on the track. We will toss it back to Mr. Glitter and Darth Ball.
Thank you, sir. Now that the timeout is ending, we are back to Derby. It's going to be 5-on-5 when that whistle blows. Prince Sophia, number 3 for Crime City, going back to work.
And she's going to be going up against Hell Hath No Fury. Hell Hath No Fury working, trying to work her way through the 3-blocker pack right now as number 22 for Crime City, Juicy Butter, helped spring number 3, Prince Sophia.
Hell Hath No Fury, though, finds a seam on the outside and is now out of the pack as Prince Sophia doing what she's done all morning long. That's score 4 and says we will skate no more. 4-0 that round for Crime City.
And it's going to be Hysteria going to give it a go for the Charlotte Roller Girls.
And Curly Har going back to work for the ladies from Sweden.
And they're off as Hysteria is trying to find a crease. Oh, gets knocked out by number 53, Dyke Stalker.
And Curly finds a seam on the outside, and she reclaims that status of lead jammer. Curly winning a little too hard on the pack, so she is called for a back block.
But at the same time, we have Hysteria being sent to the penalty box. Hysteria did make it first, so this is going to be a quick lead swap. Power swap, I should say. Quick power jam swap.
It also means, Darth, that we're going to go a full 2-minute marathon jam because Curly was our lead jammer.
Indeed, Mr. Glitter, and that's going to be enough to give Hysteria an opportunity to bust her way through on her initial pass and score some points for the Charlotte Roller Girls.
Curly navigates through the treacherous seas and puts 4 on the board for Crime City.
Made her way around Sister Stitch at the very tail end there to get that 4-point pass. And a nice little apex from Hysteria to get 4 more points on the board for Charlotte, as somebody was not watching what's going on with the jammer. Curly Ha'ar for Crime picks up 4 points. Oh, points flying off the board right now. 4 more for Charlotte.
Crime City's doing an excellent job of just sealing off one edge of the track, and Curly is just going through untouched every time she goes through.
And now the door is closed. That the Derby Point ATM has been shut down for Charlotte, as Curly Ha'ar does an apex of her own to pick up 5 points at the tail end there. And 2 points for Charlotte. It's going to be Hell Hath No Fury for Charlotte.
And once again, Ankafar is going to work for Crime City.
And they're off. Crime City setting up a nice 3-person wall as one of their blockers is in the penalty box.
But not even 5 seconds into the jam, Ankafar is your lead jammer.
Hell Hath No Fury trying to work her way through number 20, Treepy.
Ankafar goes outside. She jukes and jives and puts 5 up top for Crime City.
Hell Hath No Fury is through for Charlotte. Going to try to catch up with Ankafar.
Ankafar decides not to let that happen. She taps the hip, so we're going to do it again in 30 seconds.
It's going to be number 42, Total Disaster on the jammer line for Charlotte.
And familiar territory for Prince Sophia out there as well. Crime City's got one of their blockers hanging out in the penalty box. So at least on paper, the advantage should go to Charlotte, but let's see what happens now that they're skating.
Oh, Liz Astor takes a big hit.
And Prince Sophia gets through. She's your lead jammer.
But Liz Astor does find her way through as well.
Good to see Liz back out there after she took that funny fall in the first half.
And we're going to have Stash pay some bills at the end of that jam.
Thank you, Darth Ball. Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that includes physical activity. Whether you can hardly roller skate or are a roller derby champ, it's important to refuel your body post-workout. Recover right with an Nesquik. It contains 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D, and absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Come check out the Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample at the Beach Brawl.
Ankafar versus Sean Shake Redemption, and it's Ankafar lead jammer.
Sean Shank trying to work her way through the Crime City blocking crew.
Ankafar, though, gets through, and that is 5 points hard-earned for Crime City.
And we have a blocker down for Charlotte. She's back up. She took a spill on turn 1 and then took a shot in the face, obviously accidentally. Took a shot in the face while down. So, that's going to make anybody a little hesitant to get up immediately, I think.
Yeah, once again, though, we want to recognize the fabulous work done by our EMTs, keeping our skaters as safe as possible.
Cheeks that was, so good to see her back up on her feet. It's going to be Hysteria on the jammer line for Charlotte.
And Curly Haar going back to work for Crime City. Folks, don't forget, we are just getting started with 2015's Beach Brawl. Here at 1 o'clock on this track, we are going to have another bout featuring the ladies from Lehigh Valley squaring off against all the way from Bogota, Colombia, Rock and Roller Queens. That is action you do not want to miss. And if I haven't already given you the reason I'm saying this, I'm leading it into the fact that we've got 3 full days full of hard-hitting, fast-skating roller derby action.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, I believe Stash, our producer, is going to be calling that next bout right here. So we've got, he's going to go from paying the bills to giving the live action call. And Hysteria is going to try something on the outside, but it's going to be Curly Haar on the inside through for lead jammer.
Curly has found a recipe for success. It just seems that it doesn't matter if she goes outside or inside. Just like that, she comes out on top, this time with a grand slam for Crime City.
She is so fast in getting those hips around those corners. Just unbelievable. And by corners, I mean the corners of the pack, not so much the corners of the track. Just nobody can lay any wood on her because she's just absolutely a monster around the edges.
Indeed, she hits the pack, hits the track, but scores 2 more before she closes this tally out.
And it's going to be Hill Hath No Fury for Charlotte.
And Prince Sophia back on the jam line for Crime City.
Our score stands at 276 to 47 with just over 14 minutes left in the second half.
5-on-5 derby.
Oh, Hell Hath No Fury has taken a stumble on the outside of the track. She's getting recycled to the back.
Multiplayer block called on Crime City, but doesn't affect Prince Sophia. She's out as lead jammer.
Yeah, that was Juicy Butter being sent to the penalty box for Crime City. Oh, little blocker on blocker love right there as Oy Vey Maria laid a nice block on one of the blockers for Crime City.
At the very end of that jam, Treepy called for an illegal procedure, so Crime City's going to only have a couple of blockers out there when the whistle blows. They're sending Ankafer out there to jam.
And it's going to be Hysteria that has to make her way through the small blocking crew for Crime City. Oh, and Ankafar getting a little bit of jammer love on Hysteria, but Hysteria does get knocked out by Dujet.
Ankafar gets through, and with only 2 blockers of her own, she still gets that lead jammer call.
And Hysteria is working her way through around the track, going to try to pick up some points for Charlotte. To no avail. Ankafar calls off the jam.
4 points tallied during that chapter for the ladies in purple, bringing their grand total to 281. Charlotte's got 47. When the whistle blows, we'll have just about 12 minutes left in the second half.
One side effect of Ankafar calling that one off is that still only 2 blockers on the track for Hit City, or I'm sorry, Crime City. So that's going to give Shawshank an opportunity here. Hold on, that jam may never have happened. I don't know what's going on. The Crime City does have 3 blockers on the track right now. We have an official timeout, so I'm going to hand it off to Stash Merkin to pay some bills.
Thank you, Darth Paul. We'd like to thank Kirjan Sports, skate supplies that carries all of your skate supplies from vendors here at Beach Brawl. Also, thanks go to Sugar and Oats. Nina is local to Fort Lauderdale, a certified vegan, cruelty-free, and eco-friendly skincare lines. She carefully formulates all of her products with the purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and cocoa butters, and completely all-natural skin-loving ingredients. At Sugar and Oats, our promise is to stay away from harsh chemicals, parabens, sodium lauryl sulfate, and palm oils because we love our rainforests and the animals that live in them. Also, everything is always cruelty-free and always vegan. That's Sugar and Oats. And it looks like we have a time to say thank you to Adam Wheels. Adam Wheels. Check out the boom wheels at the Adam booth. Try before you buy. They are ready to go. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings. They're having a sale of $150. You save $54. Heat molding and mounting for boots. They got to do it all for you at Adam Wheels.
All right, a little bit of a development here. Tell them what happened there, Mr. Glitter.
Well, it looks like during that official timeout, Curly was called for a track cut, so we are going to start off in a power start for Charlotte.
Hell Hath No Fury's getting the advantage here. As Crime City has a full complement of blockers to deal with Hell Hath No Fury, however. And that was Oive Maria trying to help her jam her out a little bit.
That is a tough, tough three-wall on the back stretch, and finally a no-pack situation called.
Oh, and Hell Hath No Fury just at the end got to skate out, has to recycle, and do it all over again. Oh, but a little bit of a nice dodge of a block on the outside there gives her lead jam, and we have another penalty being called on Curly Haar.
Indeed, this time it is a back block. I guess the good news, the silver lining, is her seat is still warm, but it's going to continue this power jam situation for Charlotte.
And Curly Haar definitely has the most penalties for Crime City of any jammer. She's been in the box 5 times now. Might be something to watch for as the second half moves forward. Hell Hath No Fury still working her way on the scoring pass for this power jam. And that is Hell Hath No Fury calling the jam off.
So it looks like 3 points tallied for Charlotte. No more points put on the board for Crime City.
It's going to be Hysteria on the jammer line for Charlotte.
And Prince Sophia number 3 for Crime City as we have an official timeout on the track.
We need our situation right now. The reason for the official timeout is we actually need to clean up the track. I'm not going to say why, just that it needs to be done. So while we're on this timeout, and while we wait for the track to be cleaned up a little bit, I'm going to hand it off to Stash Merkin to pay a few more bills here.
Thank you, Darth Paul. Great big shout out going to Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative, provides education, outreach, and linkage services and programming for the South Florida LBT community. We'd also like to thank Sin Nightclub, the official after-hours party spot for Beach Brawl. And Very big thank you goes to Juice Plus. Is a whole food-based nutrition, including juice powder concentrates from 30 different fruits, vegetables, and grains. Juice Plus helps bridge the gap between what you should eat and what you do eat every day. It's not a multivitamin, medicine, treatment, or cure for any disease. Juice Plus is made from quality ingredients, carefully monitored from farm to capsule to provide natural nutrients your body needs to be at its best. And the official timeout is still continuing. That gives me an opportunity to thank Sisu Mouth Guards, an astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped hunk of technology, revolutionizing mouth guards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouth guard. Their complete line of high-tech Sisu guards are the ultimate athletic mouth shields you once thought too good to be true. And we'll toss it back to Mr. Glitter and Darth Paul.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Once again, we want to recognize not only the fans hanging out here with us at Fort Lauderdale, Florida's 2015 Beach Brawl, but also we've got folks watching us on the whole internet thing, Darth.
That's right, and we appreciate your comments and I'm not going to say criticisms. I'll say
Learning experiences.
Advice. We appreciate that. It is Curly Ha'ar. There are two A's in the name. It is Ha'ar, just so everyone is aware.
But on the track right now for Crime City is number 3, Prince Sophia, going up against number 9, Hysteria. We're back to Derby.
Oh, Hysteria is trying to catch right up and is through. Hysteria is through, but a lead jam for Prince Sophie. And that is the end of that gem. No harm, no foul. A quickie.
Hysteria flew out of that pack. And even though Prince Sophia was the lead jammer, Hysteria was just flying. It had it on the afterburners going. So Sophia just taps the hips and resets.
All right, it is going to be number 40, Sean Shank Redemption on the jammer line for Charlotte, going up against Ankafar.
Ankafar splits the middle, and just like that, she's your lead jammer.
And it's Sean Shank is having a hard time with the blockers, but she is through now. As Ankafar is scoring some points for Crime City.
Great job by Ankafar there. Hits it, quits it. 4 on the board for Crime City.
And coming back out onto the jammer line is going to be Hell Hath No Fury.
And once again for Crime City, it is number 100, Curly Ha'ar.
And Hell Hath No Fury is just up against an absolute wall, while Curly finds an outside line that she likes and is through for the lead jam. Oh, and that door closed quickly on Curly as she is recycled to the back of the pack.
That Crime City defense, I don't even want to call it defense because they're playing offense and defense at the same time as we see Curly put 5 points on the board. They're really just rotating around, swarming like hornets, man. They see a seam, they close it up, and then if there's something else that gets created, there's somebody else to back them up right away.
And we do have a star pass as Rita Manita is our jammer for Charlotte at the moment.
Curly, in the meantime, doing it one more time. That's 4 on the board, and she taps the hips.
Yeah, Carmen Get Me tried to put a little lick on her at the tail end there, but she did squirt her way through and is picking up the final point.
So we've got just about 7 minutes to go here in the second half. Crime City 299, Charlotte 50 in the first bout on the first track of 2015's Beach Brawl.
Hysteria for Charlotte in white on the jammer line.
And Prince Sophia, number 3 for Crime City.
Hysteria trying to work her way through, but instead finds her way out and is recycled to the back of the pack. However, part of that was aided by a multiplayer block as number 22, Juicy Butter, is being sent to the penalty box.
Prince Sophia on the other side gets through, and that's your lead jammer.
Hysteria still trying to work her way through on her initial pass, getting knocked out of bounds on the inside of the track this time. And give 5 points for Prince Sophia.
Penalty starting to tally up here.
Hysteria lost her star, but she's got it back on, and she has made her initial pass. She's ready to score points as we have a micro pack right now.
Indeed, but Prince Sophia, always paying attention, saw that Hysteria got through the pack and wanted to score some points. So she closes out this episode before that can happen.
And Juicy was back on the track, so it's going to be a slight pack advantage for Crime City, 3-2. And that's going to be Shawshank Redemption's going to be the jammer for Charlotte, going to try to make her way through here, going up against Ankafar.
Ankafar just muscles through as your lead jammer.
And it is Shawshank trying to work her way through this pack. Sister Stitch doing a little bit of damage on her, but she is through. She is through on her initial pass. Ankafar hits the deck in, hits her hips, calls off the jam, realizing that Shawshank was going to be catching up with the pack.
Folks here in attendance, as well as those watching us at WFTDA.tv with just about 4.5 minutes to go, we want to remind you that we've got more Derby coming your way. The next bout right here on track 1 will start at the top of the hour. That features the ladies from Lehigh Valley versus the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia. Make sure you get a snack, but you get back here to see that action.
And while we have an official review right now, we're going to hand it off to Stash Merkin. He's going to make another pass through our sponsors.
Thank you, Darth Paul. We'd like to thank Chicks in Bowls. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. Thank you to Chicks in Bowls. Thank you also goes to Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive and they are valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? Derby Vixen makes each toe guard by hand with care and precision you can't find anywhere else. Check out her shop at www.derbyvixen.etsy.com or on Facebook or Twitter. Standard designs are always available and custom orders are welcome. It's made by a skater for skaters. And while we're waiting for the next jam to start, we'd also like to thank 5 Seconds Skate Gear. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They make something fun and personalized for you. And we are back to action in 5 seconds. Mr. Glitter, Darth Paul, take it away.
All righty, looks like we are going to have Curly going to work for Crime.
And Lizaster is through with the star in hand as she puts it back on.
In the meantime, Curly zigs and zags, jukes and jives, taps the hips, and that's 4 more for Crime City.
All right, the official review that happened prior to the previous jam was a call, was an attempt by Charlotte to say that the jammer had actually committed a block in the back. However, it was determined that that block, the hit was on the side, making it a legal hit. And so everybody was okay. And we're going to have a timeout and a team timeout from Charlotte. Hey, ladies and gentlemen that are sitting here in the Broward County Convention Center, we are live on the internet around the world. Let's hear ya. Come on, you can be heard internationally all over the world. Let's hear ya. All right, I guess nobody wants their 2 seconds of fame then. All right, hey, Stash, why don't you pay a couple more bills here?
I'll just do that. We would like to thank Passion Parties, bringing passion to life, our purpose, our passion. And Origami Owl, where a percentage of every purchase supports local roller derby.
Let's see if we can get the noise level up a little bit and see these ladies through. Here we go.
There you got it, Mr. Glitter. That was well done there. And it's going to be Prince Sophia as the lead jammer, and Hysteria is going to try to catch up with her and score some points for Charlotte.
That Crime City defensive front turns into an offensive machine. They crash the wall so Sophia can hit it and quit it.
But Hysteria did an apex at the tail before the fourth whistle, did pick up 3 points, compliments of 2 blockers sitting in the penalty box, so she only needed 1 to get 3, and it appears as though she did it.
I like that. Charlotte is not giving in, still giving 100%.
And Shawshank's only got 2 blockers out there to deal with for this for Charlotte, so let's see what she can do with them.
But Onkafar finds a seam on the outside, and she grabs that lead jammer status.
Oh, and we got a direction of gameplay going up against Star Spangled Banger for Charlotte. That's going to give Onkafar 1 fewer blocker to deal with as she picks up another grand salami. That's 5 more.
On the other side, Shawshank Redemption is dealing with that tough wall.
And it is a full wall now as all of 4 blockers are back on the track for Crime City.
Indeed, they did a great job of killing the penalty and getting back to full strength. In the meantime, Onkafar puts 5 up top for the ladies in purple.
And it's now just 2 blockers on the track for Charlotte, but they just had just enough to knock Onkafar out of bounds. She doesn't care. Look at the clock, picks up the 5 points, keeps going.
You can't stop her. You can only hope to contain her temporarily as she sneaks on through. Then is getting some help. I love the way that Crime City's blockers aggressively attack the pack. That's Juicy Butter helping her out, and that's another 5-point grand slam.
Oh, and Shawshank is dragged down by Jutet. And they're back up. Shawshank getting knocked out of bounds. Jutet raising her hand and say, yeah, you got to come in behind me. Onkafar is more than willing to let this thing go the full 2 minutes, as she picked up 5 more points. And it's going to set the score at 351 to 53 with 1 solitary lonely second left on the clock and a team timeout from the ladies from Malmo. Well, Mr. Glitter, I think we can say we know who's going to win this one at this point.
Yes.
I think we can say that we know which international team is saying, oh, by the way, we are here and we are making our names be known internationally now.
They are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Let's see if the Bear City model works for them. They're going to be a team, if you're watching at home, you're going to make sure to write down when they're playing again and catch them. And if you're here in the Broward County Convention Center, you're going to want to make sure you're here on Saturday and Sunday to see them play again, because they put on something right here.
Yeah, anytime you have an international competition like this, there's going to be that one team that comes out and makes a statement, makes a mark for themselves. Crime City came out when the opening bout on track 1 and say, why not us? Why can't it be us that everybody is going to be talking about when they leave after this weekend?
Absolutely. And it's going to be Curly on the track to close things out for Crime City. She's going to go up against Hell Hath No Fury. And we have a little bit of chanting in the crowd for Crime City as things are being ground to a halt here. This is definitely our last jam.
Hell Hath No Fury working on that back stretch. Tough 3-wall. Now it's a 4-wall.
And you know, just to kind of rub it in a little bit, Curly Ha'ar goes ahead and takes the exact same line that Fury's trying to work her way through and just buzzes by, does a flyby. And that's 5 more Grand Slam points for Curly Ha'ar. It's Curly Ha'ar, Ankafar, and Prince Sophia. Those are the 3 jammer names you need to know.
And Curly hits the pack one last time. Looks like she tallies 3 final points. And we have now officially ended the first bout on track 1 at 2015 Beach Brawl.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of our webcast and our live studio, or live studio audience, our live track audience. I am Darth Paul.
I am Mr. Glitter.
And I am Stash Merkin. Hang around. We have Lehigh Valley and versus the Rock and Roller Queens coming up directly after this. before I get to the introductions. Mine's fine.
All skaters, all, each and every, inclusively all skaters. We've been asked to send a little reminder message, so I'm going to do that right now. Please do not skate on carpeted areas. If there is carpet under your feet, there should not be skates upon your feet. Please don't skate on the carpets. No carpet skating. You can do many, many things to the carpets. Please do not skate on the carpets.
So, Pastor Mike, what you're saying here is that you shouldn't skate on the carpet.
You know, if the options were skating on the carpets or not skating on the carpets, I'm going to err on the side of not skating on the carpets as per instruction.
Go with not skating on the carpet.
If you, listen, given the option.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, in an emergency situation,
take your skates off.
right, take the skates off first.
Yeah, I would.
And then panic as need be. Off
No.
the carpet.
Except unless you're Douglas Adams, then don't panic.
Right.
That's what it says.
Skates, carpet, bad.
Yeah, I think we've got that covered.
Got it.
Yes.
Back in 60 seconds with less frivolity and more roller derby. Good morning, good day, buenos dias, hello, and hi. How the heck are you? My name is Pastor Mike. Beside me, the one, the only, the Mr., the venerable, the amazing, the unbelievable. Who the heck are you?
Stash Markin.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We have the duty, the honor, the privilege, the right, the obligation to announce the next bout here on Track 1 and or Track D, depending on where you're looking, because they're listed two different ways, but we're here regardless. We've got an awesome matchup coming up. Stash, when you saw this one coming, when you saw these two teams, when you took a look at Lehigh Valley Roller Girls at a Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, v. the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia, what were the first things that came to your mind, man? What'd you think envisioning this matchup weeks ago when we got the lineups?
Where else but roller derby would these two teams meet?
Tough to figure out any place else. Back alleys somewhere in Bogota, maybe. I'm not sure. Did back alleys?
Well, I hope so.
All the fun stuff happens in the back alley.
Yeah, well, that's what I've heard.
I've been told.
Yes, that's the popular rumor.
Two teams coming in. Colombia's Rock and Roller Queens of Bogota coming in previously ranked 161. That was as of April's rankings. And, of course, those of you watching in on the WFTDA.com feed, you know full well that they are currently unranked as of the May update, whereas Lehigh Valley Roller Girls All-Stars coming in at 183, recently 32 spots higher than that. So both teams have had a bit of a little bit of a fall off in the last ratings, but again, two strong teams that are here to do some battle.
And both teams will be looking to bounce back. For those of you on WFTDA TV, the Rock and Roller Queens will be wearing the red jerseys. Lehigh Valley Roller Girls will be in the
black and pink.
Black and pink. I was just taking another look to see if those are black or dark blue. I think they are black.
They've been black all morning. I believe they still are.
Unless they're really tricky and changed them on us.
Well, you know, listen, it happens.
Yes.
Stranger things have happened to us in roller derby. That much I can imagine.
Today.
LVRG, the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls are ready to rock and roll. Speaking of rock and roll, the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia are coming up next. Hey, real quick, we should tell people who's who in the zoo so they know who to watch for as far as the lineups. What do you think?
I think that's a good idea.
Which way you want to go? You take your pick because some of these are going to be a little difficult.
Well,
You're going to go with the Espanol.
I'll go with the Rock and Roller Queens.
Do that.
We have number 3, Lucky Ale. Number 4, Burbuja. Number 110, Erishkigo. Number 212, Chile. Number 296, Minerva. Number 333, Mapi. Number 393, Mort Discos. Number 666, Gatho. Number 7, Tease. Number 828, Colors. And the captain, 911, Colette Funk.
Man, you did that well.
Thank you, Pastor.
There were some difficult names in there. All right, so on the other side of the line, we've got for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls All-Stars, number 108, Becken Hader. Number 111, Stella Mack. 1222, Toxic Avenger. 13, Sylvestra Shalom. 1311, Thunder Crusher. 137, Reina Mayhem. Number 18, Christy Winkler. 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns. 28, Levelin Levi. The captain, number 29, Tortellina Temptress. 2E, and possibly my favorite derby name of all time as of about 3 minutes ago, Luigi Vuitton.
Love it.
Love it. Love it. Number 3, Greek Lightning. 42, Anya Ash. Number 53, Wayward Stay. 612, Razor Ramona. 66, Lynn Diesel. 7, KG. Number 84, Megahertz. Number 85, She Rocks. And number 932, MJ Slammer. Again, let's take a quick peek because we've got a second to do that. Bogota, a couple months ago, 161. Lehigh Valley, a couple of months ago, 151. Now, Rock and Roller Queens unranked, Lehigh Valley, 183, and Bogota coming in, down a couple extra skaters. So traveled a little bit light, and a couple that were originally planning on being here are not. So again, a little bit of a light roster.
Bogota, the Rock and Roller Queens certainly skating with a short bench. We'll see how.
That's going to be Toxic Avenger on the other side, number 1222. Starting this one off behind the line for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls. We've got a next whistle kind of a notification, don't we?
That is.
Seconds away.
Referees making their final checks. 5 seconds, says our jam timer, and I believe her. We got derby, people.
Look at this. Off to the races we go. Both jammers looking for that first crack, that first hole. Penalties coming already. First penalty of the game is going to go Razor Ramona. She's going to take a seat. In the meantime, we've got a lead jammer, but a foot race. So we'll talk about the penalty in a second. Toxic Avenger up first, up front. She's going to give it the old hit it and quit it. We'll take a quick peek, and referees hold up 2 big fists in the air saying, nada, nada.
No points for you.
Come back 1 year. T's going to come to the line. Jamming this time around for the Rock and Roller Queen. She'll be joined behind the stripe by Double Barrel Hot Guns for Lehigh Valley Roller Girls. A nothing affair. Knotted up.
Knotted up at 0.
A hotly contested bout already.
Jam 2 underway. Hot Guns trying to push her way through the pack.
When I like the option, I like what they're doing here. T says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and wait for a second. Let's see how this one unfolds. She really didn't go on the whistle, but she's the first one out. That big red wall in the front, forcing the jammer on the other side of the line out of play, so absolutely nothing she could do. So Double Barrel Hot Guns had to come back and reform in the back of the pack. She's done that, and she's back and ready to rock and roll. But again, big opening on the other side. Tees will go ahead and call that one off. Outside turn number 1.
Tees showed good patience coming off that jam line. Let her teammates get the Lehigh Valley jammer out of bounds.
Yeah, they did a nice job there. I mean, a real quick push on Double Barrel. Pushed her to the inside on turn number 1. And again, she had to come back in and reform, which gave enough time for Tees to explode off the line, then find that front little wall. And a 3-wall came down pretty quick after that. She took lead jammer, grabbed herself a point, called that one off. So we're back to the action at hand. Number 42 is Anya Ash. She is, however, locked in battle in the back of the pack with a nice big 4-wall doing work. Meanwhile, Lucky Ale has done what she came to do. Oh, nice move. Inside, outside, inside again, and on the line, on her knees. She's going to have to pop back up, but she's going to have no problem there because the penalty is going to give her the opportunity to go ahead without the track cut. So a 5-point pass on her first, and a penalty coming. That one's going to be assessed against number 28, Levelyn Levi, for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls All-Stars, and another 5 points. Give me a little thumb waggle. Go ahead. That's the one right there. 5 points.
Slam Del Grande for Lucky Ale.
Oh, nice.
Ran into a wall on turn 2.
Yeah, nice job there. That one courtesy of number 18, Christy Winkler, who said, "You shall not pass."
Lucky Ale with yet another grand slam.
Points, 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 baby. I'll tell you what, speed kills. And right now, another penalty. Didn't clear the call or see it, to be perfectly honest with you. But number 13-11 is Thunder Crusher. She's going to take a seat. And again, Lehigh Valley looking kind of confused on the defense right now. That last pass through, Lucky Ale had a mile and a half to skate through. Rang up a quick 5 points, and it's going to show on the scoreboard, 25-0. Rock and Roller Queens on top. Still a lot of derby left, though. Oh, listen, plenty of time. Anybody who's watched this sport long enough to know where to find us online right now knows that a 25-0 lead means absolutely nothing 2 minutes into the game, 3 minutes into the game. We got a lot of derby to play, so there's no question there. How about that hit at the very end? Red on red crime. Chili I don't know if she's trying to help her teammate slow down or just help her down to the ground, but either way it worked out. Minerva with a nice push off there. Rock and Roller Queens sending number 12-22 Toxic Avenger out of play. She's got to come back in as the jammer for Lehigh Valley. Locked in battle. Big 4-wall. Diamond up in the back of the pack. And we've got our very first jammer penalty coming right now. Tease is going to sit down. A forearm penalty is going to sit her to the box.
And this is just what Lehigh Valley needs. Get back in this game on the scoreboard. Power jam coming for Lehigh Valley.
That's what I love about this game, man. You know, we're sitting here, we're looking at a 25-0 quick start for Bogota, for the Rock and Roller Queens, and then all of a sudden, you get the power start, the power jam, and then look at this. Look at this defense. Look at them talking. Great job of bridging. Great job. That 3-wall working up front. The 3-way diamond up at the front of the pack. Breaks down to 2. So now 2 to beat. And time just tick, 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 ticking away on the power jam. The power jam will come to an end, but not before lead jammer status goes the other direction. So Toxic Avenger does her job, albeit took a lot of time to get there.
And credit the Rock and Roller Queens defense for just grinding her down and holding her back until the power jam did expire.
And they just keep on coming. Burbuja there at that time with that last hit does a nice job locking things down. So a 2-2 pass that time and a 27-2 at 25 minutes to play.
Looks like Toxic Avenger took one in the mush right at the end of that play. No penalty called.
Colette Funk, the captain for the Rock and Roller Queens, coming to the line this time around, way back in the sniper position. Toeing the line on the other side. That's going to be number... I believe that's going to be, oh, there we go, 215, double barrel hot guns. It really sucks being dyslexic up here. You know, I'm not, but I'd like to pretend I am sometimes when I can't read numbers. Lead jammer status once again. Hey, listen to that. Rock and Roller Queens, grab it up, Stash.
Colette Funk, the captain, is your lead jammer.
She's got a trailer, though. Double barrel jumped in there very, very quickly, and she's out and about, so we're going to get a 1-0 initial pass that time around. Colors taking a penalty on the back end. Again, away from the action where we couldn't see it, and the call was a little bit low to the ground, so couldn't quite catch that one either. Lucky L coming to the line this time around. She'll be joined by Anya Ash for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls. 5 seconds, and we will blow them off. Let's do it one more time. Big collision, front of the pack, and man, oh man, out of nowhere. Hop, skip, and a jump. And Lucky L's got herself lead jammer status and a whole lot of room to work with. Double barrel having no luck up at the front. It's a one-on-one battle, face-to-face with Ereshkigal.
And past the right, after that sweet apex jump Lucky Ale just did on turn 1, she used her own teammate to try and knock the other team's jammer out of bounds. Talk about keeping your head on a pivot.
Yeah, fantastic job all around. But again, at the end of that, Anyash locked in battle at the back. 32-2. And what do you say we, after this particular jam, we toss it over to our boy Albie.
I'll be damned here with us.
The third member of the esteemed calling crew today. It's going to be a good one, man. We're going to have a good time tonight. Big, huge scrum. Nobody's moving. Nobody's going anywhere. Locked in nice and tight. Lead jammer status finally gained. That's going to go Lehigh Valley's way, but that's going to go against Lehigh Valley's Toxic Avenger. So jammerless time now for Lehigh Valley. And again, an opportunity right here for the Rock and Roller Queens, but a nice big blow there. Levi lays the lumber not once but twice, and then an extra little bump right there coming from Tortellina Temptress.
And because Lehigh Valley was a lead jammer, this jam will go the full 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to go the full 2 on this one, and Tease has already got hers, so that's a quick 5 spot for her, but she had to work for it. I'll tell you, I shouldn't say quick. There's nothing quick about it. She had to work every single step of the way, looking for every possible hip, and she finally got it. She's going to come to the middle this time and try for something, but she's not going to get it. We're going to get a multiplayer block penalty coming now. That's going to go against Tortellini Temptress. The captain will sit for hers.
You're starting to see Lehigh Valley's defense adjust to Rock and Roller Queen's high-powered offense. Lehigh Valley seems to be a bigger team.
Well, nice job there. Levelin Levi teaming up with her cohort, Christy Winkler, the two of them doing what they had to do to force Tease out of play. She's down and out and circling. She was halfway to the old pivot line. You remember the old pivot line up there? She was halfway to that and now has to climb all the way back in to the mid spot between 3 and 4 before she can finally come back in and recuperate and find herself a spot. We got another penalty coming, another Lehigh Valley penalty. That one going to go against Razor Ramona. And let me tell you something. That could be a story of the game right here if that's not going to change the direction. A gameplay penalty now being called on Levelin Levi. So 2 black jerseys hit the bench, the penalty box, and they're going to go ahead, and that's the 2 minutes right there. So we're going to get, well, hang on a second. Put 3 more on the clock. We're going to get a timeout black, so Lehigh Valley wants to think this over, and yeah, I bet they do. At this moment, down 39-5 with 2 in the box to start this next one. We're going to have a 4-on-2 to start. I'll be damned. How you doing, brother?
Just fine, sir. How are you today?
Man, it is a beautiful day in Fort Lauderdale. Glad to see you. What you got going on?
Oh man, both of these teams were here last year for the inaugural Beach Brawl, and at that time, Columbia, the Rock and Roller Queens, came in, and none of us really knew who they were. And then they worked their way up, and then they came in and they got as far as 161, and they've slipped back in May. They were not ranked anymore, and it looks to me like they've come out here today with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder about that. So these ought to be good between both these teams who were here last year, and this going to a lot of good derbies still to come. For those of you in-house, please make sure you stop by the Bont Skates booth located over in the corner by the entrance. Bond skates are lighter, stronger, faster. They will be here Friday and Saturday only as they are going up in the Sunshine State to Daytona to see Jacksonville, Tampa, because one of their workers actually skates for Jacksonville. That's going to be a good one down here in the Sunshine State. But stop by at Bont Skates and check out the new Quad Star Skate, carbon fiber boots, lightest on the market.
I'll be damned. I'll tell you what, brother. I don't know what they're paying you, but they need to double it. The best in the business, in my opinion. That's all I got to tell you. Best producer I've ever worked with in my entire life.
Same here, Pasta. We're back to action. That is Lucky Ale jamming for the Rock and Roller Queens. Dances right out to get lead jammer.
MJ Slammer on the other side of the line, and she's finally out and about, but she's got a lap to make up, or a half lap, I should say, to make up. Lucky Ale inside line, bam, bam, bam. One to beat at the top of the line. She's going to do it from the backwards position. She'll call the ball right there. 4-0 run. And again, listen, when you're up and you feel confident, no reason not to hit it, quit it, call it, let the 30 seconds run off. We'll reset. We'll do it again.
Jam all you want. We'll do more.
A nice hot start, and I think Albie hit it right on the head. Both teams with something to prove. Rock and Roller Queens really coming out quickly. So, again, Lehigh Valley called that timeout probably at exactly the right moment. I'm sure they've done what they needed to do. We'll continue to make adjustments. And as it stands right now, back to the roller derby action on the court with double-barrel hot guns Lead Jammer is going to go the other direction. It's going to go all the way around the track right now. That's going to go to Burbuja, who's got the lead and a whole track lap to go. She's all the way back around. Oh, nice job there avoiding the track cut penalty. Nothing she could do but hop back in at the back of the end. That's double barrel hot guns jumping back in, but she's going to be dragged all the way back into turn number 1. In the meantime, lapping, grabbing points, knocking. Clockwise block penalty coming. That's going to be a rare penalty coming on the other side. A 5-point pass. Burbuja will take the points.
Good work by the Lehigh Valley 3-wall there to hold her back for a couple of seconds.
And Colette Funk's going to take the penalty, but I'll tell you what, you'll take that every chance. I mean, you'll take that every time.
Every lap around the track.
You bet. Burbuja with another pass. That's another 4. Put them on the board. Double barrel hot guns is going to go ahead and watch that one come to a conclusion. That one will be called off right there. So quick peek just because we can at the 18-minute mark. 57-5 going Rock and Roller Queens way.
Rock and Roller Queens rock and rolling all over the Lehigh Valley Roller Girl All-Stars.
Well, MJ's going to have an opportunity here, Stash, as MJ Slammer comes to the line for Lehigh Valley Roller Girls. She'll be doing it on a 4-on-3 opportunity. Colette Funk still in the box, serving her penalty.
That's Erish Kegel jamming for the Rock and Roller Queens.
Oh, nice job there. Look at that. Down and back. Minerva pulls her back all the way back, almost to the jammer stripe before she can come back in. More whistles coming. A lot of penalties. Direction of gameplay. Again, another clockwise block coming. And that one's also listed. Look at this. Turning of the tide, perhaps. Another penalty going against the Rock and Roller Queens. And that's going to go against Minerva. She'll take a seat. Lucky L will take a seat. So a double hit right there. And another one. That one's going to be a lap. And they're going to send her right back around. No chance. No room in the end.
Meanwhile, Erish Kegel calls off that jam. We looked it up before the bout. She was a goddess of the underworld. And she dug her way up. And
the original, not this one, you mean?
Google wasn't that specific.
Okay. Well, considering the fact that they went on a 5-0 run, even down 2.5 skaters, she may be the queen of the underworld. It's very possible. The 5-0 run on that pass, but they did it with 2.5 blockers out of play. Again, 2 penalties being served and a third coming. Gatto is going to have to serve, so she'll spin right around baby until an opportunity comes available, and that's going to happen fairly quickly. In the meanwhile, lead jammer status going the other direction. Another opportunity here. That's going to be Toxic Avenger cycling around looking for points. Gatto will finally find her way to this penalty box.
Christy Winkler just knocked Tees into the next track. She fights her way through to finish her initial scoring pass, and that sounds like the end of the jam.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure where I missed it, but I sure as heck did. There was another penalty called, so when I said that Gatto was going to go serve her time, she had not been told to report to the box yet. She got that a couple seconds after, so another penalty coming, so a double up again going against the Rock and Roller Queen. So the penalty time starting to kind of even out a little bit, perhaps.
And it's time for Lehigh Valley. Gives them an opportunity to lock down their defense.
4-on-2 break, brother. You can't go wrong there.
You got the numbers.
So that'll be Burbuja on the jammer stripe for multiplayer block is going to change things up real quick. That's going to go against 828. That's Colors. She'll take a seat. So again, the hits just keep on coming.
Double barrel hot guns from Lehigh Valley is your lead jammer. Good work by her blockers in front of her, holding back the. Let the bodies hit the floor.
MJ Slammer with a big old shot. Put Burbuja down in turn number 3. Took her a second to recover and recuperate. In the meantime, MJ Slammer had put on the brakes and turned it around the other direction, pulled it all the way back to the midline between 2 and 3. No harm, no foul as Burbuja's back out there and running around. Forced out of play, and then a track cut penalty coming. Oh, man, that'll hurt you right there. Double barrel hot guns is going to do the jammer penalty. She'll sit.
And this will be a power jam for Burbuja, who showing some good, between her and Lucky Ale, some good agility side to side, making inside-outside cuts. Excellent skating by these jammers from the Rock and Roller Queens.
That nice defensive work here, killing that power jam off. Tortellina Temptress was the very first one to lay the lumber. That one forcing another big collision there. That one forcing Burbuja inside line, and then another hit comes just a couple seconds later.
Star pass completed. The jammer of record for the Rock and Roller Queens is Moppy. That was a good, clean star pass, Pasta.
Moppy with an opportunity, goes through, gets all of them, put 4 points on the board. Another direction, a gameplay penalty being called. We'll see who that's going to go against. It's going to be against Lehigh Valley. It's going to go against Levelland Levi. Albie, what's going on, man?
Nothing, Pasta. I'm certainly looking at the schedule of the things that are going on for the rest of today. Lots of good derby still left to come the rest of the day as we go to a timeout on this track. We've had a few good bouts already this morning. Those of you listening to the 10 o'clock game, Charlottesville and North Star, heard Vixen DeBraw on the mic. Vixen DeBraw is the owner and proprietor of Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive, and they are valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? Derby Vixen makes each toe guard by hand with care and precision you can't get anywhere else. Check out her toe stops at www.derbyvixen.etsy.com or on Facebook and Twitter. If you are in-house, you can actually stop by and see some of her work. Standard designs are always available, and custom orders are welcome. Made by a skater for skaters.
Nicely done, as always, sir. So we do have a timeout. I believe that one's going to go Rock and Roller Queens, I believe.
Official timeout underway. Again, for those of you watching us on WFTDA TV, you are watching from Track 1, the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia, in the red jersey. Lehigh Valley Roller Girls from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, in the black jerseys. And it is all Rock and Roller Queens, 75-14.
So one of the nice things about this tournament format that I will say we had last year, I know we're excited to have again this year, they will occasionally feed us, not food this time, but with actual information, which is almost as sustaining. They'll send over one of the referees who've been designated kind of as an announcer, ref, who come over and fill us in on all the good stuff that's happening. So if there is an official challenge, a timeout, or something along those lines, occasionally, if it's something to talk about, they'll come over and fill us in so we can fill the people at home in.
Right now, we know it's an official timeout and entering its third day.
Well, and I originally thought I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I saw the Rock and Roller Queen signaling for the timeout. I think this one began that way and then was converted thereafter.
We may well be having an official review. In the meantime, let's talk to Al be damned.
Pastor was talking about all the excitement of an event like this, and one of the cool things about an event like this is it really brings out the passion in people about Derby. Everybody gets really passionate. And speaking of passion, here in-house, please stop by the Passion Parties table with all kind of goodies, bringing passion to life. Our purpose is your passion.
And we have some information to pass along. The bench coach called a timeout, and the bench coach may not call a timeout, so the team captain will be serving that penalty. And what we're waiting on now is just some water on the track that we need to get cleaned up. We don't want...
So there you go. That's what I'm talking about. I love this format. I love this venue. I love this tournament because, again, get a little extra help, which is always great, so that we know what's going on, kind of in the know all the time, which is always a good thing. Lucky L to the sniper position. She's joined there once again by Anya Ash. Whistles blow, and off they go. 3 in the back, 3 up front, one apiece in the box.
Lucky Ale? Oh, my gosh. Found no room right off the jam. No room on the inside. Did a spin move, circled around all the way around the outside, beat everyone. Good speed by Lucky Ale and a slam Del Grande.
Double penalties there, 1 apiece. I know a back block coming against Lehigh Valley didn't catch the other penalty against the Rock and Roller Queens, but again, we'll catch up with those a little bit later. In the meantime, another penalty comes off. Mort Discos takes a seat. Lucky L calls the jam. 4 points more on the board for a 4-0 run there to extend the lead out. And again, we're going to have kind of like, not exactly a micro pack, but it's going to be kind of tiny. 2 red jerseys, 1 black sitting in the penalty box this time around before we get this one started with Burbuja at the line, joined by Toxic Avenger Stash.
Our jam timer says 5 seconds, and I believe her.
Trustworthy folks, those jam timers.
Oh, if you trust all the NSOs. If they're wearing pink, they're trustworthy.
We got ourselves a foot race now. For all intents and purposes, the first one we've seen. This is hip-to-hip, cheek-to-cheek run into the very end. It's going to get called off before any points go on the board, a 0-0 run.
Double fist in the air from the jam refs. No points for either team.
I'm going to do my best to recover from that one and just go ahead and say, absolutely, I think you're right. The things you hear at the Derby table every once in a while, that's good stuff. And the folks at home are saying, yeah, I caught it too. Double barrel hot guns at the line. The jammer stripe is loaded down. Erish Gagal side by side, hip to hip, cheek to cheek, and ready to do battle as the whistles blow. They're gone, daddy, gone. Both jammers looking for a little hole, an opening, a chink in the armor. Can they find it? Can they? Yeah, I know they can. The question is, who's going to be first out of the
Someone's
scrum?
going to find it.
We got a track cut and then a multiplayer block. Both of those penalties are going to come against black jerseys. MJ Slammer on the multiplayer. Double barrel on the other, and that's a jammer penalty. So again, jammer time, power jam on the other way. So Arish Gagal with an opportunity right now.
And good work by Erish Gagal to work her way through the hitting is picking up from the Lehigh Valley team, throwing the body much more.
5-point pass right there and another opportunity. She's back in action and ready to engage. She's got all again, put them high. And a penalty coming here at the back end of that one. So that jam's going to get called off, but not before the penalty time begins. Minerva's going to go sit. Extending out that lead with 10 minutes to go. And the Rock and Roller Queens pushing towards that century mark. T's coming to the line on the red side. She'll be joined behind the line by Christy Winkler for Lehigh Valley.
And we're ready to get Derby going. There's that whistle.
Tell you what, I don't know if it's a comfort level thing or if it's a strategy thing, but there are several skaters that I've seen do this, and again, it's the smaller stature skaters like someone like a Tease, a little bit shorter, at that jammer stripe, sits back a little ways. Got to wonder if that's for visibility, give her an opportunity to really kind of see the field and understand what's going on before she makes her break, makes her play for the hole.
It could well be. Meanwhile, Christy Winkler was the lead jammer. She is on her way to the penalty box.
Power jam time again. Going the Rock and Roller Queens way, but this one's going to get slowed down a little bit. No pack call, no choice but to let her go, but a very nice job there at the front of the pack and forcing the track cut penalty, and we're going to have a little do-si-do going on.
That's good.
Oh, never mind. Bring her back, they said. Tort's going to take a penalty instead. So the track cut penalty was a forced non-penalty, I guess we're going to call that. Tortellini's going to take a seat, and they're going to wave her back on the track. They're going to say, you know what?
We changed our mind.
Back.
We changed our mind. It's not a penalty.
No. Well, it is a penalty. It's just the other way.
All right.
More penalties coming.
4 more points for the Rock and Roller Queens tees.
Raina Mahan's going to take a seat for an illegal procedure penalty, and away we go. Must have been told to circle through. Must not have been room when she came into the inn in the first place around. She had to take an extra lap, and Raina will finally find her way over to the penalty box now. But in the meantime, points on the board.
And time off the clock.
That's the key right there. That's the big key right there. Nice big collision at the front of the pack. Colors did a nice job there, so we had a little a panty pass. MJ Slammer tried to take the panty pass. Colors was there to block that thing up and knock her down before she was able to put it on, but again, slowing her up just enough to get the call.
And the score standing right now with just under 7.5 minutes to go in the first period. Rock and Roller Queens 107, Lehigh Valley 19.
We're going to have an official stoppage here real quick. Everybody talking things over. Want to make sure they get all the numbers right, get all the facts and data right. These games all count. And every point counts as well, so we want to make sure that we get everything right, make sure we get all the I's dotted, the T's crossed. Wind them up, they said. Let's go. Acid Barrett says, let's go ahead and start them all off one more time. Start the clock, and away we go. 5 seconds to it. Lucky L at the line, jamming for the Rock and Roller Queens. Toxic Avenger on the other side. Nice big 3-wall in the back. Big, heavy 3-wall up front. Neither one holds very long, and both jammers are out and about. Off to the races we go. Lucky L out first, but she's got a sniper. She's got a mouse in her pocket giving chase. Toxic says, I'm coming. And everybody says, get up front. Nobody wants to be a point now. Who's going to come away clean? Who's going to come away with the points? Look at this. Lucky L calls it off. She's got her 4 and able to hold off a charging Toxic Avenger. Everybody on the foot brakes that time around. Everybody hit the gas and took off flying, brother.
They had little speed lines coming off them like they were in a cartoon or something.
Be careful, man. We're going to get a chemtrails controversy here at the
Oh, my
convention
gosh.
center.
What did I do? What did I do?
Last thing in the world we need, man.
Someone call Art Bell.
Off we go one more time. Christy Winkler jamming for Lehigh Valley on the other side of the equation. Lead jammer status going back to the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, and that's going to be Moppy on the line. She's got it control.
And past tell me if my memory serves me correctly. Is this the first time that she has jammed off the line? I think
first
she
was a star pass, if I remember correctly.
I was going to
believe
say,
it
I
was.
think she got a star pass, but I don't think she's lined up to jam.
Well, and she's not going to jam for very long. She's going to get a penalty now, and she's going to take a seat. A forearm penalty now is going to even things out even more, giving another strong. Oh, and then a high block coming. Man, oh, man. Flip-flop in the penalty box. So Moppy is going to get an opportunity after all, as Christy Winkler is going to take a seat.
There's a conga line going to the penalty box. Are they serving snacks in there?
You know, they might be. I mean, it is a.
Maybe that's why there's so many people going.
We're in Fort Lauderdale. It is, the beach, tropical,
It's
and all
certainly-
that.
It sounds like something we ought to investigate at halftime.
Can I get 2 margaritas up here, please? Salt or no salt? Which way are you going?
Oh, I'll take no salt.
All right,
please.
good deal. Not a lot of action as the flip-flop continues. So finally we have a jammer on the floor. It's Moppy, and she's got an opportunity, and she makes quick work of that one. Takes the outside line, hop, skip, and a jump, and she is gone, daddy, gone for 5 big points. Looking for more. She can fly. She's nice and rested after that little mini penalty.
And
Comes
good,
up against a big 4-wall in the back there, Stash.
and good work by the Rock and Roller Queen blockers to open up a lane for her to just sail through. No one even touched her.
Yeah, nice job there by Levelyn Levi, who goes ahead and forces Moppy out of play.
Stiffen up the 3 walls. They're blocking. And we are underway. That is Toxic Avenger, not your lead jammer. Erskigol from Rock and Roller Queens is your lead jammer. Neither one scored any points, so that's the end of that jam.
It's kind of like kissing your sister. I mean, it happened, but do you really want to talk about it? It's a 0-0, no score, no points, no nothing. Just take the time off the clock. I know.
Al, do you have a product read you can do for us here, buddy?
Come on, man.
What am I supposed to talk about now that after? What am I supposed to read after he says?
Don't tell me you haven't done it.
Kiss my sister. I don't even have a sister.
So a rush opportunity there. Levin Levi tried to come back onto the floor, couldn't quite make it, was told to get on out of here. And it's probably a good thing, seeing as how there's 3 on the floor already and 1 on the bench. Inside line, duck, dive, and dodge, and she's got her 5.
Lucky Ale, one of the more mobile skaters I've seen so far today. She just goes back and forth, up and down.
Just kind of glides, very, very smooth. She took that outside line like a champ, and then on the back end of it came back around and found the inside line completely unobstructed. Low block penalty coming. That's going to be a 4-on-2 now with 5 more points put on the board. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hang on one second. I just want to take a look at this. Showing 25 points on this jam already.
Lucky
and more to come. There's 5
more.
Make it 30 points on the jam for Lucky Ale, and she hasn't slowed down a lick. The Pack has. Pack comes to a creeping stop right there, and Lucky Ale says, give me 5 more, as she hops, skips, and jumps over the leg of number 53, Wayward Stay, on her way to a 35-point jam, and the crowd here in Fort Lauderdale goes absolutely berserk. Listen to them. 35 points. Are you kidding me?
That's insane.
Best fans in the game, by the way, right here in the building today. I don't know where you came from. I don't care. Well, I know where you guys came from. I don't care. Best fans in the business right here. Pastor Mike loves you. Each and every one of you individually in his own way. Job there in the back of the pack, forcing the action on Anya Ash, who's down and ready for action, but she's got some work to do. As the other side of the line, Colette Funk, team captain for the Rock and Roller Queens, has the lead jammer status and 5 points and a lead. She's already through on her initial and 5 points on the play. And Moppy, cheek to cheek, chest bone to chest bone, says, you're not going anywhere. Finally gets some help.
They have to turn the Lehigh jammer loose. That's Anya Ash, and that's the end of that jam.
Yeah, Mort Discos is going to take a penalty there, and it was kind of a confusing thing, as it could have gone a couple of different ways. It was you heard destroying the pack. It's not really destroying the pack direction. No, it's not really direction. Well, you know what? It's a penalty anyway. Go sit down. But at the end of the whole thing, what ended up happening, bottom line, there was a no pack called. They reformed it fairly quickly. There was contact just at the end either way. But again, the penalty coming, Mort Disco will sit, and now a 2-0 run over there. But we, my friends, boys and girls, whether you are here in Fort Lauderdale with us or listening on the World Wide Webs, you're seeing some amazing action on 2 screens and 2 tracks today. At the half, my friend, 159-19, with the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia in command of this one right now. But listen, let me tell you something. If there's a team in this contest, in this tournament, who can go back to the locker room, Stash, and say, listen, what are we going to do on the back end of this? I believe it's the ladies from Pennsylvania. I believe Lehigh Valley is going to come back strong and see what they can't do to chip away at this one, brother.
Lehigh Valley is certainly a bigger team, and they need to figure out how they can slow down the Rock and Roller Queens high octane jammers, because those last 2 jams, it looked like just a shooting gallery for the team from Bogota.
Yes, like both of you guys said, Stash, you were talking about the high octane. The Rock and Roller Queens have kind of become known for how fast they play, and when Pastor was talking about the Lucky Ale when she was jamming, it's almost like she's not moving with the grace, and it's slow. She's slow and methodical, like Fred McGriff when he played baseball. He covered a lot of ground, and it just didn't really look like he was running. Ken Griffey in the outfield was kind of the same way.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking. You know, and I had a couple of other athletes in mind, but it's exactly a Ken Griffey Jr. kind of a thing. It's just deceptive quickness. Just, you know, and that's what it is. It's not. You almost want to take speed out of the equation, just call it quickness, because it's not just. It's not just breakaway flat out go speed. It's the ability to cross over. It's the ability to stay on the toes. It's the ability to go flat. It's the ability to go left and right. It's the ability to work either side of the line. I mean, it's fluidity.
I think it was the next to the last jam in that first period. Lucky Ale was just having her way with the pack. The pack was stopped here right in front of us. There was nothing they could do to stop her. She just came. She was coming around and just picking where she wanted to go through, and was able to do so. 5 points.
Well, and listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Because while I agree with you 100%, and heck, I'm the one that said it first too. So I mean, I'm right there with you. I agree. This thing has been uneven from the word go. However, let's keep one thing in mind. At this level of roller derby, you know very, very well that there are some things going on in the locker room that are going to change the complexion of this game by the time we come back in 14 minutes.
Team points at this level, points seem to come and go in waves. It's just like when you're at. Again, to take to another sport, baseball players, you get that batting average, you get in a zone where the ball just looks really big as you're batting and you hit anything. As you're jamming, you get to where you're flowing, and it like a little hole looks like you could drive a truck through it, and you literally drive right through it. So, folks, we got a lot of exciting derby still left to come today. We have 12 bouts today, and over 24 more over the next few days. Lots of derby to be going on. Those of you in the Derbyverse, please run, grab you a drink, come right back for us at halftime. Those of you that are in the building, please go over and see Roller Bones, Wheels, Accessory, try before you buy, and ask about the Turbo Wheel. Folks, we'll be back in just a few.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. There we go. Hey, you know what? By the way, 2 things I should remind you. Number 1, before you start speaking into the mic, give it an opportunity to actually come all the way on. That's number 1. Number 2, well, I'll talk about number 2 later.
Are you talking about?
Well, you know what? It's a little disturbing when you make a trip to the facilities only to find out that there's no need to lower your zipper because it's been down for the last 4 hours.
Al, where are you?
Just saying. Anyway, we are back. The things that happen because that's how they happen, and you know what? That's all there is to it. Speaking of the things that happen, my friend, Stash, would you do me a favor? Would you tell the good folks listening at home where we stand as far as the old penalty situation going into the second half, brother?
Well, your phone just dimmed, so there it goes. I got it back now. Minerva has got 5 for the Rock and Roller Queens, and
Tortellini Temptress, I believe it.
Tortellini Temptress, yes, the captain for Lehigh Valley, also with 5. No, with 4. I'm sorry, my mistake.
I don't think anybody else really at this point in any kind of trouble whatsoever.
That's the only foul trouble we have, so
clean sailing the rest of the way, but those 2 obviously we'll keep an eye on for you the rest of the second half.
Not a lot of penalties to give for those 2 players.
Well, you will, as you take a look, and here's the thing. We talked about at the very beginning. The Rock and Roller Queens come to Fort Lauderdale with 11 skaters on the floor for this particular game. On the other side, Lehigh Valley shows up with 20. They've got twice the girls. They can commit more penalties and still be in the clean, and that's kind of where they're sitting right now. So that's what you look at. I mean, when you look at it, this thing's actually a little bit heavier, but the foul trouble is dispersed among more skaters on the Lehigh Valley side. So we'll get you some totals here in a couple seconds, but in the meantime, the only 2, again, to keep an eye on are number 296 and number 29. That's Minerva and Tortellini Temptress for their respective teams. So that's kind of where we sit. We are just a minute and a half away from more incredible roller derby action. We've got 2 teams ready to do it. And again, for those of you who are just jumping in and joining us on the live feed over there at the WFTDA.tv, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll say, where you been?
Yeah, listen. Do me a favor. You got 90 seconds or so. Call your friends. No, don't call your friends because I know none of you know anybody's phone numbers anymore. Instead, get on the Facebook machine, dial up the tweeters, and send out the messages to all of your people across the land and tell them that they need to tune in because Pastor Mike and Stash Merkin are doing what they do, and the derbies are about to begin. Y'all need to be tuning in.
Derby is here. This is where you need to be watching.
I can tell you this much. The amassed crowd here in Fort Lauderdale, the fans are ready for more derby, and I know it because the fans just saw the 2 teams line up, and they went absolutely berserk again.
That was a little weak, actually.
No, stop it. Stop it. That was fantastic.
Was it? Okay.
No,
it was fantastic.
That was fantastic.
Absolutely. We got...
Always be pandering.
Oh.
Always be pandering. The one piece of advice I pass on to all my young Padawans, always be pandering. Those people out there make you feel a whole lot better, even if you don't sound any better.
Well, skating better right now on the jam line and starting the second period. Lucky Ale, and she'll be squaring off against Toxic Avenger, and we are underway.
Hop, skipping, and jumping. Guess what? We got a penalty coming, and we've got a lead jammer, and guess what? The penalty's going to go against Lehigh Valley. The lead jammer status is going to go to Lucky Ale.
And an apex jump. Couldn't quite stick the landing. Lucky Ale has to recycle herself on sides.
Colors is going to take a penalty in the meantime. She'll take a seat, and that jam's going to come to a quick conclusion there.
Lehigh jammer, I can't tell if she was doing a little apex jump at the end of that jam, or if she was just trying to get out of somebody's way that was on the floor.
Yeah, I think that was trying to avoid the contact that could have been a penalty. So I believe again.
It's kind of hard to tell from our angle, but that's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, 5 seconds away. Double barrel hot guns on the line. Tees in that usual kind of I like to call it kind of that center field, that sniper position, backfield a little ways looking for a hole, looking for an opening, and she's not going to find it. In the meantime, lead jammer status the other way, and Double Barrel Hot Guns hears it from the crowd, and she turns to give him a little wink, a nod, a smile, a, hey, how you doing? I heard you. And she's going to have no choice but to call that one off from the infield as she's forced out of play inside track, and Tees was on her way back around, Stash.
And I saw that too. She had a big smile coming out of turn 2 going, yeah, I got me lead jammer this time around. And well done, too, because she found a little seam to the inside, forced her way through, and her blockers held Tees back. And
well, I think after that first initial, you get the first period, the first half out of the way, and now you kind of start to get the feel for these skaters. I mean, you got to remember, again, Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota. This team's never seen. I mean, they got film.
Yeah, sure, but it's not like they play each other in a regular rotation on their schedule.
Well, I don't remember if they came together last year at this tournament. I don't believe they did. I could be wrong. I don't believe that happened. Meanwhile, we've got another lead jammer status update for you. Arishka. Oh, big collision there. Out of play called. Penalties coming. Another one going to go against Lucky Ale. She'll take a seat. 5 high. The Grand Slam and more. Lead jammer status. No pack calls, so you know what that means.
Means
quickly reformed.
Means giddy up.
Oh, nice move. One to beat, and she does. Virtually got the track cut penalty, but unfortunately, if you're cheering for Lehigh Valley, Levi was not able to keep her feet. Took to a knee, and that allowed the non-call on the track cut. Nice 4-wall in the front. Back of the pack, and she's got no choice. She's got to call it off. Nothing on that final pass, Stash.
That Lehigh Valley wall wasn't going anywhere. It was moving exactly where the Rock and Roller Queen jammer was moving, and it was good defense by the team from Shanksville.
So T's back in that familiar position.
Lehigh.
Toxic Avenger in front of her, toeing the line, and oh, look at this.
Looks like they're going to continue what they tried at the end of that last jam. It seemed to work for them.
Well, not much choice. I mean, you got a 4-on-2 opportunity here. 2 red jerseys in the penalty box. A no-pack situation forces a very, very easy run to the border for Toxic Avenger. She'll take over lead jammer status, but this thing's going to even out just a little bit. Another penalty coming, and another. Oh, forearm penalty to Tees. That's going to be a very, very quick power jam opportunity. And the penalty box is just filling up with jerseys. Too quick to count them all, too quick to tell them all to you. 3, then 4. Now another pass. Hey, you got to go back out on the track. We don't have any room for you here.
Now look over here on turn 1. The Rock and Roller Queens 4-wall just slowed Toxic Avenger down. Good defense by the Bogota team.
An insubordination call being called now. Didn't see who it was against. There's no question that was the call made. That's going to go against number 7, KG, and I think that's where the insubordination came. I'm not sure. We're going to have to check into that one in a little bit, but I believe it was a well, they're going to figure that one out right now. Meanwhile, a 4-0 pass, Dash. 25 to go, 170-33. We're going to have some conversation here. This is going to, we've got a couple of seconds to talk. That's what I can tell you.
Yes. And interesting pass. We see Lucky Ale jamming, lining up on the jam line again. Not in any kind of penalty trouble. I had some intel in the audience say that she's one that commits some penalties, but she's been keeping free of the penalty box more or less this bout.
Forearm penalty coming. That's going to go against Lehigh. Oh, big blast there. I was going to say it's going to go against Lehigh Valley, but a blast of her own. Levelin Levi doing the damage.
Meanwhile, look at Lucky Ale going inside, outside, just dancing around.
Now, she might have gotten a shot to the head there. Look at her coming off.
She looks like she got her bell rung.
Yes, she did. No question about it. We'll have to keep a We'll have to keep a look on Lucky Ale. Definitely took a blow up high somewhere. She is in a little bit of pain coming off the track. She'll get some attention on the sidelines. In the meantime, and in between time, it's going to be a 4-on-2 opportunity here. That 4-on-2 opportunity is going to be led by Anya Ash. She's got the opportunity for Lehigh Valley. On the other side of the line is Colette Funk looking for lead jammer status for the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota. She's going to get it. Hop, skip, and a jump, even down 2 skaters. She says, I don't care. Let me just go ahead and do what I got to do.
I was just watching that happen going, they're down 2 skaters. The Lehigh Valley has a full complement of 4 blockers, and she's still got lead jammer.
Lynn Diesel will take a seat for another penalty committed there at the end, but a call off. And there might be there's a definite equipment issue there. That's going to take some fixing. Yeah, that's going to take.
Well, she needs to drop by the cheeseballs.com booth. Cheeseballs bearings are hand prepared by skaters for skaters, and they're having a sale, 20% off all weekend.
Well, let's hope they've got trucks, because I think that one just broke. And we're going to get a timeout to see if we can't get something done over there. They call timeout as Colette Funk said, man, oh man, I can't even get off the track on my own. Give me a little bit of help over here. This thing's just torqued. So quick recap, 177.33. We got a timeout called at the 22:45 mark. And speaking of marks, this is a perfect time to talk a little bit about some of the folks that make this opportunity or make this tournament possible for us.
Well, I would just Will Pasta. We would like to thank greenmonster.com. Green Monster Roller Sports. They carry boots, laces, equipment bags, anything that you need to look good be at Green Monster. And we'd also like to thank AdamWheels.com. Boom Wheels, try before you buy. They're ready to go. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings, only $150. You save $54. They also do heat molding for boots. That's at AdamWheels.com's booth. With the head or the truck? I don't know. Was it? I know Colette went with the truck.
5 seconds, we'll rock and roll right back to it. Speaking of rock and roll, the Rock and Roller Queens are going to have a bit of an issue on their hands right now. They 2-on-4 opportunity, a 3-on-4 now, but an opportunity regardless on the power start. They're going to go ahead and send Burbuja onto the line. A couple of things to report, though. We talked about a little bit of a, oh, man. Big collision there, a head blocking penalty called. Levi will take a seat. Levelin Levi did the leveling, but went to the head on Burbuja, who...
She threw up her hands in frustration. She knew she did it.
Yep.
It was inadvertent, but she did it, and this is a grand.
Oh, listen, most of them are.
Oh, of course they are.
Most of them are. I mean, I intends to do that, but...
She's just frustrated with herself, I believe, and someone not frustrated with themselves is Burbuja.
That jam's going to come to an end, but let's take a quick second here and talk about some of what's going on. Great big lead right now for the Rock and Roller Queens. Obviously, everybody's looking at this one saying, all right, well, you know, we're kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Well, maybe it just dropped. The medical staff is over on the bench right now taking a look at the Rock and Roller Queen's Lucky Ale. She got that hard hit and came off looking like her neck might have been torqued, or it might have been a head, a neck. Not quite sure what they're working on over there.
Dazed.
But they're still working on her over there, trying to get her back to where she needs to go. And in the meantime, I have not seen the truck repair completed yet for Colette Funk. So have not seen her return to the two big pieces of this Rock and Roller Queens team that are currently unavailable.
And Rock and Roller Queens already skating with a short bench. They can ill afford to lose these key players.
Absolutely. Great point, Stash. We're back to work. We're back to action. We'll take a 4-point pass, and we'll call it off right there. So while we were busy talking, Minerva does what she does. Hop, skip, and a jump through the line, takes up 4, calls off the jam. Line them back up in just a couple seconds and fire them off into the void once again. Double barrel hot gun's going to jam for Lehigh Valley. Arishkagal on the other side of the line, and the whistles blow. Off they go, looking for a hole, looking for an opportunity. Both jammers looking, digging. Up on the toe stops is Arishkagal at the very front of the pack. She's got a 2-wall to beat, and she does. Lead jammer status while double barrels locked in. Battle in the back of the pack. A 4-wall there. 4, now 3. Now 2. And 1, and gone. That's all it took. Penalties, penalties, penalties. Here they come. We got a forearm penalty being called. That's a jammer penalty. That's going to go. Arishkagal will take a seat. And double barrel's got an opportunity. Oh, nice move. Couldn't stick the landing, but a nice inside to outside power hop. Couldn't quite get it, but it doesn't make a difference. 2 seconds later, she is gone. 5 points and another opportunity for a quick pass here. A 3-on-3 opportunity now as the field gets leveled again. Tortolina Temptress takes a seat.
Grand slam for hot guns, and you're right, Pasta. She saw that little bit of daylight and did not hesitate. And another. Yes, grand slam for
absolutely.
Lehigh Valley.
Yep, nice job there. Hop, skip, jump over the line and gone. You heard some real good communication coming from the Lehigh Valley bench, making sure that their team knew, hey, jammer's coming in, jammer's coming in.
Lehigh Valley says don't call it a comeback.
They've been here for years.
Yeah. Lehigh Valley on the move in this bout right now. Panty pass. Levelin Levi, now the jammer for Lehigh Valley. And
Are you kidding me?
Burbuha, who knocked Levelin Levi completely out of bounds, about twice her size.
Man, out of nowhere. That's just kind of that blindside blast.
You know, when you get hit like that, that's a good time to have a Sisu mouth guard. That's right, an astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped hunk of technology revolutionizing mouth guards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouth guard. Their complete line of high-tech Sisu guards, that's SISU guards, are the ultimate athletic mouth shields you once thought too good to be true.
And that, my brother, is why you are the best in the game. That was well played. Gotta love the segue.
And we're back to action. Still no sign of Lucky Ale or Colette Funk.
Forearm penalty being called at the end of that one. That one's going to go against Lynn Diesel. She'll take a seat.
203-51, your score. 17 minutes to go in the second. Tees on the line for the Rock and Roller Queens.
That's a little bit, what do you call that? A little bit deceptive. On the line is not exactly what I would call tees. She's about 6-8 feet back every single time.
She's a gunslinger, but didn't do her no good that time. Toxic Avenger, your lead jammer for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls.
Now, nice job there by MJ Slammer to force Chili out of play. Blocker v blocker, pivot v blocker, and Chili able to regain her composure and get back into it. That jam's going to get called off, but not before 3 more points go on the board. This time, though, the other way. Lehigh Valley picking up 3 and chopping in. 2:03:54 at the 16-minute mark by the time we go again. Quick check from the NSOs. Want to make sure they got everything in play the way they need it. They're good to go. We are as well. Christy Winkler at the jammer stripe, joined this time around by Minerva. Lead jammer status going that way again. It's the Rock and Roller Queens collecting control. And she's got a long way to go. All the way back to the engagement zone with an opportunity here. And look at this 3 and 4 wall in the front of the pack. Recycling, banging. Burbuja doing the job and bringing it all the way back, bringing her back into turn number 2, the exit path. But there, got to with a nice opportunity there. Another hit. Bang, bang, bang on Christy Winkler. She shakes it off and comes back in. Quick check of the equipment, and she's good to go. Down to her knees goes Minerva, and she's finally free of the one, then gone. Put the points on the board, though. A lot of banging going on. This one has been physical from the very, very beginning. Nice job. Bang, bang, bang. Talk about. We'll explain in a minute, but Gato just did exactly what she's supposed to do.
Gatho putting the Lehigh Jammer out of bounds, forcing her to recycle. Mort Disco's off to the penalty box to feel shame.
More penalties coming. Multiplayer block, I believe, on this one.
Star pass completed.
Now, Greek Lightning, when she originally took that pass, got just leveled, creamed, completely blindsided by Gato. Again, another slim player who just came in and said, "You are going to go to the ground right now."
I need to put you on the track.
Yeah. So cleaned up the Jammer 2B, and oh man, you don't like to see that.
I was going to point it out, but
You know, I'll tell you what. Again, our thoughts are going to go out to Lucky Ale right now. She's they've got the neck brace strapped on, and the medics are going to go ahead and escort her on out of here. Great time to just take a quick pause and again, just be so unbelievably grateful for the EMTs and the first responders that are here to provide top-notch medical care for all of our skaters. And again, we'll wish Lucky Ale the best in recovering from this, which is, you know, and hope this is nothing more than a minor injury.
I'd like to think it's the medics are doing it out of an abundance of caution.
Sure.
Lucky Ale absolutely having an MVP type game up to this point.
Well, like I said, that's again, you hate to see it with any skater, but again, especially one that's having the kind of game that Lucky Ale has been, and she's just stand up on her own, on her own power. I mean, it looks absolutely, completely in control of everything. So I mean, I think we'll be all right there.
And Pasta, I don't have to tell you. I mean, roller derby's full speed, full contact, and we want the players to be as safe as we can make them, but sometimes things get twisted and torqued.
Well, and in the ensuing previous jam anyway, number 828 for the Rock and Roller Queens, that's Colors, has been escorted. So she has fouled out of the game. She's done. So again, just another. Again, always tough in this situation. What do you say? Where do you go as an announcer? And again, just sending out our best wishes to not only the skater, to Lucky Ale, and to her teammates, but also to her family and friends who we're sure are watching on the live feed at WFTDA.tv back home in Bogota. So again, from here, our perspective. Again, we're certainly not medical professionals, but from our perspective, this would appear to be an abundance of caution kind of a situation. Lucky Ale did skate off on her own power. She was conscious, alert, and all of that. Even to this very moment. So best wishes, but I think we can hope for the best here.
Yeah, they were already down even before this game started. When they traveled, they were short 1, 2, 3.
It was 11 to 20.
4. Yeah,
it was 11 to 20 roster at the beginning.
And now they've lost 2 more in one jam, with Lucky Ale being looked at by the medics. She's certainly not going to be back today. She'll go get checked out, and if and when we get more information, those of you that our friends and family of Lucky Ale out there in the Derbyverse, we will be sure to get it to you, even if it's not during this bout. So everybody, those of you in the Derbyverse, we're sorry that we kind of come to a stop, but we don't want to do a whole lot of stuff because we are talking in-house and to y'all. So just bear with us. We'll be right back on it. Let the medics do their jobs, and then we'll be back for some awesome Derby. But Columbia is going to have a long road to hoe this weekend if these two skaters are indeed through the rest of the tournament. Hopefully Lucky Ale will be back out tomorrow and everything will be fine.
And also, I've yet to see Colette Funk come back from her broken truck. She was in no way injured, but I give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen.
For those of you out there in the Derbyverse, tune back in at 8 o'clock tonight is when the Rock and Roller Queens take the track again, and Cecil B. Puff Daddy is announcing that, and he has already talked to me, and he is going to spend his afternoon diligently chasing down facts so that he can give the most up-to-date information tonight at 8 o'clock when they play.
There you go. So stand by for that. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and get back to the actions. Referees say we're good to go. We are going to have, I mean, this is a 4-on, I take that back, a 3-on-1 opportunity.
Erskegall jamming for Rock and Roller Queens.
MJ Slammer breaks on through to the other side. She's got what you might call the lead jammer status at about a half-lap lead right now, and a heck of an opportunity down 4-3 are the Rock and Roller Queens. So now a 4-on-2. Oh, man. Hop, skip, and a jump, lands it, takes the points, and a red-on-red. Arishka coming up against her own teammate, that being more Discos. The two of them colliding here in turn number 4 as that one gets called off. We're going to start 3-on-3 this time at it. Minerva on the jammer stripe for the Rock and Roller Queens. The other side of the equation is going to be double barrel hot guns.
Both jammers run into the respective walls. Hot Guns has to recycle on sides. And that gives the Rock and Roller Queens Minerva lead jammer.
Yeah, Moppy did a nice job there at the onset of that one to be able to force the issue and take double outside again. Got a forearm penalty coming. That one's going to go against, well, both go against the Rock and Roller Queens. The first one on Burbuja, the second on Moppy. She'll take a seat. That one in the forearm.
And that's the end of that jam. Rock and Roller Queens score 4 on that last pass, none for Lehigh Valley.
We get a confirmation one way or the other? We get a confirmation one way or the other, do we know?
What, from her name?
Yeah. I thought that's how they pronounced it when I asked them. So we got another whistle. Acid Barrett's going to talk things over. I think we might have. We could. Oh, man. There we go. So we're going to get Moppy on the foul out, so she's going to take a seat. So another Rock and Roller Queen skater going to go down for the count for this one. And I'm checking to see. Oh, Colors had fouled out earlier previously, so okay, gotcha. I'm trying to figure out why there are 2 back there, and that's what that is. So 2 now have fouled out. 1 has been medically removed, and another with a skate issue, an equipment issue.
Not injured at all.
No, absolutely. But 4 down when you started with 11.
Yeah.
That's 7.
And you have 11 and a half minutes to go in the second period.
Yeah, game number 1, and you're down to 7 skaters.
Alvy Dams is pointing out to us that they're scheduled again to play again tonight at 8, and you got to wonder how much fuel is going to be left in the tank for the Rock and Roller Queens.
Well, I mean, 11 minutes and 20. I mean, listen, again, healthy lead.
Sure.
So, I mean, is that in jeopardy? Well, we'll find out. I mean, you're down 4 skaters, and these are 4 names that we've been calling all morning. So, 11 and a quarter is a lot of time. But again, here's the bigger issue. Forget this game for a second, just for a moment, and think about the bigger issue at hand, which is that now they're going to be skating 7 strong for 11 minutes and 25 seconds when they've already been going 11. So, the stamina, the upkeep on the body. What's this going to mean for the Rock and Roller Queens, who quite frankly came in here and I think had surprised just about everybody coming in as an unranked team. Gotta love roller derby. So we are in an official stoppage as somebody has lost a contact lens that they need in order to skate. I believe we have located. Have we found the? Oh, look at this.
Oh, what?
I believe we have located said contact lens. We will spit on it and clean it up.
Yet another reason to applaud the medics that are here to help us out today.
It has to be the fastest finding of a contact lens ever.
I promise you they wouldn't have found it last year on the red floor.
Yeah, can you imagine on the red floor from last year?
Oh, my gosh.
That thing would have been gone.
And we are ready to get back to action. T's on the sniper line. Let's just start calling that. Let's just call that the sniper line for her in her honor.
I like it
because she'll line up about 10 feet off that line and just see what she likes. And right now she's trying to push her way through a tenacious 3-wall.
It was 4 deep for a second. She finally broke through. Oh yeah, no question. There's a hidden body on the back end, but right now, lead jammer status is going to go that direction.
And Lehigh Valley's 4-wall bought their jammer enough time to earn lead jammer, and it is going to be a power jam. T's off to the penalty box for a track cut, and we have another Rock and Roller Queen, Chili, also going off for a track cut. So the Rock and Roller Queens only have 2 blockers. Oh, now one of those 2 are going off. That is Burbuha.
Yeah, MJ Slammer called for destroying the pack. Burbuha, golly, holy cow. Burbuha's going to take a seat as well. So just, I mean, a cavalcade, if you will, a parade
a
on their way.
line.
There you go. The tropical conga line on their way for Mai Tais in the penalty box.
They're serving Mai Tais in the penalty box?
I'm only assuming. I mean, it's a popular place.
Let's get over there. Anya Ash jamming for Lehigh. Minerva taking a jam for the Rock and Roller Queens. Someone getting called for multiplayer block, but right now Minerva is the jammer. And I believe this is her first jam of the evening. Rock and Roller Queens have lost so many players for one reason or another. Somebody has to jam.
Well, yeah, you figure with Lucky L going down to the injury, that's a jammer. Taking a look across the board, Moppy had not. Colors had not. And then Colette.
Minerva taking another jam, back-to-back jams.
Yeah, stamina and just, the training is going to come into it now. It's conditioning. And that's what this is. This is a conditioning drill for the next 9 minutes.
Wayward stay from Lehigh Valley taking a turn on the jam line. Earns lead jammer. Sounds like she has some fans. Oh, she got called for a track cut. Jam ref Wackapath was right on top of that play, made a good call. Skate just kind of slipped out of bounds and couldn't stay in. This was power jam for the Rock and Roller Queens.
An opportunity to stretch that lead out now with 8 minutes to go and some change. 2:29.76. So Lehigh Valley's definitely cutting in. Question is time. Verbuha down to her knees in turn number 4. Back up again, back down just past the jammer stripe. Bang, 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 bang. The bigger bodies are going to pay a toll now. I'll tell you what, and that's, again, just another piece of the picture here. Those bigger bodies now are going to start to take their toll on some of these quicker, smaller rock and roller queens that are going to, again, have to take so much more track time, pulling double and triple shifts. 4 points on that pass, and another Lehigh Valley penalty coming.
What you said it, Pasta. The 2 passes ago, the rock and roller queen jammer was just getting knocked around on turn 1 like a pinball, but didn't stop her. She pushed on through and picked up some points.
Oh, man.
Oh, look at the footwork.
Back block penalty coming. That one's going to go against Razor Ramona. She'll take a seat. Pretty clean most of the way through. Haven't called the name of a whole bunch. MJ Slammer took the penalty, or excuse me, took the panty on the star pass, came back around, came into contact with a big red jersey. Couldn't tell you the number, couldn't catch it from this side of the track, but it was a big one. It was a big, nasty hit that forced her out of play and brought her right back around. But, you know, earlier on, when you're skating 11 on 20, you take a hit, you keep on moving. Now, all of a sudden, you're skating for your second jam in a row, and all of a sudden you get hit, and you get hit again. It's like, oh, man, okay.
The hits are bigger.
Yeah. I mean, even the same size hit feels a whole lot worse. Lead jammer status once again. Listen, give it to them.
That is tease.
Tip your hat to this Rock and Roller Queens team who is facing all kinds of diversity. Tease comes in and says, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let me grab the lead jammer status. Let's knock some more time off the clock.
And as much as we were impressed by Lucky Ale, Tease certainly has had a good game as well.
And has stepped it up since the departure of Lucky Ale as well. So, you know, listen, deep in a short bench. I don't know how you do it.
And Colette Funk is back. She got her skate issue taken care of, so that's one skater back available to the Rock and Roller Queens.
And good to see that. And you heard the lady 5 seconds, so let's do it again. Christy Winkler on the line, all the way back at the back, is going to be
more discos.
Oh, there you go, more discos.
And also doing that lining up way off the jam line in sniper positions, but doesn't do her any good. Christine Winkler, your lead jammer for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls. Someone getting called for a forearm.
Yeah, that forearm's going to go against more discos. Lead jammer goes down, and so now we're going to go the way. Opportunity here for Christy Winkler to put some points on the board.
Winkler turns on the jet, saw just a little bit of daylight right there in turn 4 and hit it hard. And she's awarded with 5, excuse me.
Oh, missed the call there. No pack call. An opportunity there for Christy Winkler. Didn't hear the call and didn't escape on the outside or the inside line. Had a clear shot when that no pack call was made, but didn't quite hear it. Didn't take much more than another half a second for her to find her way through. Hop, skip, and a jump, and the panty pass is complete. MJ Slammer takes the panty and goes outside line all the way through. Oh! Yeah, there's a whistle coming on that. Yeah, you better believe it. That's a quick. Oh! MJ's going to get called for that one. And
yeah, you could have predicted that was going to happen. We have an official review being requested.
Listen, I don't wear black and white for a reason. I don't want to be involved in making calls like that. But I think even I might have caught that one. I'm not sure. We'll see how it comes out. Listen, like I said, we don't get to make those things. We just see what we think we saw over here.
I let the ladies and the gentlemen of the black and white stripes handle these kind of.
Have you seen the actual lineup for the officials this week?
No, I have not.
You got to take a look. I mean, we've got some of the best officials in all of roller derby here. I mean, some really, really solid referees and officials all the way through. And the NSOs, how about, listen, hang on, wait, watch this. You remember that always be pandering thing?
Oh, I
remember
love
I said that earlier? Watch
Oh.
this. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you here in Fort Lauderdale with us, how about a nice, big, healthy round of applause for all of our non-skating officials?
Thank you.
We love you. We love you. We love you. We appreciate everything you guys do. You're awesome. You're amazing. And we're glad we don't have to do it because it's a hard doggone job that we don't want to have to do. Run our gums. That's all.
And Pasta, this is something that I always say when I announce bouts back home for the Acadiana Roller Girls. We love our NSOs. They're the ones that keep stats, keep track of penalties. Without the NSOs, it would just be 10 girls on the track fighting. And that would be entertaining, but
I'd pay to see it.
It wouldn't be roller derby. So we love our NSOs.
Rules were meant to be kept?
Oh yeah.
Rules? Anyway.
They're the keepers of the rules.
Yeah, well, they keep us all straight on the track and do what they're supposed to do, which is a good thing. But anyway, big hand for them. We love our NSOs. We love all of our officials, skating and non-skating, and, of course, all of our first responders. Couldn't do it without them. And we couldn't do it without a couple of other people, too, Albie. Who else could we not do it without, my friend?
You know what? There's a lot of people that we couldn't do out with. But, if you don't have stuff to skate with, if you don't have the proper equipment, then as a skater, it's kind of hard to do. We wouldn't have anything to say if everybody had bad gear. And that's why 5-second skate gear comes in. Is somebody you really want to talk to. Those of you in-house can stop by, but those of you out in the Derbyverse, go to 5secondskategear.com for custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you, whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave. Stop by 5-Second Skate Gear or 5secondskategear.com.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and get the answers to all of the questions here in just a second. We've got our announcer ref coming on over to the table to talk us through exactly what the heck just happened and what the official review is all about, as well as what the answer will be. Stash Merkin will give you that in just a minute.
Well, it seems that Lehigh Valley was asking for a low block call, which our referee said no. Was not overturned, so play stands as called, and we are ready to get back to action. Erskigall.
So 3-on-4 opportunity for her.
And she actually lined up on the jam line. Did you see that?
I did. Well, and she has. I mean, a little bit taller. Mm-hmm. Sees the field a little bit differently, perhaps. And again, we're just speculating as to the strategy behind it, or if it's just personal preference. But
yeah, I do not know any of these players, so I have absolutely no clue. But kind of fun to watch the behaviors and how they line up and how they do things, and wonder if there's a specific reason for it.
Forearm penalty being called, I believe. We'll see where the call's coming. Killebrew pointing. That one's going to go against Minerva, so she'll take a seat.
Oh, that's a grand slam last pass for Erskigall. She's looking for more, trying to get around the tenacious Lehigh Valley 3-wall. They finally have to let her go. And another grand slam for Erskigall.
That was going to get called off right there. Forced out of play on the inside line, the outside line by Lynn Diesel, and forced that call off as Sniper was coming in from the back end looking for an opportunity to grab a couple points. So hit it and quit it opportunity. Get it, call it, and give it away.
Hit it and quit it. Coming up on the jam line is Burbuha.
And look at this. Wayward Stay making her first journey.
She's looking very resolute, all ready to go.
Shoulders up to the line with an opportunity to break on through. Nice move. Look at that. Outside, inside, outside again. The only thing that kind of soiled that one was she fell down at the back end.
But not
able
before,
to get back in.
But not before she earned lead jammer.
Well, Colette Funk was giving chase, trying to rein her back in, but had to get the heck out of Dodge after committing a penalty. So opportunity here, brought down inside. She'll call it off. Oh, hang on. Let's take a look at the numbers. Saw them go up, and then they came back down. Now they go back up again. 3 points on the back end of that one for Buha, who was able to hop, skip, and jump her way over the apex and into 3 points.
And well, shout out to Eric Skigall on that last play. Made some good defensive blocking plays. Right, and she was thoughtful enough to do it right here in front of us at the announcers table. And this is following on the heels of 1 or 2 very successful jams.
Anya Ash and Tees jamming for each of their respective teams, and a big 3-wall in the back, red, 4-wall up front, black. Both jammers locked in tight. A whistle blows. Multiplayer block penalty coming. That's going to go against Rock and Roller Queens. We'll catch you a number in 30 seconds here. As she comes back around, lead jammer status is going to go the other direction. Minerva called on that multiplayer block. Lead jammer status, however, in control by the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls, and once again, Anya Ash. Anya goes down in turn number 1, back up, hops into the play again. Tees trying to force the issue. Nice job there, forced out of play, and she'll call it off from there. A forearm penalty being called on Black at the end of that one, I believe. No, I take it back. Nope, take that back. That's going to go against Gatto. She'll take a seat. And a timeout called by Lehigh Valley. And look at this.
8 seconds left on the clock. Your score, Rock and Roller Queens 265, Lehigh Valley 102.
They're going to put an extra second on the clock, bring it back to 9 seconds to play, and only 163 points. Now, we have seen a 35-point jam earlier.
That we did. But
the look on your
that we did, but 165-point
Yeah,
jam. I don't. I'm not looking for
what's
that.
your point, Pastor Mike? I'm not really sure.
Yes.
Don't really have one, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm just making comments because I can. Oh my God! Hey, listen, it's been a good one. We've got an entire week full of amazing action all the way through Sunday late afternoon. So if you're here in the arena with us, by all means, grab a look. Make sure you know who's who in the zoo and when they're playing, and get there for your early, that early seating for your favorite matchups. And those of you watching from home, make sure and check out the website. You know where it is.
WFTDA.tv. And seriously, if you don't get enough roller derby this weekend, there is something wrong with you.
Well, and and it's great derby because it's teams that we don't always get to see.
I had never seen Rock and Roller Queens, and I was quite impressed with them in this bout. Lehigh Valley, good solid blocking.
That was nasty. No penalty, no harm, no foul, but man, oh man, big hit. Turn number 2. And they are banging for the last 9 seconds. I'm telling you, neither one of these teams is willing to give an inch. 5-point pass. Both jammers now out and about. Sorry about that.
That's Eric Skigall. Another grand slam. Showing herself to be a good two-way player. Getting a heavy rotation on the jam line and also throwing the block.
Well, she calls off that jam and pumps her fist in the air a couple times. Says, that's it. We got this, and call it right there. So that's it. Stash, it's been a pleasure. It's been awesome. We're going to talk for a few more seconds about what we saw, what we're going to see. But in the meantime, this one in the unofficial final bracket, Rock and Roller Queens take this one 272 to 102 over the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls. So huge congratulations to both teams. And man, oh man, that was a good one.
Good hard-hitting game on the Lehigh side. Fast, furious action on the Rock and Roller Queens side. I mean, a little something for everyone in this bout.
Truly, you saw everything. I mean, Lehigh Valley mounting a little bit of a comeback there in the end. Again, we saw injuries. We saw trucks breaking. We saw foul outs. I mean, just about everything. If you wouldn't mind, what do you say one time, a great big round of applause for those of you here in the arena for the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia. I suspect they might have picked up a fan or two here in Florida this week already.
I think they may well. I think they may well have.
I know I'll be keeping an eye.
That's it. I had not seen this team before. Quite impressed. And then, like you said, this is one of the great things about these tournaments. I never got a call to game for the team from Bogota, Colombia.
And how about Minerva at the end of that one, waving to the announcers, saying thank you, we appreciate that. Once again, for those in attendance, how about a nice big round of applause for the Lehigh Valley Roller Girl All-Stars from Schnicksville, PA.
Lehigh.
Everybody at home can clap too.
Yeah. Lehigh Valley putting up some good defense. Just could not stand up to the high-octane agility of the Rock and Roller Queens.
That's it. Albie, tell me a little bit about what's coming up next, brother.
All right, the next bout right here on this track will be Gold Coast Derby Girls versus Carolina. By the way, Gold Coast, you take the... Apparently not. We were told to tell Gold Coast to take the track, but Carolina is. So anyway, Gold Coast and Carolina will be right here on track D at 3 o'clock. For those of you out in the Derbyverse still itching for some Derby, switch over to the other track right now as the Alamo City Roller Girls are taking on the Red Stick Roller Derby. That's Alamo City and Red Stick over on track C right now. But come back here at 3 o'clock and watch Gold Coast and the Carolina Roller Girls.
And whatever you do, don't ask Q to buy you 2 hot dogs. She'll buy you 1. She will not buy you 2. I've tried. It's a whole thing. I'm Pat Dash Merkin, and my boy Albie Dam will be out. Check you next time.
Cyberspice, please report to the scorekeeper's table. Cyberspice, please report to the scorekeeper's table. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to track number 1. Our next game is going to be the Carolina Roller Girls in black going up against the Gold Coast Derby Girls in red. I am Darth Paul.
I'm Bulldog.
And joining us to do the announcing of paying bills.
I am Wilhelm Scream.
Excellent. All right, so a quick disclaimer here. Gold Coast Derby Girls are my home team. And also, my cousin, Celia Fate, was a founding member of the Carolina Roller Girls, so I have the dirt on both of these teams. Right now, ranking stands, Carolina's at 72. Gold Coast Derby Girls is at 86. Based on rankings alone, it should be a close bout. We're super excited to get things started. We got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to game time. So far here at Beach Brawl 2015, we've had a lot of interesting roller derby action, especially here on track number 1. We've seen 2 international teams win. We got a couple of locals. If by local I mean coming from the United States here. So the international victory parade will stop now. So
I think that we have 2 more days of international victory parades coming up.
Absolutely. But I'm just saying,
for the record.
Strictly speaking, track 1. Track 1 has been the international showcase of roller derby thus far.
Yeah. But some U.S. teams might win also, I think.
Well, we're going to start that trend right now.
This one, there's nearly a 100% chance that a team from the U.S. will win this game.
I'm going to say slightly more than 100% chance.
Okay, so
100%
plus or minus 2% as an error factor.
Yes, yes. The sample size is, always. Want to welcome everybody who has joined in online, WFTDA.tv. Thanks for watching Beach Brawl 2015. Hope you've been getting your money's worth, considering it's free. We're going to have 2 more days, well, actually 2.5 more days of roller derby action coming to you. So be sure to just keep your web browser right where it is, and you can keep watching. For Gold Coast Derby Girls today, we're going to have number 0, Sookie Skankhouse, number 000, Bitchin' and Rollin', number 10, Dr. Ruthless, number 117, Reverse Cowgirl, number 1337, Bandita, number 17, Jess Business, number 3024, Freakarella, number 412, Crazy Yinzer, number 422, Annihilating Annie, number 5, Barbed Wire Gordon, 51, Little Scrap, 79, Gwyneth Falthrow, 88, Lucy Lunatic, number 9, Kitten Not Submittin'.
And for the Carolina Roller Girls, out of Charleston, South Carolina, in the black with white trim. What? Raleigh. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry, Raleigh. Raleigh in North Carolina. Oh, my goodness. I was talking about a completely
You are a
different
crazy
team.
person.
I am a crazy person. You know what?
Crazy Yinzer's
I was looking at the wrong sheet of paper, but now I'm looking at the right sheet of paper. We've got Crazy Yinzer jamming for. I'm gonna guess
Gold
it's
Coast.
from Gold Coast,
Yeah,
right?
and
they're from somewhere in Florida.
Yeah, Ginger Clobbers is going to be cooking things up for the Carolina Roller Girls.
I was doing a thing.
Crazy Yinzer's way out in front. Oh, but she just got knocked down.
Ginger Clobbers fights her way past Jess Business. The last line of defense for Gold Coast gets lead jammer in the first jam, but Crazy Yinzer is going to get out as well, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, Crazy Yinzer got hit by a blocker that was no longer in play. You want to finish up that roster call?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
There you go.
Yeah, we've got number 10, The Antichrist. Number 121, Electrocution. Number 1492, Princess America. Number 185, Slingin' Grits. Number 2, Diesel. Number 301, Dot Bomber. Number 313, Jojo Gadget. Number 33, Grim Carey. Number 42, Ava Gore. Number 609, Merciless. Number 7, Aurora Thunder. Number 750, Fanny Pack-a-Punch. Number 86, Ginger Clobbers. And number 88, The Ish. Fanny Pack-a-Punch jamming for the Carolina Roller Girls. Going against Bitchin' and Rollin' of Gold Coast.
Yeah, and Ava Gore cycles Bitchin' and Rollin' all the way to the back of the pack. And she's going to have to go there again. This is a thin pack, stretched, bridged all the way around turns 1 and 2.
Annihilating Annie working together with Reverse Cowgirl, but Fanny Pack-a-Punch able to get through. Completes.
Bitchin' and Rollin' is having a hard time staying on the track right now. She is being recycled to the back of the pack once again, as Pack-a-Punch has packed a punch of 5 points for Carolina.
Second scoring pass for Fanny Pack-a-Punch. Second potential lap point. Wide open inside lane, courtesy of Sookie's Skank House, Reverse Cowgirl, and Barbed Wire Gordon. That's another grand slam, and here comes Fanny Pack-a-Punch sliding off a shoulder check from Reverse Cowgirl, and that's the only Gold Coast skater making contact. Yet another grand slam for Carolina.
And that was Slingin' Grits, slinging a big hit on the panty pass. The panty that was passed to Barbed Wire Gordon, who is now the jammer for Gold Coast. She has just made her initial pass for Gold Coast. Now she's got the star on her helmet. Not before Carolina does. 20 points worth of damage.
Well, it was 18 for the jam plus the 2 points in the first jam, so that's 20 points total for Carolina out of Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes. You're going to do that every jam, aren't you? Until Gwyneth Falthrow on the jammer line for Gold Coast. She's going to be going up against Ginger Clobbers. Oh, and a big hit from number 10, Deanne T. Christ on Gwyneth Falthrow.
Ginger Clobbers getting locked up by Gold Coast, and there goes Gwyneth Falthrow with lead jammer for the first time for Gold Coast. And that was almost a judo move from Grim Carey taking down Gwyneth Falthrow, but that was deemed a low block. Gwyneth Falthrow getting away from the Antichrist, and a grand slam for Gold Coast. They are on the board.
And that is going to be Gwyneth Falthrow circling around for her second scoring pass now, as Ginger Clobbers is through for her initial pass. Gwyneth is going to try to take a look at what the situation is and does call it off before any points are scored by Carolina, and she picks up 2 at the tail end. So that's a total of 7 for Gold Coast, setting the score at 20-7 in favor of Carolina. We're going to have Crazy Yinzer on the jammer line for Gold Coast going up against Fanny Pack-a-Punch.
And we're going to tick down to about 25 and a half minutes remaining in the first period.
Fanny Pack-a-Punch is fun to say.
It's got rhythm, or
yes.
It's a staccato feel to it.
Rolls off the tongue.
And she rolls off a hip check just as you say that, but still held in the back by Bandita. Actually, a triple team.
Gold Coast Derby Girls doing a good job out in front with Bandita and Dr. Ruthless holding her up right now, and Annihilating Annie waiting way out in front to see if she can she breaks through. Oh.
Crazy Yinzer counter checks Ava Gore to the ground and then just brushes off a fast shoulder check from the Antichrist to get out of the pack. That is her initial pass, and she is lead jammer now on her first scoring pass.
Yeah, and she's going to go ahead and call it off as she gets knocked out of bounds.
She was shoveled to the ground by
I believe
a hip
3
check
points.
from
The thumb
Antichrist.
is out, so that's 3 points. Yeah. No, it's okay. So it's going to set the score at 20-10. 20-10 in favor of Carolina. And we've got Barbed Wire Gordon on the jammer line for Gold Coast. Going up against the Ish.
4-on-3 pack advantage for Gold Coast. JoJo Gadget in the penalty box for Carolina.
And that is Barbed Wire Gordon working the inside, now trying to find something on the outside as the Ish is being recycled to the back of the pack by Freakarella and Sookie Skankhouse.
Grim Carey and the Antichrist putting up a fight. Barbed Wire Gordon almost knocked out of bounds, just stays in by her toe stops. And that was enough to draw the Antichrist to the back briefly, thinking that she had knocked her out. But this time, she gets Barbed Wire Gordon out of bounds, and she must recycle. And that now, with JoJo Gadget returning to the back, both teams at full strength.
Both teams doing a great job of blocking on this particular jam, as that's Reverse Cowgirl and Bitchin' and Rollin' out in front for Gold Coast. They are going to have to let her go, however, and that's going to be an out-of-play blocking for Bitchin' and Rollin', as Barbed Wire Gordon is through on her initial pass.
A lot of work, but finally Barbed Wire Gordon is out, but not yet in scoring position. The Ish hitting the pack. Just going to get a partial, but she calls it off. Nothing for Gold Coast. 3 points for Carolina. That puts them at 23. Gold Coast at 10, and we're going to tick below 23 minutes in the first half.
And we've got Gwyneth Falthrow on the jammer line going up against Ginger Clobbers for Carolina. Gwyneth Falthrow starting way behind the line, probably looking to get a little bit of a rolling start here, I'd guess. Or not. Just surveying the field. It's going to be a little bit of a push and shoving match right now as Gwyneth Falthrow's working with the Carolina blocker pack in the back, and Ginger Clobbers gets clobbered herself, knocked out and down, and she is going to be called for a cut the track. So we have our first power jam going to the Gold Coast Derby Girls and Gwyneth Falthrow, who is our lead jammer.
She just rode out a hip check from Ava Gore of Carolina, the last line of defense. Now hits the pack on her first scoring pass, immediately rammed by Diesel, but she slides to the inside, gets up to the front guard. Little help from Annihilating Annie, but Slingin' Grits taking her to the ground out of turn 4.
Slingin' Grits did the work there and knocks her, and she is going to have to recycle all the way to the back. And that is going to be another penalty on Bitchin' and Rolling, as Bitchin' and Rolling is sent to the penalty box. And
3
3
points.
points. Yep. They're going to set the score at 23-13, as we're going to have a power start for Gold Coast. It's going to be Crazy Yinzer going for Gold Coast.
Ginger Clobbers, of course, standing in the penalty box before the first whistle. Diesel also in the penalty box. Only 3 blockers waiting for Crazy Yinzer as she starts the jam. Runs into Electrocution. Carey, thank you.
Yep, Grim Carey holding her up too. As Ginger Clobbers has to get all the way behind Bandita, that gives the opportunity for Crazy Yinzer. Hoy, she is through for lead jam.
First scoring pass for Gold Coast. It's going to be a short one. She's going to just dip into the pack. But she will get 3 of a potential. Was that? Well, it's not clear if that was a potential 4 or 5 points, actually.
Well, it would have been 4, but 3 points, and she got them. So it's going to set the score at 23-16. It's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch going up against Barbed Wire Gordon. Oh, Barbed Wire Gordon gets knocked out by Grits. She's getting recycled to the back. And that is going to be Pack-a-Punch, packing the lead jam status as Barbed Wire Gordon is through.
First scoring pass, fanny pack a bunch is just going to get through the rear guard, but gets a ghost point for Kitten not submitting. So 2 points for Carolina.
Let's
nothing
pay
for Go.
some bills.
Beach Brawl is brought to you by 5 Second Skate Gear, custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you, whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave. Check out 5secondskategear.com.
And we're off once again. It's going to be Reverse Cowgirl jamming for the Gold Coast for the first time. She's going up against the Ish. And the Ish is knocked out of bounds on the inside by Bitchin' and Rollin'. And they've bridged all the way back to the former pivot line. Is it still called the pivot line? I don't know. And it's going to be Reverse Cowgirl as our lead jammer. Oh, and she is through. A nifty move on the outside gives her 5 points. A grand slam the old-fashioned way. She earned it. Oh, and the inside door was left wide open as Reverse Cowgirl gets another 5 points. And the Ish makes her way through for her initial pass.
Star pass for Carolina to Grim Carey. She completed her initial pass and followed Reverse Cowgirl into the pack and will snip 2 points off the rear of the pack. However, 3 points in that last scoring pass for Gold Coast, so a 13-2 jam favoring Gold Coast. And that is actually a lead change, our first lead change of the game.
The first lead change of track 1, I believe, quite frankly. So we're going to have Ginger Clobbers going up against Gwyneth Falthrow. Gold Coast has a 5-4 lead jammer advantage right now, and it's showing on the scoreboard with a 2-point lead.
Ginger Clobbers with a quick move to the outside, gets picked up by Suki Skankhouse, but fends off a shoulder check, gets out for lead, but she is followed by Gwyneth Falthrow, both jammers moving into their first scoring pass.
And it is going to be Ginger Clobbers scoring some points, looking to call it off, and she does. She was frustrated with that because she was hoping to get an earlier whistle, but no harm, no foul. 2 points for Carolina, 0 for Gold Coast. So that's going to get our first tie since 0-0, 29-29, as Diesel is going to be jamming for Carolina, going up against Crazy Yinzer.
5-on-5 pack to start the jam. Diesel taking a cautious approach to the pack. Crazy Yinzer diving right in, but shoved out of bounds by the Antichrist. Drawn back all the way around turn 4 by Electrocution, while Diesel off to the races with lead jammer. Now hits the pack on her first scoring pass and lapping Crazy Yinzer. Potential 5-point pass, but she's clobbered by Lucy Lunatic. Picks herself back up, comes back in clean to the outside, but this time it's Lil Scrap teaming up with Bitchin' and Rollin' that gets Diesel out of bounds. But still, she is a full lap ahead of Crazy Yinzer, still on her initial pass.
Yeah, the blockers right now being led by number 121, Electrocution. Renee is in the house as Electrocution is holding up Crazy Yinzer. However, Gold Coast did their job, frustrated the jammer just long enough to make her want to call it off, picks up 3 points. Hey, let's pay some bills.
If you're frustrated and gritting your teeth, try Sisu mouth guards, an astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped hunk of technology, revolutionizing mouth guards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouth guard. That's Sisu mouth guards.
Another 5-on-5 jam. Reverse Cowgirl taking the star for Gold Coast, going against Ava Gore, first time on the jammer line in this game for Carolina. Carolina in the black, Gold Coast in the red.
Yeah, Ava Gore from my hometown, Erie, Pennsylvania. You got to be quick if you're going to get one by Ava Gore.
Just business, trying desperately, weaving back and forth in front of Ava Gore, but Ava Gore just juking, counter-juking, I guess. I think that might actually be a real thing. But
sure.
Able to complete the pass for lead jammer. Now on a scoring pass, just barely stays in bounds after a shoulder check from Freakarella completes the pass for a grand slam.
Yeah, Annihilating Annie not able to get a hit on her as she went by, as a reverse cowgirl is through for her initial pass. Ava Gore going for some more points, and she is through, and she is calling it off. 4 more points as Carolina takes a 41-29 lead. It's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch on the jammer line for Carolina going up against Gwyneth Falthrow.
Yeah, counter juke. That's actually a word, right?
Sure. Absolutely.
I'm sure it
yes.
is.
If you can juke, you can counter juke. Any action there can be a counter reaction, so why not?
It is decided then. 4-on-3 pack advantage for Carolina.
I'll get the people from Webster's on the line and let them know.
Thank you very much.
Gwyneth Falthrow trying to push her way, work her way through this tight Carolina pack. Oh, and that she's not. Oh, she stays inbounds, keeps her feet. However, that is not good enough to prevent Fanny Pack-a-Punch from getting lead jammer for Carolina. And Gwyneth Falthrow counter jukes. Oh, that's going to be cut the track on Gwyneth Falthrow. Textbook cut the track.
Fanny Pack-a-Punch has to reel way back to avoid the cut, but now up at the front and slides right between Sookie's Skankhouse and Lucy Lunatic to complete the scoring pass. That's a grand slam.
And the power jam is on for Fanny Pack-a-Punch.
Second scoring pass for Carolina.
And this one is going to be... Oh, we got a low block on Freakarella for Gold Coast as Fanny Pack-a-Punch picks up 5 in the sky. Grand slam, power jam, wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Back at full strength, 4-on-4. Still a power jam. I spoke to Freakarella was in transit to the penalty box.
And now it is
there
going
goes
to be
Bandita.
Yep,
Set that in sync.
Absolutely. Bandita being sent as well as Fanny Pack-a-Punch packs up 5 more points for Carolina.
Another scoring pass for Carolina. Rams her shoulder into Lucy Lunatic. Avoids Suki Skankhouse, and Lucy Lunatic is going to get a penalty. But that right now, well, there will be a seat open. So right now, only one skater on the track, all by her lonesome for Gold Coast. That is Suki Skankhouse. Suki Skankhouse, though, makes contact, stops Fanny Pack-a-Punch in her tracks. And actually, excellent effort by the lone survivor of Gold Coast. But Fanny Pack-a-Punch still gets the grand slam. It is 25 points for Carolina.
And Barely Human, the coach for Gold Coast, is calling a timeout. I'm going to hand the mic over for some bill paying.
Beach Brawl is proudly sponsored by Nestle. Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, includes physical activity. Whether you can hardly roller skate or are a roller derby champ, it's important to refuel your body post-workout. Recover right with the Nesquik. Nesquik contains 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D, and absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Not to mention, it tastes delicious. Come check out the Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample at Beach Brawl 2015. While you're taking care of your body, take care of your gear. Check out Green Monster Roller Sports. Boots, laces, equipment bags, all of them are available with Green Monster. That's GRNMSTR.com.
All right. Well, Carolina is on a tear. They've outscored Gold Coast 39-0 over the last 4 jams. Gold Coast is going to send Bitchin' and Rollin' onto the jammer line to help stem the tide a little bit.
But they have 2 skaters in the penalty box. Carolina with 1, so a 3-on-2 pack advantage for the ladies in black. That was the first timeout used by Gold Coast. They have 2 remaining. Carolina still has all 3. Both teams have their official review.
Ginger Clobber's trying to work her way around the blockers out in front for Gold Coast, as Bitchin' and Rollin' is trying to do the same towards the back against Carolina. That is Ginger Clobbers as our lead jammer.
Bitchin' and Rollin' knocked out by Merciless, but finds the inside lane pass. Slinging Grits and Dot Bomber completes the initial pass, does not give up the jammer point, but Ginger Clobbers is going to break free of the pack on a scoring pass. 4 points Carolina.
Take your 4 points and go home, lady. It's going to be Ava Gore on the jammer line once again for Carolina. She'll be going up against Reverse Cowgirl for Gold Coast.
Just a little over 10 minutes remaining in the first period. Score 29 for Gold Coast, 70 for Carolina Roller Girls.
Yeah, 41-point lead.
Out of Raleigh, North Carolina.
That is an accurate statement, sir. Accurate statement indeed. Ava Gore way out in front, and she's just got one blocker left to get by, and she does so. Sheds the block from Kitten Not Submitting as she makes her way through for lead jammer. Reverse Cowgirl trying to reverse the trend for Gold Coast. However, she is stuck way in the back right now, still trying to make her initial pass. She is through as Ava Gore is trying to score some points.
Ava Gore goes ahead and calls off the jam, seeing Reverse Cowgirl coming up on the pack. She's first rule, don't let the other team score. That's going to be 3 points for Carolina and, of course, 0 Gold Coast.
And it's going to be Diesel on the jammer line for Carolina going up against Gwyneth Falthrow for Gold Coast. Couple of jammers starting off of the jammer line, surveying the territory. That was enough to get Gwyneth to decide to work her way up there. Oh, and Diesel's powering her way through for lead jammer. Oh, that was just down and dirty derby right there as she just shot right through the middle of the pack.
Gwyneth foul throw gets by the Antichrist, but that blur of black next to her, that was Diesel lapping her for a grand slam. But Diesel just ducks under a hip check from Crazy Yinzer and slides right by Dr. Ruthless of Gold Coast. She's going to get that second scoring pass. 9 points total for Carolina.
Paying the bills.
Your skates were expensive and they're valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? Derby Vixen makes each toe guard by hand with a care and precision you can't find anywhere else. Check out her shop at www.derbyvixen.etsy.com or on Facebook and Twitter. Standard designs are always available and custom orders are welcome. Made by a skater for skaters.
Ginger Clobbers jamming for Carolina against Bitchin' and Rollin', number 000 of Gold Coast. Empty penalty box, so we got 5 on 4.
And Bitchin' and Rollin' is trying to work the middle, not finding any kind of space in this stout Carolina blocking wall, as she does finally able to squirt her way around the inside, and she is through, but not the lead jammer. I'm sorry. She's trying to catch up as she watches Ginger Clobbers throw up 4 points for Carolina. It's going to be the Ish on the jammer line for Carolina going up against Barbed Wire Gordon for Gold Coast. Carolina has taken control of this match. It stands at 86-29. Since Gold Coast had a 29-27 lead, the Carolina has thrown up 59 points to take a 57-point lead as Barbed Wire Gordon is trying to work her way through in the back, and the Ish is called on a block in the back, and that's just what the doctor ordered for Gold Coast as Barbed Wire Gordon is through for the lead jam on the Power Jam.
4-on-4 pack, though, greets Barbed Wire Gordon. She immediately gets slammed by the Antichrist, but stays in bounds, stays upright, finds the outside lane. Just business trying to open up the outside lane, but Slinging Grits shuts it down. Barb Gordon knocked to her knees by Ava Gordon and Dot Bombers. I think the Antichrist might have helped out a little bit as well. But it will call off the jam while the Ish still in the penalty box and picks up a grand slam.
And that was the first points for Gold Coast in 8 jams. They're going to go ahead and give Gwyneth Falthrow the opportunity at the power start as the Ish is still serving the end of her black on the back penalty.
That means that Gwyneth Falthrow has at least 10 seconds to get lead jammer before the Ish can even contend for it. And considering that Carolina has definitely had the edge in lead jammer, that's could work in their favor. However, you know what? I think JoJo Gadget and Electrocution Grim Carey and Princess America have something to say about that. And so far, they are speaking very loudly. Gwyneth, foul throw, knocked to the back of the pack, and the Ish now trading blows with Freakarella at the front of the pack. She's helped out now by all of the Gold Coast skaters. I almost said warriors.
Well, they are warriors. And that was Crazy Inzer taking a tumble with the Ish, but the Ish is down. On the inside, when the Ish and Crazy Inzer took a tumble, it looked like Crazy Inzer landed on top of her. I'm guessing probably landed on top of her upper chest, maybe the throat area, and that appears to be what the issue is.
But she is being attended to by our volunteer medics. Very happy and proud to have them here this weekend.
And she's back up.
The Ish, number 88 of the Carolina Roller Girls. On a technical note, the jam was called due to that injury. Therefore, the Ish will not be able to skate in the next 3 jams as a safety precaution. And of course, also, she must get cleared by the medical team.
Obviously, any injury to the upper body head area is going to be tended to with extra care and precaution. It's going to be Kitten Not Submitting on the jammer line for Gold Coast, going up against Fanny Pack-a-Punch.
First time jamming for Kitten Not Submitting. 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock as the whistle blows.
Block being called on Lucy Lunatic from Gold Coast Derby Girls, one of their blockers. She'll be spending some time in the penalty box.
Kitten Not Submitting, almost getting out of the pack, but the Antichrist putting a stop to that. And there goes Fanny Pack-a-Punch, moving up the inside lane.
Oh, and a great big leveling hit from the Antichrist on Kitten Not Submitting, sending her sprawling. As Fanny Pack-a-Punch is now on her scoring pass and through for a grand slam. 5 in the sky.
Kitten Not Submitting still facing the onslaught of all 4 Carolina skaters. Not getting much in there at all. Merciless and the Antichrist working the inside lanes while slinging grits. And a skater to be named later. Dot Bomber. No, sorry, Ava Gore. Ava Gore on the outside lane. And Kitten Not Submitting getting nowhere. That ends the jam. Fanny Pack-a-Punch is going to pick up 10 for Carolina.
And at the end of the jam there, that was Annihilating Annie being sent to the penalty box for Gold Coast for a direction of gameplay as a blocker. So Gold Coast is going to be down 1 blocker once again. Their job is going to be to hold Diesel up as much as possible. Diesel is on the jammer line with Crazy Inzer for Gold Coast.
Crazy Inzer with a little bit of a head fake. I think that technically qualifies. But Electrocution and Princess America have her locked up at the back. She tries the outside lane, but JoJo Gadget and Grim Carry are going to hold her there just as well.
Oh, and that is number 140. Yeah, 1492, Princess America taking down her own blocker as she fell. Oh, that's going to be Crazy Yinzer with a multiplayer block as the jammer. Not something you see much, but that's enough to give Diesel the lead jam.
Yeah, that often happens when a jammer attempts to take a whip and then gets a check to the arm, to her arm, therefore making her the multiplayer block recipient.
And I believe we have a cut track being called on Diesel. So she will be sent to the penalty box as well. Will spring Crazy Yinzer, and Crazy Yinzer will have an opportunity at a mini power jam of her own.
But the pack on the opposite side of the track from the penalty box, so both jammers having to take a long roll around to get to the penalty box and to get back into play. Here she is, Crazy Yinzer on her initial pass, slams a shoulder into Electrocution, but Electrocution able to bounce her out of bounds, and she recycles. Back block on Jess Business. That drops Gold Coast down to 3 blockers.
And Crazy Yinzer had some momentum coming out of the block, but just not able to keep it going. Got knocked out of bounds, and now she's still trying to work her initial pass. And she is through. Oh, and that's going to be a block, high block there on Crazy Yinzer.
That is the 3rd jammer penalty we've had so far in this jam. 2 on Crazy Yinzer, 1 on Diesel, but Diesel did complete her penalty before Crazy Yinzer went back. And now Dita getting a penalty just before the end of the jam. And for all of that work, 3 points for Carolina, 0 for Gold Coast.
And it's going to be 3. Okay, I thought maybe that one of the Gold Coast blockers was sent to the penalty box there at the end. It's going to be 3 blockers for Gold Coast. Oh, we got a timeout, Carolina. Carolina calling for a timeout.
This is the first Carolina timeout. Of course, Gold Coast already used 1, so both teams will have 2 timeouts remaining. Neither official review has been used. The clock frozen at 1 minute, 17 seconds remaining in the first half. Gold Coast at 34, Carolina at 99.
Let's pay some bills.
Beach Brawl is probably brought to you by Chicks and Bowls. ChicksandBowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. If you're here in the venue, check the table out. If you're not and you're watching on WFTDA.tv, go to chicksandbowls.com for more information. Also, Bont Skates online at bonts.com. Lighter, stronger, faster, and in the venue Friday and Saturday only. Check out the new Quad Star Skate carbon fiber boots. They're the lightest on the market. Available here in the venue at the Bont tent or at bonts.com.
That timeout transferring into an official review for Gold Coast.
Official review means we get to pay some more bills. Are you ready?
Are you ready at home or in the audience? This is exciting.
Beach Brawl is brought to you by Fester Custom Airbrushing. Custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. Put your imagination to the test. Fester Custom Airbrushing. Also, Sugar and Oats. Online at www.sugarandoats.com. Nina is local to Fort Lauderdale. Certified vegan, cruelty-free, and eco-friendly skincare line. Carefully formulates all products with the purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and cocoa butters, and completely all-natural skin-loving ingredients. At Sugar and Oats, our promise is to stay away from harsh chemicals, parabens, sodium lauryl sulfate, and palm oils because we love our rainforests and the animals that live in them. Also, everything is always cruelty-free, never tested on animals, and always vegan. That's sugarandoats.com.
And I think we were having a push-up contest or a push-up challenge, but only one participant.
Well, I bet she won. I bet she won.
I think She was the winner and the first loser. I don't know. Yeah, but really, that's more of a half. There's still a minute 17 in the half. That's more of a halftime activity, I think.
Well, maybe we can get some halftime entertainment in the middle of the track.
Or an after party.
That's
That's a
even
great
better.
after party
Yes.
thing. Right after the leg wrestling.
So our score stands: Carolina 99, Gold Coast 34. Oh, here's another little fact: Carolina was Gold Coast sponsor league when Gold Coast was on their brief apprenticeship. So so Carolina and Gold Coast facing off for the first time since that apprenticeship time period. So a little bit look back in memory lane for Gold Coast Derby girls. It's going to be Ginger Clobbers on the jammer line for Carolina on the power start. Power start translates itself into a lead jam for Ginger Clobbers.
Ginger Clobbers sliding off a shoulder from Sookie Skankhouse, but then gets knocked down by the push-up champion Barbed Wire Gordon, but stays inbounds and completes the pass for a grand slam.
And Ginger Clobbers getting knocked between Barbed Wire Gordon and Bitchin' and Rollin' as Sookie Skankhouse joins the fun. And a multiplayer block being called on Bitchin' and Rollin'. And it's going to be a penalty on Sookie Skankhouse as well, as Ginger Clobbers and Crazy Yinzer are out of the pack.
Crazy Yinzer in defensive mode. And that calls the jam. No additional points for Carolina. She doesn't make it into range. 10 points total for the jam. And we have a report on that official review.
Yeah, Gold Coast was looking for an insubordination call on top of the track cut call. And after the review, the no penalty stands. So,
well, only one penalty, not two.
Right,
No, the
yes.
insubordination.
The insubordination not being
called.
called. Yeah, they're not tacking on an additional penalty on the jammer there for that. So,
But that brings us to halftime. The score at halftime: Carolina Roller Girls 109 points, Gold Coast Derby Girls at 34. And what do we got? We are going to have 15 minutes of halftime.
we got 15 minutes of halftime. We had a game that was tied at 29-29, and then Carolina just took control, and Gold Coast is going to have to go back and regroup. This is a team that's coming off of a D2 performance last year, so they definitely have some skaters that are aware of what it takes to win and compete. So they're going to have to do everything they can to come back.
And it's 3:40 right now, East Coast time, here at Beach Brawl 2015. And up next on the other track, working concurrently, it will be starting at 4 o'clock. Low Country High Rollers that's what it is. Low Country High Rollers out of Charleston, South Carolina.
What?
They're going to be playing against Nidaros out of Trondheim, Norway. And
Excellent.
at 5 o'clock on this track, after this game, it will be Fort Myers Roller Girls here in Florida.
Yep.
Sunny,
West Coast.
ridiculously sunny Florida,
It's a cooker out there today, ladies and gentlemen.
against Kallio Rolling Rainbow out of Helsinki, Finland. Not ridiculously sunny or warm in any sense of the word.
No,
But they have great coffee.
I'll take your word for it. I haven't been. So Darth Paul, on behalf of myself, Darth Paul,
And Bulldog.
thanks for joining us in the first half. We'll look forward to seeing you in the second half. All right, we are back on track number 1 in the Broward County Convention Center in sunny Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We're watching the Gold Coast Derby Girls from Fort Lauderdale take on the Carolina Roller Girls from Raleigh, North Clackadacky. So far, our score right now is Carolina 109, Gold Coast 34. Lead jams stand in the favor of Carolina 15-6, and that pretty much explains your score difference. Carolina had a 38-8 power jam point differential in their favor. That one jam with 25 points, and that, I don't know, Bulldog, that's pretty tough to come back from.
Well, yeah, but this is a fairly sizable score difference, as you can obviously see. But I mean, there was a 125-point jam, as you said. After that if you factor out that 125-point jam, it's a 50-point difference, and with 9 lead jammers more than Gold Coast, then that more or less, that's basically one scoring pass, maybe occasionally 2 scoring passes that Carolina made before Gold Coast got their jammer out and forced it out. But anyone who's been watching this game knows that it has been a street brawl.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in the pack, it is very, very close.
Very little finesse. Very little finesse. All of the jammers are just busting right through the gut of the packs in order to get through. I haven't seen a single apex, nobody doing pirouettes around the edges. It's just hit a body and hope you get through them.
No, it's been good. It's been good, solid teamwork, but nothing fancy. You're right. We're not seeing ballet out there. We're seeing a good old fashioned street brawl out there.
Absolutely. JoJo Gadget's pig, Eugene, would be proud of her and her team's performance so far. I just made somebody's day, I think. I don't know.
That's right. And I think that she was volunteered by her teammates to be the push-up contestant in the second half. So it begins now. Number 313, JoJo Gadget, will now perform push-ups for your viewing pleasure. You can start. There's no whistle or anything. Just go ahead. No? Well, you can't win if you don't play.
That's right. And in just 1 minute and 30 seconds, Gold Coast is going to be ready to play and hopefully try to do something to reverse the trend that we have seen, which is that Carolina has outscored them 82-5 since the score was 29-27. So, and as far as penalties are concerned, nobody in any dire situation. We got Bitchin' and Rollin' for Gold Coast with 4, and Lucy Lunatic with 3, and JoJo Gadget for Carolina has 3, but nobody's, they're not in the danger zone yet, I would say.
Nobody, only one person halfway to fouling out. So actually fairly low penalty counts or equally spread out across. We also have some lead scorers for Carolina leading the pack for the ladies in black. 55 points for Fanny Pack-a-Punch. Ginger Clobbers comes in next with 22 points for her team. Leading the charge for Gold Coast, 13 points for Reverse Cowgirl in the first half, 10 points for Gwyneth Foulthrow.
And it is that very same Gwyneth Foulthrow on the jammer line for Gold Coast, and she's going to be going up against Ginger Clobbers, who has a lonesome Gold Coast blocker, Lucy Lunatic, on the track right now, as Jess Business is itching to come out of the penalty box. And they're off. And that is Lucy Lunatic giving a shove to Ginger Clobbers as she is through for lead jam. But that is Gwyneth Foulthrow doing her job and hot on the heels of Ginger Clobbers.
Jess Business clips Ginger Clobbers with a shoulder check just as she gets in. Looks back, though, and she will get 3 points. She gets that 1 point on the track for just business because she stayed in bounds long enough to get her hips in front. But Suki, Skankhouse, and Bitchin' and Rollin' were in the penalty box, so that makes it 2 ghost points. 3 points for Carolina in the first jam of the second half.
It's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch going up against Kitten Not Submittin' for Gold Coast.
Kitten Not Submittin' only jammed once for Gold Coast in the first half, so now starting off early in the second. But not going back and forth. Slinging Grits takes her down with a hip check. And up front, we got Fanny Pack-a-Punch, score leader for the game so far with lead jammer.
And the score leader for the game, and so far score leader for this jam as well, as she is through on her initial pass. Give her 5 in the sky, grand slam.
But Kitten Not Submittin' gets out of the pack, completing her initial pass. She gave a 1 jammer a lap point, but not 2. Fanny Pack-a-Punch sliding around her teammate Diesel. Takes a shoulder from Bitchin' and Rollin'. Goes out of bounds, calls off the jam. Not going to let Kitten Not Submittin' get anywhere close. 3 more points makes it 8 for Carolina.
Yeah, 8-0 on that jam after a 3-0 jam. So that's 11 more points onto this lead for Carolina, as Ginger Clobbers is going to be going up against Barbed Wire Gordon. Barbed Wire Gordon on the outside, Ginger Clobbers on the inside. And flip-flop that. Barbed Wire Gordon, it does get knocked out by number 33, Grim Carey, as Ginger Clobbers is also recycled to the back by Annihilating Annie. Barbed Wire Gordon having a hard time in the back with getting around JoJo Gadget.
Ginger Clobbers on 1 skate, staying in bounds after a hip check from Lil Scrap, somehow finding some kind of a counterweight in the air or just waving her arms really, really hard. I don't know what happened, but somehow fought the laws of physics, stayed in bounds, and got back around.
And Ginger Clobbers picks up 2 points. 2 points for Carolina, 0 for the home team, Gold Coast Derby Girls.
But just for staying in bounds that way, I think we're going to order another 2 honorary points in our head.
Sure. Ava Gore is going to be on the jammer line for Carolina.
They don't count for anything, though.
Gwyneth Falthrow. We'll call them ghost points. How's that?
Ghost points.
Mystery points. Scooby points for the mystery gang. How's that? All right.
Okay, we'll come up with something.
Gwyneth Falthrow working her way on the inside, and she is through for lead jammer. Just the second since Gold Coast had a 29-27 lead for second lead jam for Gold Coast. Gwyneth Falthrow's seeing what she can find. She's being held up by Dot and Mercer right now.
Ava Gore looking like she's nursing a little bit of a smart to her possibly lip or something, but manages to come back and will not complete her initial pass. Gold Coast winning with 3 points.
Yeah, she was not happy about whatever transpired there, that's for sure. It's going to be Bandita on the jammer line for the first time for Gold Coast, going up against Diesel. Diesel for Carolina.
Dr. Ruthless in the penalty box for Gold Coast, so 4-on-3 pack advantage for Carolina. Bandita immediately coming across, but Diesel jukes behind her, and Bandita knocked out of bounds by JoJo Gadget, drawn back to the top of turn 4 by Electrocution.
And Diesel is way out in front in our lead jammer as she made quick work of that 3-person pack for Gold Coast, as Bandita is looking for a little bit of daylight of her own. She is through for her initial pass as Diesel takes a spill.
Diesel rolling off a hip check from Kitten Not Submittin', gets up to the front of the pack, but stare down with Annihilating Annie, calls off the jam, will not allow points for Gold Coast. 4 for Carolina.
She gets the full complement of points. It's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch for Carolina going up against Reverse Cowgirl for Gold Coast.
Two skaters in the penalty box for Carolina. That means it's a 4-on-2 pack advantage for Gold Coast.
Oh, a little jammer on jammer love from Cowgirl at the start there.
Reverse Cowgirl running into the two blocker. That's Slinging Grits and the Antichrist, but they are holding the line for Carolina. Reverse Cowgirl has to steer around Crazy Yinzer falling on the track, but does not get out in time. Fanny Pack-a-Punch just edged her out for lead, even though Reverse Cowgirl immediately got in front.
Oh, Reverse Cowgirl's going to get called for a cut track. That was pretty basic right there. And that's going to give Fanny Pack-a-Punch a power jam.
Crazy Yinzer comes up with a shoulder check that almost sends Fanny Pack-a-Punch into the air, but she stays on her feet, pretty much on her feet. I think she touched the ground with her hand, but now on this power jam, first scoring pass. Jess Business and Crazy Yinzer not able to hold back Fanny Pack-a-Punch. In fact, Crazy Yinzer heading to the penalty box. Grand slam on the first pass for Carolina.
Yeah, that was an out-of-play penalty on Crazy Yinzer as Fanny Pack-a-Punch picks up one more power jam pass, 5 points, as Reverse Cowgirl was released and calls it off. That final 5 points makes the score Carolina 136, Gold Coast 37. So Carolina knocking on the door of the century mark for the lead here as Lucy Lunatic sees the jammer line for the first time for Gold Coast going up against Ginger Clobbers.
3-on-2 pack advantage for Carolina. Ginger Clobbers stopped at the front by Suki Skankhouse and opens the door. Suki Skankhouse opening the door for Lucy Lunatic to get up the inside lane and take lead.
And that was bitchin' and rolling, knocking Ginger Clobbers down just as she was about to spring from the pack. And that's going to give Lucy Lunatic a scoring opportunity here as she gets knocked out of bounds, calls it off, picks up the full 4 points for Gold Coast.
And that jam started with 3 blockers sitting. Now it's the same 3 blockers, but they're all standing. So we're going to have 3-on-2 pack advantage for Carolina to start the jam, but that will not last very long. We're going to have an avalanche of blockers coming back onto the track very shortly after the whistle.
And it's going to be Gwyneth Falthrow going up against Diesel. Gwyneth Falthrow starting off the line a little bit to see how the pack works itself out. Oh, and that was... And that's Slinging Grits keeping Gwyneth Falthrow at bay as Diesel motors her way around the track as our lead jammer. And Gwyneth Falthrow is through on her initial pass. Oh, and chalk up 4 points for Diesel. 4 points for Diesel as she calls off the jam.
Crazy going back to the penalty box late in the jam. But she doesn't sit down before the whistle, so she will have a full 30 seconds remaining when the next whistle blows. That was 4 points for Carolina, 0 for Gold Coast. 21 minutes remaining in the game, and Carolina in the lead, 140 to 141.
Yeah, it's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch going up against Barbed Wire Gordon on the jammer line here.
Yeah, I said 140 to 41, I hope.
We got it. We're there. We're with you, my man. Don't worry. We are on top of it. It's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch packing up and taking lead jammer as Barbed Wire Gordon is still trying to find something, anything against these Carolina blockers who have absolutely dominated the Gold Coast jammers so far.
Princess America heading to the penalty box. That makes it a 3-on-3 pack. But there goes Fanny Pack-a-Punch with her first scoring pass. Grand slam for Carolina. Barbed Wire Gordon still on her initial pass for Gold Coast. Runs up to the front. The Antichrist staring her down. Slams a shoulder in, but Barbed Wire Gordon just ricochets off of it. Keeps going, but stopped by electrocution. But now getting lapped again by Fanny Pack-a-Punch.
And it's going to be Crazy Yinzer takes the star from Barbed Wire Gordon. She is now the jammer, but probably a little too late as Fanny Pack-a-Punch tries for one more. And 1 point for Fanny Pack-a-Punch as Crazy Yinzer meets up with the pack, both figurative and every other which way that you could possibly meet up with the pack. It's going to be Little Scrap on the jammer line for Gold Coast for the first time. She's going to be going up against Ginger Clobbers. Right now willing to try anything. to stem the tide of the avalanche of points that Carolina is putting up at the moment.
But Princess America was standing at the first whistle and so now both teams at full strength. Little Scrap muscled out of bounds by Slinging Grits, and up front, Ginger Clobbers gets away from Bitchin' and Rollin' to get lead.
Yeah, and it's going to be that's a big hit from Lucy Lunatic on Clobbers as Lil Scrap works her way to the front of the pack, is trying to get through.
That was Princess America, last-ditch effort holding Lil Scrap in, but finally they run out of room, and the Carolina blockers have to let Lil Scrap through. But that's not a problem for Ginger Clobber. She just calls off the jam, picks up a grand slam.
Yeah. Okay, I've got an injury update. The Ish, who was injured in the first half, is sitting on the bench. So that's nice to see her sitting there. She doesn't have her helmet on, though, but that's okay. It's nice to see that she's in the house, and hopefully she's feeling okay. We've got the Diesel going up against Gwyneth Falthrow.
Yeah, so that's actually a good sign. That probably means she's in good shape, but they are probably just either saving or just for later games this weekend, because there's still 2 days of the Beach Brawl to go.
Yeah.
Diesel getting out for lead jammer in this game. Carolina in the black taking lead. There goes
Gwyneth Falthrow around the outside as she is through for her initial pass. Diesel sees that after getting knocked out and calls off the jam. 2 points. 2 points for Diesel. And it's going to be reverse cowgirl jamming for Gold Coast going up against Fanny Pack-a-Punch.
Just over 17 minutes remaining in the game. Both teams at full strength, 5-on-5. Fanny Pack-a-Punch getting repeated hip checks from Crazy Yinzer, comes across only to run into reverse cowgirl, the Gold Coast jammer. But now forges ahead on the outside lane, but she's met by Crazy Yinzer again, as backed up by Sookie Skankhouse. And then over on the far edge, annihilating Annie. No, sorry, that was Lucy Lunatic and Crazy Yinzer working together with Sookie Skankhouse to get Fanny Pack-a-Punch out of bounds. But she comes back in clean. That was Sookie Skankhouse did not agree with that, but she comes back in clean. Probably an out-of-play situation. But Fanny Pack-a-Punch still on her initial pass due to that tremendous effort by Gold Coast. But there's reverse cowgirl finally getting away from Merciless and picking up 4 for Gold Coast.
Yeah, and Fanny Pack-a-Punch was lead jammer and did not. I don't know if she even realized that her bench was imploring her to call off that jam while reverse cowgirl was scoring points. And that is 5 points. 5 points for Gold Coast as Carolina sits on a 158-46 lead with just over 16 minutes left in the second half.
Yeah, but I credit that triple team of Gold Coast. They were keeping Fanny Pack-a-Punch busy every single second. I don't think she had a chance to even look over at her bench to see them screaming at her. We could see it, but she was on the opposite side, and they were giving her the time.
And that's going to be Bitchin' and Rollin' trying to catch up with Ginger Clobbers, as Ginger Clobbers is our lead jammer. JoJo Gadget knocks out one of the blockers, and that cuts open the inside corner for Ginger as she picks up a certain amount of yet-to-be-determined points.
And the crowd goes wild.
Or perhaps 0, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Dire Wolf is keeping us in suspense as he throws up 4 points for Ginger Clobbers and the Carolina Roller Girls. And we've got a timeout, a team timeout, being called by Carolina. That's an excellent time to pay some bills.
This team timeout brought to you by Women with Pride. At Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative provides education, outreach, and linkage services and programming for the South Florida LBT community. It's Women with Pride. You can find them online at pridecenterflorida.org. Also brought to you by CYN Nightclub, the official after-hours party spot for Beach Brawl. Join us on Sunday night. We're going to be down at CYN Nightclub for the after party for the tournament. It's going to be a crazy time. We've got international teams, got stateside teams, and there's going to be a birdcage drag show, 2-for-1 drinks until midnight. Stop on down. Join us at the after party CYN Nightclub. That is Sunday, June 14th. Also like to thank our sponsor, Passion Parties. Bringing passion to life. Our purpose, our passion. Visit them in the venue or Passion by TLC, yourpassionconsultant.com.
That was a team timeout by Carolina. That was their second timeout. They have 1 remaining. Gold Coast with 2 remaining, and we've got 15 minutes remaining in the game.
And
Diesel out front whizzes past the Gold Coast defense, takes lead.
And Gwyneth Falthrow's got 1 blocker to contend with, but for Carolina, that 1 blocker's been the blocker that's been holding Gold Coast up all day, as the Antichrist was the one doing the damage this time, as Diesel picks up 4 points and calls it off. Doesn't want Gwyneth Falthrow, and they're going to give her that 1 final point for the jammer pass.
Total of 5 for the jam on the Carolina side.
That was the 7th jam in a row that Carolina has had a lead jam. So they're back at their tricks from the first half again, as Sookie Skankhouse on the jammer line for the first time going up against Ginger Clobbers.
Freakarella in the penalty box for Gold Coast. So a 4-on-3 back advantage for Carolina. Sookie Skankhouse trapped in the weeds in the back of the pack from Carolina. But there goes Ginger Clobbers with lead for Carolina. Sookie Skankhouse up to the front. Dodge Carey and Princess America unable to make contact. I believe she was out of play, so wanted to actually avoiding contact.
Oh, we got a cut
allowing
track.
the pass, and that was. But Ginger Clobbers with a cut track. That means it's a power jam for Sookie Skankhouse on her first scoring pass.
Yeah, Ginger Clobbers being sent to the penalty box. So Sookie Skankhouse going to try to see what she can do. She's still working on her initial pass, however. Oh, no, this is her first scoring pass. I apologize. Yes, that's right. She did make her way through. This is her first scoring pass.
But not lead jammer. Ginger Clobbers already clinched it and lost that as soon as she went to the penalty box.
So we're going the full 2 minutes as Sookie Skankhouse picks up 5 points. Looking for a out-of-play call. And as Sookie Skankhouse is making her way through for another... Oh, a misconduct being called on I know, Crazy Yinzer 412, as I'm not sure exactly what she did there for the misconduct.
There were 2 points picked up by Ginger Clobbers on her first scoring pass before getting sent to the penalty box.
We're going to have an official review request by Carolina right now. A lot happening at the tail end of that jam. So we had...
Yeah, well, I saw 2 points. It looked like 2. Sorry, it looked like 2 points. Apologize for that. I haven't seen 2 points on the Carolina Roller Girls, so may have been mistaken about that. But in fact, I think we're still waiting for all of the scores to be updated.
Let's go ahead and pass this over to the reader of bill paying.
I'd like to thank Rollerbones. Wheels, accessories, try before you buy. Ask about the turbo wheels. That is Rollerbones here in the venue. Also, Bodywork by Kelly, massage therapy and kinesio taping. Once again, that is Bodywork by Kelly, proudly sponsoring Beach Brawl 2015.
And that is officially 2 points for Carolina and 2 grand slams for Sookie Skankhouse. But the official review by Carolina, we're being reported on now.
Yeah, basically, Gold Coast Derby Girl jammer Sookie Skankhouse called off the jam. The call-off was accepted, and she was not lead jammer. So that was an illegal procedure penalty on
and
Sookie
yes,
Skankhouse.
She was not being pointed to. Therefore, it was her action that caused the illegal call-off.
Right.
Although the referee also
Yeah,
Instead of
you
100,
you can
instead of
call-
100% of the blame on the referee, it's about 50.
Yes.
50.
Yeah, absolutely. You can try to call it off all day and never get a penalty if it's not actually called off.
Right.
It's just the actual act of trying to call it off and having it called off that leads to the penalty.
And the referee not pointing at you to indicate your lead jammer. Therefore, okay. So, but right back into this jam, we've got Ava Gore sliding off a hip check from Bitchin' and Rollin'. Last
Yes.
line of defense for Gold Coast. She's gonna get that.
And Suki Skankhouse is through for her initial pass after having come out of the penalty box as Ava Gore is trying for her second scoring pass, knocked out by Little Scrap, and that's enough to have her call it off.
Continues to be a slugfest out there. Skaters falling all over, getting knocked down. They're earning those bruises, I think.
Absolutely. Let the bodies hit the floor, as the song says. It's going to be Diesel on the jammer line going up against Reverse Cowgirl.
And that was 13 points for Carolina. 11 minutes remaining in the game. 56 points for Gold Coast, 182 for Carolina.
And they're off. Reverse Cowgirl giving a little jammer on jammer love right off the bat. But trying to work her way through the pack out in front. It's a 3-person pack. We've got a multiplayer block being called on Barbed Wire Gordon, as it's now going to be a 3-person pack for both teams.
But Diesel getting a multiplayer block. That's the second multiplayer block we've seen today. But actually the first one was against Crazy Yinzer of Gold Coast. So I guess that evens the scales. But right now, Reverse Cowgirl with lead and on the power jam.
Yeah, on the power jam, it's going to be Reverse Cowgirl and JoJo Gadget being called for an insubordination on her way out for a penalty. So it's going to be Reverse Cowgirl with the power jam and with fewer blockers than what Carolina would like to deal with the power jam.
First scoring pass on the power jam was 5 points for Reverse Cowgirl. Now just absorbing a shoulder, but not the second one from Grim Gary. That one takes her to the infield, lays her almost flat, and she's got to recycle back to the jammer line. And she calls off the jam, but just as Diesel released from the penalty box, so both teams will field a fresh jammer in the next one.
Yeah, that was 3 points at the tail end for Gold Coast as they send a Little Scrap onto the jammer line going up against Ginger Clobbers. The lead stands at Carolina 182, Gold Coast 64. Little Scrap trying to, the inside get knocked out by the Antichrist right away, as she does find something on the outside that worked for her, though, as she is our lead jammer. Little Scrap scraps her way through as number 86, Ginger Clobbers, is trailing behind. Little Scrap sheds off a block, picks up 4 points for Gold Coast, and calls it off. Hey, take your 4 points and go home, lady.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that was Little Scrap's third time jamming, but first time getting lead jammer.
Yeah, and first time getting points, I believe, as well. Might have been just her second or third. It's going to be Fanny Pack a punch going up against Gwyneth Foul Throw.
Eight and a half minutes remaining in the game as the whistle blows. Gwyneth Foul Throw. Oh, absolutely reversed by a hip check from Grim Carey. I think that was backed up by electrocution.
Yep, not to be confused with electrocroutons, I'm told. So
I don't know what you just said.
that's
but
okay.
I'll take your word for it. Oh,
Fanny Pack a punches through as our lead jammer. Gwyneth Foul Throw still trying to deal with these Carolina blockers on her initial pass, as it's JoJo Gadget coming back from the penalty box with a vengeance, as it's going to be Bitchin' and Rollin' laying the wood on Fanny Pack a punch, as Fanny does pick up her full 5 Grand Slam points, but not a power jam. Oh, Little Scrap's back on the line. It worked last time. Let's try it again. She's going to be going up. She's going to be going up against Diesel. it is not
Ava
Diesel.
Gore,
Ava
number
Gore.
42.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just saw the
she was-
two.
She was leaning way
Yeah.
over, and I couldn't tell either from that angle.
My apologies.
It is Ava Gore jamming for Carolina. She got recycled. Now up to the front, and now just funneled right through the pack by her teammates. Dot Bomber heading to the penalty box. That's going to even up the pack to 3-on-3. Little scrap knocked out of bounds by D Antichrist.
And now it's going to be Slinging Grits laying some wood on her as well. The Antichrist and Mersa are way out in front, but they have to let her go. She is through for initial pass as Ava Gore is racking up some points for Carolina. Oh, great big hit from Annihilating Annie. Forces her to call off the jam, but not before picking up 4 points. Let's pay some bills.
Check out Origami Owl at hollydressin.origamiOwl.com. A percentage of every purchase supports local roller derby. This weekend is 20%. Speaking of 20%, Cheese Balls Bearings are hand-prepared by skaters for skaters, and they are 20% off all weekend. They are here in the venue, cheeseballs.com.
Reverse Cowgirl jamming for Gold Coast. Knocked down in turn one, but Ginger Clobbers already lead. Comes around, laps Reverse Cowgirl, slips a hip check from Lucy Lunatic, and gets the grand slam.
Yeah, Ginger Clobbers making quick work on that first scoring pass of hers. Almost like a stroll in the park. Oh, but that time Lucy Lunatic made her pay. She did have to work for that one as she picks up 5 more points for the Carolina Roller Girls.
And Kitten not submitting. I thought she was just in the penalty box, but she just went back. I think she likes it there now.
I think they're giving away free punch and pie over there.
Maybe. But Barbed Wire Gordon gets by Diesel. However, she does get a cutting the track. She had received a star pass and is now jammer for Gold Coast. So it's a power jam for Ginger Clobbers of Carolina.
Yeah, Ginger Clobbers is going to have the opportunity at a power jam here to continue to pad on to the 201-68 lead that Carolina is sitting on. That's 5 more points. That's, I believe, 15 points on this jam so far, 10 of them on natural Grand Slams, and 5 of them off of this power jam. As she continues to work her way through, that is bitching and rolling, laying a shoulder into her and knocking her down with that shoulder. The mighty shoulder of Thor, we'll call it. As Ginger Clobbers has made her way through for 5 more points for Carolina. Oh, that's going to be a low block. That will be a low block as
technical low block called on Diesel. She fell small and everything. However, she fell directly in the path of Barbed Wire Gordon.
Yep. Barbed Wire Gordon closed out the jam as jammer, but it was the Carolina Roller Girls closing out with 5 more points. It's going to be Fanny Pack-a-Punch jamming for Carolina, going up against Gwyneth Falthrow. So what are your thoughts on Carolina and what they've been able to do here so far?
I think they might pull this one out.
Yeah.
Now we've got 3.5 minutes and a considerable lead. Carolina Roller Girls at 216 points. Gold Coast at 68, and they've just been doing they've just been winning this old-fashioned bare-knuckle brawl that we've been seeing out there.
Yeah, and if you've been watching Track 1 since the start of the day, the 11 o'clock game between Crime City and Charlotte was very similar, where it just was one team, in that case Crime City, controlling the flow, controlling the other team's jammer, and dictating what they want that jammer to do. And the other team laying wood, making them know that they're there, but, not doing it. So let's go ahead and send it over for some announcements.
Beach Brawl is proudly brought to you by Adam Wheels. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings, steeply discounted. You can save a whole bunch of money. Find them in the venue or at adamwheels.com.
AdamWheels.com. All right, we got Fanny Pack-a-Punch going up against Gwyneth Falthrow.
Clock corrected to 3 minutes 31 seconds as the first whistle blows. Fanny Pack-a-Punch getting out first for lead. But
And
Gwyneth Falthrow gets away from Merciless and the Antichrist to complete her initial pass. Determined not to give up that jammer point, but Fanny Pack-a-Punch, lost a knee pad. Oh, no, it's Ben Ida. That was a little bit of collision. Sent the knee, was it the armor part? The plating.
Yeah, the plating. We'll just call it collateral damage to that collision in this case. It's going to be Lucy Lunatic on the jammer line for Gold Coast. She's going to be going up against Ava Gore, and now I know Ava Gore starts really low. So both teams are standing at double their halftime score, which means that Carolina's doubled their lead. So that's usually how it works. Lucy Lunatic picking up lead jammer for Gold Coast. Oh, and trying the inside, but that was Grim Carey closing the door, and taking a spill was Lucy Lunatic on her scoring pass.
I think she almost tore the door off the hinges with that one, but Ava Gore.
And Lucy Lunatic goes ahead and calls it off as Ava Gore was going to threaten scoring some points.
And what is this? At the jammer line for Carolina Roller Girls, it's Princess America!
All of the American otters everywhere are excited for this particular jam to watch Princess America.
I'm sorry, I watched Princess America skating back for 8 years ago. She's one of the grand dames of the Carolina Roller Girls.
Yeah, she retired in 2011, but came back in 2013.
Famous for the thong whip.
Yes, I've heard about the famous thong. Helped thong her team to fourth place finish in, I believe it was 2007, right?
Yeah, but not to be outdone. Barbed Wire Gordon jamming for Gold Coast.
And getting called for a cut the track.
Well, that means it's now power jam time for Princess America. Comes across, rams into the shoulder of Freakarella, goes down, but pops right back up. Running into reverse cowgirl. Freakarella taking her down again, but instantly revenge taken by Slinging Grits. Not going to do that to my jammer. But now Princess America sliding off of a hip from Annihilating Annie, completes the pass for 5.
Yeah, and Freakarella being sent to the penalty box for returning the hit that Slinging Grits laid on her. An out of play hit. It's going to be Princess America working her way through for 5 more. Grand Slam, Power Jam, Wham Bam, thank you ma'am, points for Carolina. And we've got Reverse Cowgirl being sent for reverse direction of play as Princess America continues to load on the points for Carolina. This will be our last jam, 0 on the clock right now, as Princess America continues to compile points and Gold Coast blockers continue to compile penalties.
Barbed Wire Gordon back on the track, moves into defensive posture against Princess America, but Princess America slides up the inside lane, runs into Bitchin' and Rollin'. Freakarella comes across, but whips with a shoulder check. Princess America completing the scoring pass just in the nick of time, and it gets another grand slam. 3 points for Gold Coast's Barbed Wire Gordon, though. 19 total for Princess America of Carolina. Our unofficial final, 239 for Carolina Roller Girls, 74 for the Gold Coast Derby Girls.
All right, next up for Gold Coast tomorrow is Emerald City Roller Girls, and next up for Carolina is the Pirate City Rollers. And next up on track 1 here, we have the Fort Myer Derby Girls going up against Calio Roller Rainbow. Did I pronounce that right? Rolling. I said Rolling Rainbow. All right. Well, hey.
We'll go back and check the tape. We'll fix it in post.
There you go. Yeah, this isn't live, right? No, we get another chance at this. All
Yeah,
right. Hey.
Kallio Rolling Rainbow, just like you said the first time, out of Helsinki, Finland. They're going to be playing against Fort Myers out of Florida. Over on the other track, still playing, still has a half a game to go. Low Country High Rollers out of Charleston, South Carolina, playing against Nidaros Roller Girls out of Trondheim, Norway. They came a long way.
Absolutely. Yeah, somebody's going to get a cookie for furthest travel. And guess what? It's not Gold Coast. But, hey, they put up a good fight here against Carolina. A team in transition right here, Gold Coast. They lost Baller Shot Caller. Baller Shot Caller moved on to Atlanta. She was their Team USA representative. They're still working things out this season. So they put up a good fight against their sponsors from when they were apprentice. So well done, ladies. We're still waiting on an official final here. And there it is. Our official final is 239 to 74 in favor of Carolina Roller Girls. I am Darth Paul.
I am Bulldog.
And I am Wilhelm Scream.
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to stick around.
Once again, coming up next at 5 o'clock on this track will be Fort Myers Derby Girls taking on Kallio Rolling Rainbow. Order of warm-up skate, Fort Myers followed by Kallio.
Lauderdale, Florida. Hey, Fort Lauderdale, y'all gonna have to help me out now. Come on.
Hey, you think I might be able to get more of a response from the WFTDA.TV stream?
All right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the 6th or 7th bout of the day against Fort Myers and Kallio. Kallio is out of Helsinki, Finland, and I guess you can figure out that Fort Myers is from Fort Myers right here in sunny Florida. My name is Al B. Dam. I'll be joining you for the festivities this afternoon along with my partner, Kenny Sirens.
Hello, everybody, and I would like to extend I guess we'll call it a good evening to our listeners in Helsinki, Finland, because it is now 11:56 p.m. in Helsinki, Finland. So thank you for staying up with us, Helsinki. We'll try and do your team justice. You're off.
We will be joined today by our producer extraordinaire, none other than Pastor Mike. How you doing, Pastor?
You know what? If I was any better, man, I'd be twins. Can you imagine that? The world's not ready, brother.
Ooh.
The world's not ready. Fort Lauderdale cannot contain us.
We got about 3 minutes before Derby. We're going to take just a couple of minutes. We're going to run down the lineups for you. For those out there in the Derbyverse, please, those of you in the Derbyverse, if and when I mispronounce a skater from Kallio Rolling Rainbows, please, please, please let us know. They'll get word to me, and they'll try to get it out. I have worked with the Finland team to try to get it under control, but we're going to start anyway. Number 10 for the Rolling Rainbow is Layla Gay. Number 103 is Bella Glukuski. Number 12 is Skinhead O'Connor. Number 13-14 is Picante. Number 14 is Sala Spectra. Number 21 is Schlagerluff. Number 35 is MC Slagirforsta. That's MC Slagirforsta. Number 44, Do Me Behind. Number 49, Macho Bichu. Number 588, Lisbeth Napander. Number 72, Pretty Sick. Number 777, Sarah Gilbert. Number 9, Teabag. And number 91, Cotton de Tuleturpan. That, ladies and gentlemen, that is your Kallio Rolling Rainbows. Who's skating for Fort Myers today, Kenny?
I have the privilege of bringing you those names. We'll go with 00, Peaches and Carnage. Number 10, Alicia Morgan. Number 21, Coco Cremaho. Number 212, Bellicose Blonde. Number 23, Jack Scratch Fever. Number 25, Scrappy. Number 314, Tequila Sunshine. Number 357, Felony Fat Bottom. Number 37, Yo Slamity Sam. Number 50, Little Debbie Smack Cakes. Number 55, Sunny Slaughter. Number 75, Twana Bricks. And number 88, Hot Reels. Those are your Fort Myers Derby girls.
Pastor, you want to talk Derby?
You got to introduce. You got to pull them in. Yeah.
Pastor, give us your thoughts on what to expect in this coming game coming up.
You know what? This is a tough one, man. I mean, again, when you look at a team, you can get as much film. You can see them. I mean, and I've had the option or the opportunity, I guess, to see Fort Myers live. Saw them here last year. Enjoyed all of what we had the opportunity to see. But what do you say with Kallio Rolling Rainbow? I mean, haven't had an opportunity, haven't seen a lot of video, haven't been able to really see them against what I would call U.S. competition. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the European competition whatsoever. It just simply means that the game's a little bit different speed, and it's tough to judge who's who when you put those two together until you bring them here and let them fight it out.
We're still learning about some of the teams from overseas. I mean, it's like last year we learned about Bogota, Colombia, the Roller Queens, and they came here and rocked the world today.
Well, we'll start off Jam 1 with Peaches and Carnage, 0-0 for the Fort Myers. And Leah Gay for the Callio Rolling Rainbow. The whistle blows, and both jammers are out in the pack. Leah Gay manages to get out and pick up lead jam.
Forearm called by on white, number 21. That is Schlagerluff. Carnage now trying to take advantage of the power jam situation. She's up. Now she breaks free finally.
Leah Gay coming through on her scoring pass, her first scoring pass. Held up by a strong Fort Myers line of Yo Slamity Sam, Coco Cremaho, Tequila Sunshine, and Bellicose Blondie.
I do apologize. That was not a power jam situation. I apologize. My apologies, those out in the Derbyverse. Those of you listening to Beach Brawl last year will remember Fort Myers' epic first game 1 of that tournament, where they never had the lead until the last jam, scored 4 to go ahead by 1 to win, as number 72, Pretty Sick, steps to the line against number 357, My Derby Crush, Felony Fat Bottom. Felony gets caught up into traffic. Pretty Sick breaks out. She is lead jam. Pretty Sick, that's two lead jams in a row for the Rolling Rainbow.
Yeah, she managed to spin out to pick up lead jam, but Felony Fat Bottom also has escaped the pack. Pretty Sick gets knocked to the outside, as we've got 2 Fort Myers skaters, Coco Cremaho and Bellicose Blondie, heading to the penalty box. So Callio will start this next jam with a definite advantage, with more blockers on the rink at this time.
Yes, and they will be facing Yo Slamity Sam for the Fort Myers. The jamming for the Rainbow is number 91, Cotton du la Tupan.
I think we're just going to shorten that one to Cotton.
Cotton? No.
Cotton. Yeah, I think.
I got this. I'm going to have that.
You got that, yeah.
Cotton
Well, she's
du la
doing
Tupan, still fighting. Fort Myers blockers coming along strong. There he goes. Both jammers caught up, and there's Yo Slamity Sam for the lead jam for Fort Myers. Both jammers off to the races. They're both going. Cotton already going, circling around. Coming up on Yo Slamity Sam. Both jammers re-engaging into the pack. There's Yo Slamity forced out of bounds. Looks like 2 points for Fort Myers to none for Cotton and the Rainbow. That's after 3 jams. It is 5-2 for the Rainbow. It has been a 2 lead jams for the Rainbow, 1 for Fort Myers. Still early. They're still trying to feel each other out. As Picante goes to the jammer line against Peaches and Carnage. Peaches and Carnage is a really fun skater to watch skate, Ken.
Yeah, we're very familiar with the Fort Myers team because of their close proximity to our hometown of Tampa. But the whistle blows, and the pack begins to separate a little bit. Peaches and Carnage being held back by a strong Callio wall. Picante manages to get out and pick up lead jam. Picante gets through on her scoring pass, picking up her 4 points. Little jammer on jammer action. Peaches and Carnage tries to hold her up. Let's go over to Pastor DeMike for a little sponsorship notoriety.
Appreciate it, man. Real quick, while we got a chance, want to talk to you about Chicks in Bowls and chicksinbowls.com. Their entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. If you're here in the building, check them out in the back of the room. If you're online, chicksinbowls.com.
Thank you, sir.
5 seconds called by the officials, waiting for the whistle. Layla Gay and Felony Fat Bottom. Little jammer on jammer action even before they get to the pack. Now both of them trying to go through. Forearm called on Felony Fat Bottom. Forearm is one of those that they've been a lot of the rules set, and there's been a lot coming up lately, and that has become a focus of the WFTDA officials. So you might see that. And
we saw a lot of those calls called in last weekend's brouhaha. I noticed there was a lot of forearm calls that were being called, but that's going to go ahead and give Callio a power jam. It's a big hit on the inside there, knocking the Callio skater out into the infield. She ends up calling it.
Huge body block on Blondie by Hot Wheels coming in that jam. Hard hits going. Folks, it's going to be like this. These teams are trying to feel each other out. Both of them are very talented skaters. There's very talented teams. And they're going to feel each other out. They're going to hit. They're going to, a little bumping and grind and trying to get things going. As Pretty Sick starts off in a power jam situation. Both teams now at full strength as Felony has exited the penalty box and re-engaged.
Well, that was a whole team effort knocking Felony Fat Bottom out. All 4 of the Callio skaters were working to knocked her out to the inside.
The
So now
Felony
we've got
Fat
Coco
Bottom works her way
Cremo.
through. Great job. Right as we were talking about the awesomeness of how well they were working together in that line. Felony Fat Bottom burst on the inside. Great move on the inside. She's coming back, re-engaging. She calls off the jam. Let's see if she did it before points were scored. And that one's going to be 0-0.
Well, I'm going to tell you that what allowed that to happen was the single blocking of Coco Cremaho. She was able to hold back Pretty Sick while Felony Fat Bottom went ahead and got lead jam status, which is very impressive because they started off with their jammer in the box. But because of Coco Cremaho's blocking, they were able to pick up lead jam.
They had a 3-wall that had Felony Fat Bottom cornered up in turn 1, and it was just ridiculously sick. Number 37's Yosemite Sam goes to work against Cotton Tuletrupan. Sorry. Yosemite gets recycled back to the back as Cotton comes through, gets lead jammer status. Once again, that's a lead jam for Helsinki.
Well, Yosemite Sam has managed to escape the pack as Cotton is on her scoring pass, goes ahead and picks up all of her points, gets 3 of her points, and then manages to call it, holding Yosemite Sam to 0 points. So we'll be sitting at a 17-2 score as of right now.
Yeah, lots of hitting going on. This one's still early, but I'm very impressed not only with the jammers because of course the Rolling Rainbow, the jammers are really impressing me with their skating. But when they get into the little 3-walls that they form, 44-44, Do Me Behind, 13-14, Picante, and number 49, Macho Bichu, they're pretty sick, to pardon the pun.
Absolutely. Well, and then what I'm also noting is that when they complete their block and they do knock their jammer out, they're recycling that jammer all the way to the back, and it's causing Fort Myers to work really hard to get their jammer out. So you got Peaches and Carnage out there, number 00. And she's fighting against that aforementioned Callio wall. Picante got recycled to the back. She's coming back around now. So we've got both jammers in the pack.
Yeah, Picante got recycled after that huge hit from Coco Cremaho. And it looks like high block on Picante, of course, putting Peaches and Carnage and Fort Myers into a power jam situation. The great timing for this to happen, as they could put together. If they could put together a grand slam or two right here and close the gap, that would do wonders for Fort Myers. And right as I say it, Tequila goes to the box, and now Peaches and Carnage going to the box for a track cut.
Well, that's
going to be one jammer in, one jammer out of the box as Picante comes back in. Now, those of you watching at home, well, right as I say that Peaches and Carnage will not have to stay as the full time in the box because of Picante leaving early. She gets to leave because Picante goes to the box. So now we got 2 Fort Myers skaters coming back. And in a power jam situation for Fort Myers now. That's still, as impressive as that 3-wall has been for Helsinki. Yeah, it's certainly an advantage to be up a skater, but with a 3-wall like that, I'm not sure how much of an advantage it is because right now that 3-wall of Helsinki is truly impressive.
Well, yeah, that, and if you've been watching the hits out there from Coco Cremaho and Bellicose Blondie, I'm feeling them up here. I mean, I don't want to be anywhere near that track when those ladies are out on the track.
Felony Fat Bottom, number 357 for Fort Myers, comes to go to work in a power jam situation for Fort Myers. She's forced out of bounds again by the Helsinki blockers. Looks like it was a high. I believe it was a high block. Could have been directional, but she's going to the box. Out of play. I apologize.
Well, once
Picante's being recycled to the back of the pack as she comes to do work for going against that Fort Myers line. There's still one in the box for Helsinki, Ken.
Well, Felony Fat Bottom was working on that 3-wall by Callio, and it never seems to be where there's one blocker up against the Fort Myers jammer. It always seems to be a team effort, and then when you're putting 2 and 3 bodies on a, you're gonna be pretty successful 9 times out of 10 knocking that jammer out. And that's what we're watching. We're watching Callio really kind of team up on the Fort Myers jammers.
What's impressive, though, is the run that Fort Myers, even amongst all this, don't get me wrong, they're working for every single point. But if you look up at the board, they've closed the game now, closed the gap to 6 points. We're 18 and a half minutes left in the first period. Jam number 9, it's 17-11. Rainbow over Fort Myers. Jam number 10 starts with Layla Gay for Helsinki, and I believe that's Yost Slamity for Fort Myers.
We got, looks like we got Jack Scratch Fever sent to the box on a track cut. But in the meantime, Slamity Sam gets out on lead jam. Leia Gay still stuck up in the pack, but she manages to free herself. Slamity Sam in the back of the pack trying to pick up some points. She calls that just in time, manages to hold the Callio jammer to 0 points. She waited just the last second on that one.
No, I can wait. All right, pretty sick. Number 72 going to the jammer line against 00, Peaches and Carnage. Both jammers have jammed before today. Pretty sick has really been fighting for the points. Peaches and Carnage. All these, they're really having to fight for every point they get. They're really hitting hard. And like you said, as Fort Myers, you never get a chance to go one-on-one with the skater. There just always seems to be in groups.
No, and I think that shows you where we're in jam number 11, and we've only had 29 points scored. So, but pretty sick's out with lead jam. Tries to pass on the inside. Door gets shut there by Coco Cremaho. But Pretty Sick stays at it, manages to get through, picks up her points, and calls it.
Well, we got to give a quick shout out to 5 Second Skate Gear at 5secondskategear.com. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you. Whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave, check them out. It's 5 Second Skate Gear at 5secondskategear.com.
As we get the whistle back to play, Felony Fat Bottom goes against number 91, Cotton de Teletrepan for Helsinki. Felony Fat Bottom takes 2 or 3 hits, manages to stay in on one skate both times. She's still staying. Ooh, not that time. She goes out. Has to be recycled. She's hit by number 4444, Do Me Behind.
Well, and you saw she got recycled all the way back into the back there.
Forearm called on number 91, Cotton de Teletrepan. And Felony Fat Bottom with lead jam status coming around, trying to close the gap. We got a 9-point lead for the Rainbow over the Fort Myers. Another Rainbow skater going to the box. Felony comes in, gets her points, and calls off the jam.
Well, Felony managed to spin through, picked up her last couple points there, and calls it off.
Yes, she did pick the 5 up, so now we've closed the gap to 4 points with 15 minutes to play, folks. We've played a half of a half, and it is a 4-point differential. And every single one of those points has been fought for by both of these teams. These folks, this one's going to get good before it's over. I'm telling you, I mean, it's already good, excuse me, but this is going to be an exciting game the entire time because these ladies are hitting the mess out of each other.
We got some fans out in the crowd out there that's doing their own little rendition of it. Sounds like Iron Man up there. So we got Fort Myers Jammer getting sent to the box on a forearm. That's going to be Yosemite Sam getting sent to the box. It's going to give Cotton a power jam status. She gets knocked to the outside by Jack Scratch Fever and recycled to the back. So Fort Myers tries to set up again. They pin Cotton onto the side. Once again, knocking her out to the outside. Jack Scratch Fever gets a multi-player block penalty sent to the penalty box.
No pack called by the officials. So the Helsinki. So Turpan, Cotton du Tile Turpan, number 91 for the Rainbow, taking advantage of the Fort Myers skaters in the box. But now, number 9, that is Teabag, goes to the box for Finland. Yosemite Sam and Cotton du Turpan, both in the wide open. Turpan is lead jammer. She calls off the jam before Yosemite Sam is able to go through. Looks like it's going to be double zeros.
Well, Cotton was checking out her coach the entire time, a couple of those laps, trying to find out when exactly she wanted that jam called. So we'll have Picanti from Callio taking the jammer star versus Peaches and Carnage for the Fort Myers.
This one ought to be good. 5 seconds called by the officials waiting on the whistle. We got two fun-sized skaters. It's double zero. Peaches and Carnage goes up against number 13, 14, Picante. Huge, lots of hitting still going on between these two groups of blockers. Oh, my goodness, as Peaches goes on the outside. Peaches and Carnage goes on the outside. Sorry, guys, I got a little excited. I forget I'm on the combo feed. I apologize. Emotions get the best of me. Peaches and Carnage comes back through. She is lead jammer. She calls off the jam. Did she do it in time? Yes, she did. She got a point.
She did. She picked up 1 point on the outside there and managed to call it off before Picanti could get any points.
So we got our first timeout. That's going to go timeout towards Fort Myers. They're going to give a second to think things through. And while they've got a second to think things through, we've got a second to talk about a few of the sponsors that are making this tournament possible. So we want to go ahead and appreciate them, including Passion Parties, Passions by TLC, your passion consultant, bringing passion to life. Our purpose, our passion, passionconsultant.com. Check them out there. yourpassionconsultant.com. Also want to thank Bont Skates at bont.com. That's BONT.com. Bont Skates, lighter, stronger, faster. They will be here in the building Friday and Saturday only, but for the rest of you, check them out online at bont.com. The new Quad Star Skate carbon fiber boots, the lightest on the market. You know where to go. BONT.com. Also want to thank Fester Custom Airbrushing, custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. They're here in the building. You can go get your stuff done over there when they are available for you, so check them out as well. Little tape job going on, so time for one more quick one. And I got a personal testimonial for Bodywork by Kelly Massage Therapy and Kinesio Taping. If you're tight, if you're strained, if you're hurting, if your muscles are just angry at you right now, that corner and get yourself looked at.
Thank you, sir. We got Leia Gay out there for the Callio wearing the star, and Felony Fat Bottom for Fort Myers. Felony Fat Bottom gets knocked to the inside by Sarah Gilbert, recycled to the back as Leia Gay gets out there and picks up lead jam. Felony Fat Bottom manages to escape as Leia Gay is in the pack on her scoring pass, dealing with Jack Scratch Fever, Hot Reels, and Coco Cremaho. You know, I got interesting information on Leia Gay. Apparently, she sneezes a lot. Were you aware of that, Al? No? Yeah. Apparently, her record for sneezing is 13 sneezes in a row. That's documented. That's true. That's just a fun fact about Leah Gay. You have issues. I do have issues, yeah. Taking the jammer star for Fort Myers, Yosemite Sam. And Pretty Sick for Callio. Pretty Sick gets knocked to the inside, tries the outside, picks up 2 Fort Myers blockers in the front of the pack. She's fighting those blockers, manages to get through, escapes, and picks up lead jam. As Yosemite Sam gets called for a track cut sent to the penalty, that'll give Callio a power jam. Just outside of turn 1, Pretty Sick is fighting with all 4 blockers for Fort Myers. She gets knocked to the outside, recycled to the back. Now some of her skaters are playing some offense with her as she manages to pass through on her toe stops on the outside. Picks up her 5 points. Leah Gay manages to squeeze through between those 4 blockers out there. Tequila Sunshine, Jack Scratch Fever, Bellicose Blondie. So Pretty Sick gets knocked to the outside by Jack Scratch Fever and calls the jam. Manages to get 13 points on that jam, bringing the score to 42-18 with just under 10 minutes remaining in this first half.
Peaches and Carnage, 0-0, going to the line against Cotton de Telepan. And there's the whistle. Peaches tries on the outside. Telepan goes tries on the outside. Now Peaches gets caught up, and again that wall of 4 for Helsinki. Oh my goodness! Now Telepan again. Coco Cremaho. How many times have we said that? Recycles the jammer all the way to the back. Multiplayer block for Ton of Bricks. I apologize to those out there in the Derby verse. I have been told it's ton of bricks, like Tana bricks. And Terpan gets through. She is your lead jammer. Multiplayer called on the rainbow blocker. That's number 9, Teabag. Now we have a star pass as number 314, Tequila Sunshine, goes to work. My goodness, and she's taking hits. It is all these skaters. Wow. They're hitting each other so hard. And now it looked like a track cut on Turpan.
That it was. She thought she got her feet back in. Then as soon as she got her feet back in, she looked up at the officials and she knew she had done the track cut. So she gets sent to the box. And here's Tequila Sunshine passing the announcer booth on one skate, kind of backwards. So Tequila Sunshine, who did not start off as the jammer, assumed that role after a panty pass. So we'll have Lisbeth Knapbander sent to the box on a misconduct penalty.
Just like that, it's 50-33. And to be honest with you, I have gotten so entranced with the hitting and the force and the magnitude of which these ladies are hitting each other that it's been 3 or 4 minutes. So I even looked at the score. I didn't even. It's like, oh, it took me by surprise. It's opened back up at 17 points as Felony Fat Bottom goes to work against Picante, I believe. Yep, that's number 13-14, Picante. Felony goes right up the middle, almost makes it, but forced out of bound again by that 3-wall of Finland. Lead jammer status goes to Picante. I've said that a lot today. Felony Fat Bottom on the run. Both of them right. Both of them flying around at the, oh! And Coco Cremaho again with another hit on a jammer. That's another one we've said a lot. Layla Gay going to the jammer line against number 37, Yosemite Sam. 5 seconds signaled by the official.
Yosemite Sam manages to get out, picks up lead jammer status. As Leia Gay stuck back behind a 3-wall of Fort Myers, now a 2-wall of Hot Reels. So Yosemite Sam comes through on her first scoring pass, picks up her points, and calls it. Gets her 4 points. And that cuts the lead from 52-30 to 52-37 in favor of Callio Rolling Rainbow.
Number 72, Pretty Sick, goes to the jammer line. Number 357, Felony Fat Bottom, going to work for Fort Myers. Both jammers, there's the whistle. Felony goes to the outside, again caught up with the 3-wall. Pretty Sick goes to the inside. She caught back, and Coco Cremaho gets her back. And then, oh, wow, Pretty Sick. That was pretty sick. 4 out of 5 lead jammer statuses for Pretty Sick, number 72 for the Rainbow. As she's forced out of bounds by, looks like Yosemite Sam, but it's on the far side of the track. And if I'm incorrect, I will correct myself. It was Yosemite Sam, and she got back re-engaged. Looks like a 4-2 point differential is 56-39. 4 minutes left in the first period.
Yeah, so that was 4 out of 5 lead jammer statuses for Pretty Sick. You know, the information that I have on Pretty Sick is that she's very close friends with Sarah Gilbert, number 777 on her team, and that she started Derby. Stand by.
5 seconds called by the officials. Peaches and Carnage and Cotton de le Tulpepan. I apologize. Cotton de Tulpepan doing work. She gets out lead jammer. It's great that she keeps being successful when she's jamming because it gives me a chance to practice the name over and over again. By the end of the weekend, I'm gonna have it.
It really just sounds like you're slurring the last 3 words of it.
That's not true.
But if it works, it works. But I'll finish my story about Pretty Sick as that jam ends. But she's real close with Sarah Gilbert, number 777 on the Rolling Rainbows. And apparently they both started Derby in January of 2012. And it's because she and Sarah Gilbert are pole dancing buddies. Documented here. Huh?
You know, you're an amazing individual there, Siren.
Done my research.
All right, Picante goes back to the jammer line again, this time against number 37, Yosemite Sam for Fort Myers. It looks like a positioning situation, but she goes being sent to the box. Now we had a track cut for Picante going on the outside. I apologize, folks. We kind of got sidetracked for a second trying to figure out exactly what went down on the line. Yosemite Sam now in a power jam situation for Fort Myers, which is exactly what they need as they're down. The point differential is up to 19 points. It is certainly not unsurmountable, but they would like to put together a little run right here with 2 minutes left in the period and close out the first half and keep this game as close as it has been the entire game. Both jammers back engaged. Great job by Fort Myers keeping Picante back to the back, and then she goes back to the box. She comes in and out on a track cut as Fort Myers tried the little 3-wall of their own to keep them trapped.
Yeah, well, Felony Fat Bottom tried to clear out that wall, got called for a penalty. You know, that was Yosemite Sam's 7th jam, and it was her 4th time as lead jam status, so she is 4 of 7 when it comes to jamming.
All right, number 314, Tequila Sunshine. Looks like she's making her first trip to the line today with 1 minute and 22 seconds left. It is the 22nd jam of the first half. It's 58-49, so we still just got a 9-point differential. I think they're trying to sort out. We had 2 or 3 skaters from each. There was one going to the box and then one coming in, and there was just, let's just say there was a whole lot of movement going on at one time. One of those things, you had 2 or 3 different officials doing different things. So now there are representatives from both teams in the middle of the track meeting with the officials to try to iron out what we got going on. We do have an official timeout.
Well, while we got a couple of seconds, a couple of quick announcements for you, a couple of quick sponsor mentions, starting off with Roller Bones, wheels, accessories. Try before you buy. That's always kind of a good, cool deal. Ask them about the turbo wheels. Roller Bones, they're here in the building. You can catch them out online as well. Cheese Balls at cheeseballs.com. Cheese Balls bearings are prepared by skaters, for skaters, 20% off all weekend for those of you here in the building, so make sure and check them out. It's Cheese Balls right back here in the D1 area. Check them out as well. Also want to thank Nestle. Hey, like that. We're big time, baby. Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, includes physical activity. Whether you can hardly roller skate or you're a roller derby champ, it's important to refuel your body post-workout. Recover right with a Nesquik. Nesquik contains 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D, and absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Not to mention it tastes delicious. Come check out the Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample here at Beach Brawl 2015 or, of course, Nestle.com. Got to be honest with you, never in a million years did I think that I would be talking about high fructose corn syrup at a roller derby game. Big stuff here.
I know, right?
I'm telling you, man. Nestle jumping in.
Nestle jumping in.
Five seconds to go. We've got ourselves an official review, and Albie, tell us what the official review is all about, man.
That timeout, as you noticed, it was a pre-jam misconduct for positioning, and Black contested that after the jam, and the call did not get reversed. So there was a positioning violation, and it was a misconduct charged against the skater, Fort Myers, that went to the box, and that's what happened there. The call was not overturned, so everything stood, but it just took them a while to get situated. Back to the action, number 314, Tequila Sunshine, goes to work in her first jam of the evening. Peaches and Carnage going to the box for Fort Myers. Seems like we've had a lot of penalties, not just this game, but the entire weekend.
So that's Tequila Sunshine. That was her first jam out there. She picks up lead jam, so that makes her 100% as far as it's concerned with lead jam status.
Listen to me the whole weekend. We've been here all of half a day.
We've got Coach Poppers out there, the Callio Rolling Rainbow coach.
Yes, we do have an official review timeout. Official review being requested by Finland as the Rainbow coach comes out with representatives of Fort Myers, goes to the referee. So they are discussing what happened. I'm sure they have questions about a call that was made, and as soon as that is sorted out, we will get information. They're real good at these about letting us know what's happening, Pastor.
Yeah, they've done a real good job there. And let me do the same for you real quickly. For the most part, with the exception of that previous jam a couple seconds ago with Tequila Sunshine jumping in at the jammer line, Fort Myers has stuck to a 3-skater rotation, 3-jammer rotation, whereas Callio has gone 4 deep all the way through. So we'll see how that plays out as far as endurance throughout the rest of this game. And if that continues, again, throwing Tequila out there for a breather maybe, might be that 4th jammer in the rotation. But Again, we mentioned earlier on, 4 of 5 lead jammer statuses for Pretty Sick to lead the pack on that side of the roster. Coton with 4 of 6. On the other side, the lead is probably at this point, looks like it's going to go to Yosemite Sam, 4 of 6 for her trips to the jammer stripes so far in this one.
See, now that is why you are the best producer in the business. You are the man. That is why. You know, I produced for you this morning. You producing for me for now. We still haven't been on the mic together, and we've been here 2 years in a row. Right? You know what? I think we're going to have to talk to our leader about that and get him on that for the weekend and do a little bit of schedule finagling and call a little derby with pasta. I want to do a shout out real quick to all the volunteers here helping us out, the NSOs. We have a top-notch all-star team of both NSOs and skating officials. A special personal thank you to Whoremonger, who is the lady that supplies us with all our rosters and everything that we need up here, and not once has she left me hanging, and I have bugged her constantly all day long, and I know I'm hard to deal with, but I do appreciate her help as we get ready from Derby. Kenny, Siren, what happened? What was going on?
Well, that review was Coach Poppers was contesting the failure to reform penalty. And after the officials got together and went over what each one of them saw, they decided that the penalty will stand. It is a failure to reform.
And one other quick note, just because some random stranger on Facebook by the name of Vince, I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this guy, but somebody by the name of Vince keeps posting, said something about the fact that Fort Myers has actually forced multiple jammer penalties within a single jam against Callio twice already in the first half. So big shout out to Big Poppy out there. Thanks, Vince, man. Appreciate the heads up.
That's Vince Hannity. That's right. None other than Vince Hannity. You know what? He always keeps me straight, and I appreciate that.
That is one man I don't mind interrupting my announcing at all, ever. So we'll go back to Leia Gay out there on lead jam status. Picks up 5 points on that one.
Wow, she just had a spin move and coming out of the back of that pack. Then she's wide open. This freed her up. Just exactly what they needed right there. They're trying to open up. Just a second ago, we had closed it to 7 points, and now we are back at a 12-point differential. We got a minute left on the jam clock, about a minute and 15, as Felony Fat Bottom goes to the penalty box, goes to the jammer line for a track cut, putting Layla Gay, number 10, in a power jam situation once again for the Rainbow.
Well, that's Leia Gay out there out on her power jam for Callio, dealing with a strong wall of Coco, Creamaho, Peaches and Carnage, and Bellicose Blondie. Leia Gay sitting on 15-point jam as we speak. Increased that lead to 73 to 51 as she calls the jam. Felony Fat Bottom had re-entered the pack.
Yes, sir, and that's going to send us to halftime. And I'll be honest with you, so far the games that we've had, while they have been exciting derby that we've had on this track today, it has been very exciting played. But this has been the first really close game that we've had, and it's 77, so it's 16 points now. That is the second half. We had a 19 differential at one point. So we're staying within, under 20 points, and it is now halftime. So giving both teams a little bit of a chance to go back and regroup and plan. I'm excited about the second half we're fixing to see.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that not many people have seen Callio skate. Not many people have seen Callio skate. And therefore, they may be the kind of underestimated, maybe the under situation. You and I have seen a lot of Fort Myers, like I said, because of the proximity to our league. But I don't want to say that they've been taken lightly, but they've definitely come out. They've shown that they know what they're doing. They've shown that they can hit. They've shown that their blockers can can free themselves and pick up points. I'm real impressed with Calio, to be honest with you.
Well, and I'll tell you, one of the things that I've seen that I was really excited to see was at the level of team play that Calio brings to the track. So what they've done, and again, we've seen other teams bring that in here, but when they walk in here and start with that 3 and 4 wall diamond formation, and they're slinging each other's bodies around like slingshots. I mean, some really, really hard, heavy hits. And I love what you said a little bit earlier, guys, when you're talking about the fact that these are, the Calio is finishing their hits. They finish a block like nobody I've seen in a good long while. They're hitting hard. They're forcing out a play. They're causing those drawbacks, and they're really doing it with solid team play all the way through.
You hit it right on the head when you were talking about the teamwork. And I call for Tampa. We know that. Ken calls with me for Tampa. And Tampa's kind of, they are known for their blocking and working together and the schemes that they run and able to do that. So for me to say how impressive that this Finland team, the Rainbow, are going to work with each other. Not one time has a jammer went one-on-one with a Rainbow skater. Not once.
Well, and again, it's that team hitting, it's that team concept, it's that, I don't want to say hive mind because I don't want to get sued for libel by anybody in New York City, but I will tell you, the way they think, the way they play, they certainly seem to act as one. And the one other thing that I'll mention real quickly, if and when it ever gets quiet enough for you to hear it, listen very closely to the track, because there's a lot of communication going on, and I don't understand a word of it. That tells you which team you hear talking. I'll tell you that much going into it, and watch for that more in the second half.
Yep, that'll work. So in about 12 minutes, we'll be back with the second half. So we're going to go take a break, get some drinks, and you guys join us back here in about 12 minutes.
Nice job, guys.
right now, Al, which is a little different than what we are used to, being on the left coast. Al and I, callers for the Tampa Roller Derby on the west coast of Florida, jumped over to the east coast to participate in this amazing international tournament. Warming up on the track right now will be the next game on this track, which would be the Tragic City Rollers versus the Central Texas Roller Girls. But we've still got the second half of Callio versus Fort Myers. A close game of 77-51 in favor of the Callio Rolling Rainbow.
Yeah, the first half of our game is definitely, first of all, this has been the closest game thus far of the day. We have had, now last year at Beach Ball, if I remember correctly, we had a huge number of very close games. And that's not to say we won't, because as the weekend progresses and everybody, you start seeing the truth about teams after they play 3, 4, 5 games in a 3-day period. So it's certainly, I expect everybody to tighten up over the weekend. But thus far, this has been the first game of the day, except I'm not sure what's happening over there. I believe Pasta's going to check it out for us.
Thank you, Felony.
This one is certainly a battle, and regardless of the score, you hear this all the time. Well, you know, that was a blowout, but it was a really hard-fought game. Folks, we're still under, what's 51, 61,
16.
26 points?
Correct.
Which is the highest one of the day. I don't know how that happened. I missed something. But still, both of these teams have put together multiple Grand Slams. Both of them can put together points. The thing that impresses me, like we said earlier, is the teamwork of Finland, teamwork of the Rainbows, and the hard hitting by both teams. And I think that is it's a testament to the level of skill that's on the track today. I mean, I've seen Fort Myers play, and I've seen them hit, and I know they hit hard, but I've never seen them hit or be hit like this right here. This is a hard, physical game, and I expect a lot more of that in the second half.
I think what you're going to have, as you were saying, with some of the games being a little lopsided thus far, it's still early in the tournament. Teams are kind of feeling each other out. You may even have some teams that are jet lagged. I mean, we've got teams from New Zealand, we've got teams from Norway, we've got teams from here, from Finland. So I mean, you have some teams that they're kind of just acclimating to this whole situation. They're feeling each other out, and I think that you're going to see some close games coming up, both later on today, tomorrow, and through Sunday.
Not just teams, but announcers. We have announcers that have driven across country in groups. We have 3 or 4 that came. Well, we got one from Washington. We got a bunch coming from Texas, and they have been driving many, some of them 15 hours, 16 hours plus. And I understand more than that in a lot of cases. So everybody's got a little bit, I imagine once tonight we get through Derby, and then we go back tomorrow, and we come back all rested. So here we go, 5 seconds scheduled. It's Leah Gay at number 10 against number 357, Felony Fat Bottom. That's how we're going to start off. Felony does a quick step to get around her jammers. She's forced out of bounds again by the 4 wall of the Rainbow. Layla Gay still trying to work her way around. Great job by Coco. And a track cut called. Great job by Fort Myers. That track cut is nothing but Fort Myers they pulled a little Finland move and just had their blockers converged together and kept her up to the side until she was forced out of bounds. Felony now comes around trying to work her way up through the middle of the Finland blockers. Going around down the outside. Looks like she's going to get through, and there she goes. Flashes the grand.
Well, Fort Myers blockers played a little offense right there.
Status.
The Fort Myers girls played a little offense there to try and free their jammer up. That Callio diamond blocking status was going on, and the blockers of Coco Cremaho and Tana Bricks and Slamity Sam decided, hey, listen, this diamond we're done with this diamond. We got to get it. We got to free our jammer. And that allowed Felony Fat Bottom to get out.
That's a forearm against a Felony, sending her to the box. And Layla Gay now, she's come back into play. Getting the star. She had the star in her hands as she comes back. Now she tries to go through this wall of Fort Myers. Fort Myers really needing to hold her up. Not wanting this to get out of hand early in the second half. Let's keep it close. Fort Myers again. Look at Coco Cremaho. Wow. Grace hit, and now there's Coco Cremaho with a forearm as she goes to the box. Forearms all over the place this afternoon as we get them called.
That Coco Cremaho got sent to the box on an out-of-play block. Leia Gay gets knocked out to the inside, gets recycled back, and the jam gets called. Only 5 points scored on that jam. That was a long jam. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm being corrected. 9 points, 4 points for Fort Myers, and 5 points for Callio. Lining up for Fort Myers, Peaches and Carnage versus Pretty Sick for Callio. We've seen this matchup before. Pretty Sick tries the outside. Peaches and Carnage tries to follow her, but Callio shuts the door. Pretty Sick manages to squeeze through the 2-wall of Fort Myers, picks up lead jammer status, I'm sorry. Peaches and Carnage gets through. Now Pretty Sick trying to pick up her points, gets knocked to the inside of the track, recycled to the back. Both jammers have now re-entered the pack on scoring passes. Pretty Sick passing on her toe stops, manages to stay inside. How she gripped the track and stayed inside, I will never know, but I'm very impressed. Both jammers having a little fun with each other there as they both come around on scoring passes. Peaches and Carnage manages to get through on the outside. Pretty Sick gets knocked down and calls it from the ground, preventing Peaches and Carnage from picking up any more points. Peaches does some damage on that one, picks up 8 points to Callio's 5 points, breaking the lead to 87 to 63 at this point.
Number 91, Cotton de Tuleturpan, goes to the jammer line for Finland. It goes down almost immediately as Yosemite Sam. Multiplayer block on number 23. That's Jack Scratch Fever for Fort Myers, as Fort Myers now has one in the box. Turpan breaks herself out. She is lead jam status. Yosemite Sam free for Fort Myers. We got penalties now. Felony Fat Bottom going to the box. Coco Cremaho going to the box.
Medic.
That's number 91, Cotton de Tuleturpan. Goes down as we have the medics come out. This play will stop for just a minute out in the Derbyverse. On this track tonight, after this game, is Tragic City and Central Texas. That's Syntex to those in the know. And at 8 o'clock on track 2 is Leeds versus the Rockin' Roller Queens. And Lorsch, I produced the Rock and Roller Queens earlier when Pasta Mike was on, so that one should be interesting. Cotton de Tuleturpan gets up. Looks like she is going back, going over to the medics, but she's going on her own skating, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Always a positive thing when they're leaving the track on their own, skating off on their own.
Yeah, when she came by, you could tell she was touching her nose. It looks like she got hit in the face.
We'll get back to the action here with Tequila Sunshine versus Layla Gay. We haven't seen this matchup yet, as I believe Tequila only jammed once in the first half. Leia Gay is one of the, I believe we said earlier, 3 jammers.
They are the medics, and I believe the medics were trying. They preferred that she come over. I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate, but they are pulling to Cotton de Tilaterpan over. That's number 91, the jammer for Finland, over to get checked out, making sure that she's ready to continue to play. Layla Gay, number 10, going to the jammer line for number 314, Tequila Sunshine. 5 seconds called by the officials. Right now, Fort Myers has 3 in the box. There's a wall of 2. Another 5 flashed for Finland. That's a grand slam. And now number 212, Blondie, going to the penalty box for Fort Myers. Everybody else is back on the track except her. So Fort Myers down 1 skater as Tequila Sunshine circles back around, ready to re-engage the pack. Layla Gay forced on the out of bounds. She gets pushed out of bounds by Coco Cremaho and Felony Fat Bottom as she calls off the jam. Lots of hitting going on, folks. Both teams hitting, and I'm also surprised at the number of penalties in this game. I guess when you have a lot of hitting, you're going to have a lot more penalties.
Yeah, you've got a lot of heavy hitters out here. I mean, we've watched several of the Fort Myers girls just kind of banging the Callio jammer around. So you're gonna get their share of penalties.
Well,
Felony Fat Bottom out there putting on the jammer star for Fort Myers. I believe that's pretty sick out there for Callio. Callio picking up lead jam status again. That is pretty sick. Felony Fat Bottom getting sent to the penalty box. Coco Cremaho holding back pretty sick single-handedly back from one side of the track to the other, one side of the track to the other, as her Fort Myers sisters are bridging to allow her to keep Pretty Sick at bay, but Pretty Sick manages to escape, picks up some points.
Coco Cremaho has done a fine job blocking a lot of times when she's getting caught in those solo situations. Wow, she's Pretty Sick did it. I was amazed to see Pretty Sick come back so quickly. It was just a couple of jams that she was down. She got up a little gingerly.
Well, if you even saw right here in turn number 4, it was like rapid fire blocking. You had Coco Cremaho hit her, then Blondie hit her, and then Yosemite Sam hit her. I mean, it was continuous hit.
Pretty Sick with a apex jump, a little mini apex jump on this side to get around Blondie. Great job on her part. White 9, number 9 for Finland, sent to the box. Making each team has 1 in the penalty box. Picante and Peaches and Carnage going to do battle. Both teams down 1 skater. Again, Picante's now out with, it's 2. Wow, great move. Those Fort Myers blockers really I looked like they had her for a minute, and then she popped away. Peaches and Carnage goes down on the inside. She's free now. Both jammers going back around. Very fast-moving pack. Now they're off to the races. Here we go. As Blondie forces Picante out of bounds. Folks, we got skaters all over the place. They just all of a sudden went off to the races. That was a different kind of derby for a second.
Well, Blondie knocked out Picante, and then she got knocked out by Machu Picchu, which allowed Picante to get right back into the track where she had been knocked out. So we'll have the matchup of Layla Gay and Yosemite Sam again. 1 Fort Myers blocker in the box. It is the pivot. Layla Gay tries the inside, gets pushed to the outside. Yosemite Sam dealing with a 4-wall from Callio, but she squeezes through the center, picks up lead jam status. Layla Gay dealing with Felony Fat Bottom. Felony Fat Bottom knocked her out, and that causes her to pick up a track cut penalty. Felony Fat Bottom causes a track cut on Layla Gay as Yosemite Sam continues round and round picking up points, trying to cut into this 122-70 lead that Callio has. Yosemite Sam trying to get through, and she gets knocked out of bounds by MC Schlagesforster. So there's that three wall by Callio holding back Yosemite Sam. And Yosemite Sam decides she doesn't want any more of that 3 wall, and she calls the jam. Some hard-fought points there. 10 points picked up by Yosemite Sam, cutting into that lead. So we've got an empty penalty box, and we'll have a full track going on with Tequila Sunshine and Pretty Sick going up against each other again. Tequila Sunshine gets knocked to the inside. Pretty Sick. Tequila Sunshine picks up a forearm penalty sent to the penalty box. She'll be joined there by Jack Scratch Fever as Pretty Sick is dealing with the final 2 blockers from Fort Myers, manages to pick up lead jam status. Now we'll have the Fort Myers pivot also being sent to the box. That would be Hot Reels being sent to the box.
Peaches and Carnage took a hard hit just then from number 44-44. That's Doomy behind. Wow. Pretty Sick. Lead jammer for the Rainbow gets back re-engaged. Another apex jump on the inside. Able to get inside cleanly as she's moving back around to go for another point pass. Able to tiptoe on the inside. What a move. Oh, my goodness. She looked like for sure she was going to be forced out of bounds, but she tiptoes, stays in bounds. Wow.
You know, I watched Pretty Sick go around turn number 2 there.
Yeah, she Pretty Sick was, I don't know, she it doesn't look like she's skating fast, but she is moving pretty decent to get around around the track. It's a different style. She's a lot more straight up than most. I'll be honest with you, and I don't know that this is not official, but it looked like when she went down earlier, she just got up gingerly. I don't know if, I mean, I really do. I feel like maybe she's not hurt, but something's not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I will definitely check into it. Please, those of you out there in the Derbyverse, don't worry about it. It won't worry. That's not nothing official. I don't think but it just seemed like she took a shot and she went down here a couple, and she got up slowly and hasn't really been back really zooming since. I don't know.
Well, there's plenty
just
of
a personal observation.
About 17 and a half minutes left, so we'll be able to see that. But, you know, I just watched that jam by Pretty Sick, and, you know, I was first impressed by one of the prettiest moves in Derby being that apex jump in turn number 2. And then she just outdid it by passing on the outside on her toe stops. I mean, it was just one awe moment after another. That was just a pretty jam.
We got an official stoppage, so a couple quick seconds to throw a couple names out there for you. Want to make sure and get a good plug for Juice Plus. Juice Plus is whole food-based nutrition, including juice powder, concentrates from 30 different fruits, vegetables, and grains. Juice Plus helps bridge the gap between what you should eat and what you do eat every day. It's not a multivitamin, medicine, treatment, or cure for any disease. Juice Plus is made from quality ingredients, carefully monitored from farm to capsule to provide natural nutrients your body needs to be at its best. Juice Plus and juiceplus.com. Check them out.
Thank you, sir.
Going back to work now. 5 seconds called by the officials. Peaches and Carnage going to work against Colton de Tuleterpan. It's very good to see her back on the track. She went down earlier. Looks like she took a hit to the nose or somewhere in the face that just kind of dulled her senses for a few. Blondie recycles to the pound all the way back to the back and keeps, ooh.
Yeah, she managed to keep her toe in on that one. That was a pretty stop right there.
Wow, we were looking right down the line, too. That happened right over here, perfect vantage point. That was crazy how she was able to go down there and keep in. Again, she stays out of bounds. Fort Myers asking for some calls from the help from the officials, not getting it. Coco Cremaho, number 21, after blocking all this that she's done, she's putting on the star, doing work for Fort Myers.
Well, we had a star pass there where Peaches and Carnage handed the star off to Coco Cremaho. And then right here in front of the announcer's table.
Go ahead.
Right here in front of the announcer's table, after the jam got called, there was a collision. And if I heard right, the announcers have just ejected Coco Cremaho from the game for a gross misconduct penalty.
I believe the officials saw them come together, and I'll be honest with you. I'm not one to question the officials, so I don't really know exactly what it is that he saw. But he called gross misconduct. You've been ejected was exactly what he said here. So number 21, Coco Cremaho, has been ejected from the game.
Yeah, as she skates away from the track, that's been confirmed. She has been ejected from the game. And I believe that was based on a hit that occurred here in front of the announcer's table after the whistle blew.
Wow. Yeah, number 10, Layla Gay, going to work for Fort Myers. Yosemite Sam in the box for Fort Myers, taking Coco's spot. And 212, Blondie being sent to the penalty box. Fort Myers with 2 in the box. Layla Gay able to stay in. Not sure how she, ooh. She stays in on the outside, forces in, trying to get to the inside of the track. Gets forced out of bounds on the inside, has to be recycled back to the back of the pack. Scrappy, number 25, going to the penalty box for Fort Myers. Now with 3 in the box. Number 88, Hot Reels, going to the box for Fort Myers.
Appeared to be a forearm call there.
Ton of bricks out there now, ready to put blockers, ready to block. Layla Gay as she tries to come through. Wow, lots of movement. Yosemite Sam back into action. Now she's facing that 4 wall for Helsinki. My goodness.
Well, I'm liking to hear that the crowd off to our left, it seems to be divided half Fort Myers and half Callio.
Number 72, pretty sick, goes to the jammer line. Tequila, number 314, goes to the jammer line for Fort Myers. Still, well, I guess, you know what? We're starting off better than normal because Fort Myers only has 1 in the box. As here we go. Folks, I apologize out in the Derby verse and chuckling. It's just sometimes you got to laugh to keep from crying. I'm not exactly sure what's there. There's penalties all over. The Grossman conduct of us. I didn't see it, but you know what? I'm not an official trained to see those things. I saw the actual hit. Maybe there's something I don't understand.
Well, Tequila Sunshine just got called for a forearm. Originally sat down in the box, but was told that she was beyond the point of no return and had to skate an entire lap in order to serve her penalty. So that's going to free Pretty Sick from the penalty box. Fort Myers sets up their wall. Pretty Sick approaches and fighting the wall of Yosemite Sam, Hot Reels, Peaches and Carnage, and Blondie. Picks up her points, coming around on another pass. We have a full track as the penalty box is now empty. Tequila Sunshine picks up her points. Pretty Sick was just bouncing off of blockers there, just kind of rolling off of the Fort Myers blockers as they continuously rapidly try and knock her to the outside, but they're unsuccessful. Both jammers in the pack now. Blondie knocks out Pretty Sick and recycles her all the way back almost to the jammer line. Slow moving pack between turns 1 and 2. Almost at a stop in between those two turns. Hot Reels recycling Pretty Sick back again. You had a long jam there, but it looks like only about 4 points were scored for each team. Fort Myers picking up 4 and Callio picking up 5, bringing the score to 158 to 79 in favor of Callio. Taking the star for Fort Myers is now Scrappy. I believe she's jammed for us yet, but Picante for the Callio rolling Rainbow. Picante pushing up the last two Fort Myers blockers. Looks to be Tawna Bricks and Blondie. Tawna knocks her out, and she gets recycled to the back of the pack, all the way back to the jammer line as Scrappy's up in the front of the pack, dealing with a 3-wall of Callio, kind of that diamond formation that they've shown us all game long. They form that diamond with at least 3 skaters, sometimes 4 skaters. And that was that blocking allowed Picante to get through on lead jam status.
That was an awesome move as she got recycled back and able to work her way back to the front of the pack. My goodness. Wow. I mean, I realize Fort Myers has had penalties and stuff, but you got to give it to this Rainbow team.
Yeah, listen, that was phenomenal. We talked about it at the break. That was fantastic team play right there. So what you saw Callio do, coming back in, they went 2-on-1. They broke down to 1-on-1, and then Picante pushing forward, allowed another Callio skater to come back in and recycle to make it a 2-on-1 at the front of the pack. And then the rest of the pack caught up as Picante continued to push forward, and everybody that bridge started collapsing, accordioning, I don't know if that's a word or not, but accordioning in back into a complete pack, and they completely engulfed her again, giving Picante an opportunity to escape the pack and get out and start scoring some points. So phenomenal teamwork there.
Well, Blondie just knocked Picante out to the inside.
Folks, I apologize for my silence, but there is so many penalties being called right now. They were just, I mean, white 444 got sent to the box. Failure to reform. That was because with no pack called, you got to reform back. You got to get it formed back. So failure to reform there. You have 2 back-to-back Fort Myers skaters win at the same time. One for the, I apologize for a forearm, and there I go apologizing again. But Jack Scratch Fever went for a forearm. Then we had another one go for a forearm, and then Beller for another. So right now there's 2 of each team, both skaters in the box for the same reason that their teammate is in. We have 2 Finland skaters in for failure to reform, and 2 Fort Myers players in the box for forearm penalties. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen this many penalties in a derby game.
Well, in the meantime, as our officials are working as hard as they are, I'm going to hand the mic over to Pastor Mike so he can give you some of the names of some of the people that are paying the bills.
Always, always, always good to take care of the people that are paying the bills. Want to thank the folks at Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative providing education, outreach, and linkage services, as well as programming for the South Florida LBT community. For those of you here on site with us, they've got a booth right back there in the back of the room. You want to go check that out. And for the rest of you, pridecenterflorida.org. That's pridecenterflorida, all spelled out, .org. You want to check them out and see what you can do to get involved and help out where you can. Also want to make sure that we throw a quick to cheeseballs.com, Cheeseballs Bearings. They're hand-prepared by skaters, for skaters, 20% off all weekend for those of you here in the building, and, of course, cheeseballs.com for the rest of you that did not make the trip down this year. Last but not least, want to thank Sugar and Oats. They're at www.sugarandoats.com. Nina's local to Fort Lauderdale. Products are certified vegan, cruelty-free, and eco-friendly. Got a skincare line as well. I carefully formulate. Well, I don't do it. I don't have anything to do with it. I really don't. But she, who is, by the way, local to Fort Lauderdale, carefully formulates all of her products with the purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and completely all-natural, skin-loving ingredients. At Sugar and Oats, their promise is to stay away from harsh chemicals, parabens, sodium lauryl sulfate, and palm. There's another one. Sodium lauryl sulfate and palm oils, because they love their rainforests and the animals that live in them. So everything there is always cruelty-free, never tested on animals, and always vegan. Check them out for more information. It's www.sugarandoats.com.
Peaches and Carnage with the star for Fort Myers.
That's Layla Gay, number 10 for Finland. For the Rainbow, as she does work, burst out on the inside of the track real quick, almost unopposed. Now number 212, Blondie, she goes to the box for Fort Myers. Layla Gay coming around, going back for another point pass. The Rainbow bench screaming for Layla Gay to call it. Once it was called, we're going to set up and do it one more time. We got one player from each team in the box. As the there you go. The Fort Myers crowd starting to liven up. It was just moments ago that the Rainbow Warriors were up there coming to life. Letting their fan base be heard. And now Fort Myers, as we get ready to play, Tequila, number 314, goes to work for Fort Myers, number 72. That's pretty sick for the Rainbow. And again, lead jam status.
Be careful. Rolling Rainbow, not Rainbow Warriors.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Want to take a second in between these two jams to recognize all of our volunteers there right now, from our officials to our NSOs to our medics to our track maintenance people. So if you're in the building, put your hands together for our volunteers. If you're watching on the WFTDA.TV stream, feel free to put your hands together on the couch as you're watching for our volunteers.
Number 91, Cotton Dutileterpan, goes to work for the Rainbow, the Rolling Rainbow. It takes lead jammer status. Peaches and Carnage going to work right behind her. Both of them circling around, coming back for the point pass. Cotton Dutileterpan calls off the jam after scoring 2. 1 point for Peaches.
Peaches and Carnage getting some cheers from her fan club there in the first couple rows of the bleachers to the left of our booth. As we have Scrappy taking the jammer star for the Fort Myers team and Layla Gay for the Callio Rolling Rainbow.
Big move on the inside for Gay, number 10. As number 25, Scrappy, she gets caught back in this 4-wall, and a track cut by Layla Gay puts the Callio jammer in the penalty box. with a rare lead jam, power jam situation for Fort Myers in the second half. Number 49, Macho Bicho, goes to the jammer line for the Rolling Rainbow. There was a star pass by Fort Myers. As number 314, Tequila, works her way through the pack for points. Number 103 for Kelly goes to the penalty box with a track cut. Track cut for Tequila. 4-4-4-4. Do me behind. Goes to the jammer line for Kelly. Number 14, that's Salia Spectra, goes to the jammer line for Kelly.
There's a failure to reform penalty there.
All right, we're at 4 minutes left to play in the second half in the game. It's 198-96. The Rolling Rainbow over Fort Myers. Peaches and Carnage going to work against Pretty Sick, number 72. Ugh. Have you heard so much grunting when they hit? Oh, my goodness, what a move. Pretty Sick on the inside and made a pretty sick move as she darts down on the inside line. Pretty Sick going to the thing. Direction of play. Now Pretty Sick with a forearm. Now we're just alternating. Now Khalilo is going to the box. We got two of them in the box. Yosemite Sam working her way around the track as she accepted the star pass, adding a grand slam for Fort Myers. Wow. I am speechless. They have hit so hard. This has been such a physical battle, and you can see it in the faces of both teams. Yes, there's a 98-7-point differential.
Well, that was teabag from the Calio team that forced Yosemite Sam to cause a track cut. She gets sent to the box, and Pretty Sick's going to be out there on a power jam. Pretty Sick bobbing and weaving, trying to pass on the inside, trying to get by Smack Cakes and Blondie. Right at the jammer line, the battle goes on, and Pretty Sick manages to pass on the outside. Calio team now playing some offense, trying to free their jammer, let their jammer through it. Blondie and Smack Cakes are the last chance, and Pretty Sick slides through backwards on the outside.
Number 21, Slagerloof, goes to the box for Finland as they both teams have one each. Got about a minute and 46 seconds left in the game. Picante goes to the jammer line for Khalil in a power jam situation because Yosemite Sam is in the box. It looks like, nope. thought there was another whistle for a penalty, but Picante comes around. She's working her way back around for another point pass, trying to get another grand slam. Yosemite Sam becomes re-engaged as she comes out of the penalty box, working her way through. She works her way around. Great job getting her out of that wall real fast like. Great job by Yosemite Sam. Two more skaters being sent to the penalty box. Ton of bricks, and I believe, you know what? Maybe it was one.
Well, they will have to do some work on the track over there, do some repair of the tape in front of the penalty box because that area has been worn out this entire game. I get it. They may have to replace the chairs there. Those cushions may be worn out. Back out, Layla Gay, number 10 for the Callio Rolling Rainbow. Yosemite Sam out there for Fort Myers. Layla Gay picks up lead jam status, but Yosemite Sam hot on her heels. She gets knocked out by Peaches and Carnage. Knocked to the outside. And that's going to bring this game to an end. We have an unofficial final. I repeat, unofficial at this point. 224 to 104 in favor of Callio. We will wait for the thumbs up.
Wow. Wow. Folks, but that is a 224 to 104 unofficial final. Still waiting to get a thing. I really don't know what to say. I mean, hey, there was a lot of penalties. I don't know if it's just that the massive hitting that went along that we talked about in the first half, as time went on, it made them tired, or you lose form, or guys. I mean, wow, lots of penalties. It was still an exciting, hard-hitting derby bout. So plenty of action that was had, and you know what? I think Fort Myers is just setting us up for tomorrow. And the reason I say that is, you remember we talked earlier about Fort Myers' first game last Beach Brawl, how great it was, and then they came out the second game and kind of got shellacked. So what they did was they did that the first time. So tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, when our head announcer Piggy and I step to the table, Fort Myers and Alamo City, I expect Fort Myers to rebound and show us what they got tomorrow. So
you think that Fort Myers has us just where they want us, is what you're saying? Well, stay tuned on this track being track D, number 1. We've got the 7 o'clock game of Tragic City versus Centex Roller Girls. That's coming up at 7 o'clock, so stay with us for that one. In the meantime, we do have a final, 224 to 104 in favor of Callio.
Make sure you check over while you're waiting for Derby, folks. We're going to get out of here and get ready so that the next crew can get in and get ready for that game. But in the meantime, hey, switch over to the other track, those of you out in the Derbyverse, and check out what's going on. Before we go, Pasta, your thoughts on tonight's game?
You know, I'll tell you, I thoroughly enjoyed this bout. I really, really, really enjoyed the game. I enjoyed the matchup. I wish I could see it again and again. All right, so you know what? The score wasn't as close as we thought it might have been towards the beginning. It looked like kind of maybe one of those, back and forth kind of battles might have ensued. They came pretty close there for quite some time. But you know what? Physical. I mean, if I got to go back and recap this one, I'm going to say, you know what, the physicality of both teams was certainly, on level. It was the teamwork, I think, of Callio coming out. I think it was a little bit of the depth, and I think it was a little bit of shock and awe, to be perfectly honest with you. Fort Myers hasn't faced them before. They haven't seen them before. And so when you bring a new team out like that, and they come out with that kind of, that kind of physicality, that kind of agility, that kind of teamwork, it's going to be tough to overcome. So I think both teams did a great job. I think they played their games, and one strategy dominated the other one at this point.
All right, well, like I said, we've got Tragic City versus Centex coming up, so stick around. There'll just be a short period of time for that. In the meantime, switch over to Track C or number 2, whichever it's showing up on your device. In the meantime, I'm Kenny Sirens.
And I'm Albie Dam. Thanks to the Derbyverse for listening. Thanks to Pastor Mike for producing for us. Thank you guys, everybody here in beautiful Fort Myers. We'll see you in a little bit.
Good evening, Derby fans. Welcome to the next bout here on Track D. We are moments away from our matchup between the Centex Roller Girls and the Tragic City Rollers. My name is Piggy Fatness. Joining me here, I've got Vixen to Brawl. Vixen, thanks so much for joining me. It has been a fantastic day of Derby so far.
Yeah, I've been. It's the first time I've been at a big tournament like this, and I've really enjoyed seeing some of these teams play. Most remarkably was this last bout we saw between Nidaros and Low Country High Rollers. That was very exciting. The international team coming in and really putting it out there. Impressive. And looking forward to this Tragic City bout versus Centex.
It should definitely be a good one. And the appeal of Beach Brawl, really since last year after its inaugural version, was really that what you mentioned is the fact that teams come in from international locations and really make an impression, not just on the teams here, but basically on the global, Derby world. And so it's been fantastic to see a team like Nidaros come in and rack up a win in their first time out here at Beach Brawl. So we'll look for more of that as the weekend continues. But before we do, we have action to take care of here on Track D. So let me take you through the lineups of the Centex Roller Girls out of Temple, Texas. These are the Heart of Texas All-Stars. Number 2 is Jack and Jill. Number 202 is JoJo Jit. 24, Mental Case. 333, Misbehavin' Raven. 360, Vicious Cycle. 4, Taco. 411, Chloe. 42 is Mad D. 6 is Annie Oops. 636, Z. 70, Guilty. 95, April. And 99, Lizzie Misfit.
And for the Tragic City Roller All-Stars, we have 0, Suki Smackhouse. Number 104, Claw and Order. 1059, Get Off My Lawn. Number 1283, Doctor Who's Your Daddy. Number 150, Road Rage. Number 16, Eiffel Power. 1943, Renegade Ruthie. 1989, Berlin Mall. Number 22, Shug Fight. 23, Vanilla Rice. Number 3, Mad Villain. 720, Bless Your Heart. Number 934, J.K. Growlrink. And D10, Original Sin.
Tragic City versus Centex on tap. Joining us also will be our friend Stash Merkin. Stash, say hello to the audience.
It is.
Man of many words. For those of you joining us online at WFTDA.tv, thank you so much for being here. Centex Roller Girls Heart of Texas All-Stars will be in red. Tragic City will be in yellow once we get started with the action. So we've got a few minutes here, Guilty. Let's talk a little bit about the teams. Coming in ranked 131 are the Centex Roller Girls. They have a 3-1 WFTDA sanctioned bout record here this year, including a very impressive run through their group at the Lowdown Throwdown earlier this year, where they picked up a 3-0 group win there at Lowdown Throwdown.
And Tragic City is coming in at 146. They have upped their ranking by 14 points. Looks like they've had a 50-50 season here, winning to Red Stick earlier. Took a loss to Hard Knocks, 173 to 154. Looks like that was a pretty exciting bout. Going on to win against Dixie. Another loss there to Red Stick, but winning against Mississippi.
And, I can actually tell you that Mississippi win was rather impressive, as I was actually on site for that game, Mississippi taking on Tragic City. And Tragic City really came out strong early, and with a combination of speed and solid blocking, really took the win. And so it was an impressive outing for them as they picked up their third WFTDA win of the 2015 year. So while we have a moment, Stash, if you would, share with us and the audience some of the folks who have been helping support Beach Brawl here this weekend.
Well, I'll be happy to, Piggy. We would like to thank chicksinbowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. We'd also like to thank the redoubtable Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive and they are valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? Derby Vixen makes each toe guard by hand with care and precision you can't get anywhere else. Check out her shop at www.derbyvixen.etsy.com or on Facebook or Twitter. Standard designs are always available and custom orders are welcome. Made by a skater for skaters.
And I believe, Vixen to Brawl, that's you.
Golly. I'm blushing over here. I also want to thank our refs and NSOs for helping us out with these bouts. Could not do it without them. And also the EMTs. Unfortunately, we have had to put them to use today. Hopefully we won't see any more Derby accidents.
It has been a long but awesome day of roller derby here. As far as this track goes, meaning track D, this is the 5th bout of today. And on our second track, we have seen, actually this is the 6th bout on this track. The other track, track C, has seen 5 bouts of action. And the nice part, Vixen, is this is only day 1. We've still got a couple of more days to go.
And you've got WFTDA.tv streaming 2 bouts at once, so you can switch back and forth. I believe on the other track we've got the Bogota, Colombia Roller Queens taking on the Leeds Roller Dolls. So we've got Colombia versus the UK.
That bout will be up in a while, but right now we are moments away, as I said, from starting this bout between Tragic City Rollers All-Stars and the Centex Roller Girls Heart of Texas All-Stars.
And if you have any questions about this, the Tragic City is wearing gold today. Centex is wearing red.
Our first lineups are hitting the track as we are set to begin what will be the final bout on this track here today.
We've got number 3, Mad Villain, jamming for Tragic City. She's taking on number 99, Lizzie Misfit.
And there's the whistle. We are underway. Lizzie Misfit looking for a pass on the inside, and she is through. Lead jammer, Heart of Texas All-Stars. Tragic City sets up a 4-wall between turns 1 and 2.
And we have our first penalty of this bout, a track cut against Tragic City's jammer. So we're going to start the next bout with a jammer advantage for Centex.
Responsibilities for that power start will go to Chloe for Centex.
Centex working to break up that Tragic City wall. Eiffel Tower is keeping an eye on Texas jammer. Gonna have to let her through though to avoid an out-of-play penalty block.
Combination of strong work from Jack and Jill and Chloe maneuvering their way through that wall. 4-wall though back in effect by Tragic City as Chloe is looking for space to pass for a score.
And that's a grand slam for Centex. It's like she is gonna call that jam off. Eiffel Tower just throwing a little hip to her.
A little bit of a hello to Chloe as she was making that pass on the outside. And the jam comes to a close.
We've got Road Rage on the line for Tragic City. She is up against JoJo Jit. Road Rage, takes the inside line, but she gets out of bounds and manages to break through and grabs that lead jammer status.
Quick return to the track after that block and was able to maneuver through on the middle portion of the pack. JoJo Jit still working against a Tragic City 4-wall. Strong hit there by Berlin Mall to slow down the progress of JoJo Jit.
And we have got number 24, Mental Case, in the box, being joined by number 360, Vicious Cycle, giving that blocker advantage to Tragic City.
Tragic City just made their second 5-point pass and doing what they can to, well, they've done it. They've narrowed the gap, and now we are at 10-all as this jam continues.
JoJo really being held back by Tragic City. Manages to get through.
3-wall by Centex on the backside of the pack, but Road Rage right to left goes on that inside line, makes the pass.
That was a great assist by her teammate. Opened up the inside lane.
Strong 19-point jam by Tragic City. And
We've got number 23, Vanilla Rice, on the line for Tragic City. She is up against Z.
Z with a strong push to the center of the pack, and she clears lead jammer Z for the Heart of Texas All-Stars. Eiffel Power, middle of a 3-wall. Z trying to maneuver through, but held back by that Tragic City wall.
And we have a track cut penalty on Tragic City.
That took away that last line of defense on that wall and allowed for Centex to get through for the points.
Looks like get off my line is getting off that track.
Z calling off the jam as they put 9 points on the board on that last jam and 4 for Tragic City.
1943, Renegade Ruthie jamming for the first time this evening. Looks like both teams quite a number of jammers to work through. And she is taking on Annie Oops. Annie Oops goes to the inside. Eiffel Power rewinds her back to turn 4.
Nice job drawing that track cut. That's going to send Annie Oops to the penalty box. And this is Power Jam Tragic City. Center of the pack and a pass made by Tragic City's jammer Renegade Ruthie. Tragic City doing a nice job of breaking up that Centex wall attempt to allow Renegade Ruthie to put another 5 points on the board. Stash Merkin.
Thank you, Peggy. And we would like to thank 5 Second Skate Gear at 5secondskategear.com. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you. Whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave. That's 5 Second Skate Gear. Now back to the action.
And Tragic City's got the lead jammer status, Mad Villain, breaking through that Centex wall. And she just sails, grabbing herself 5 more points.
Momentum swinging right now the direction of Tragic City as they have 33 on the board, 19 for the Centex Heart of Texas All-Stars.
Road Rage taking jammer duties for Tragic City. And we've got
Stoppage of play for an official timeout. That was quickly resolved, and we're back to the action.
And we've got Z jamming for Centex. Centex down 2 blockers. So we've got 2 unable to hold back Tragic City's jammer.
Tragic City with a very strong speed game, but Road Rage gets forced to the infield. She'll recycle back and try again. Z crosses through the pack, puts up 4 for Centex.
Vicious cycle recycling Tragic City's jammer. And that was a grand slam over here for Centex.
Road Rage picked up an additional 4, calls off the jam. And we are at the 21-minute, 15-second mark. Clock is moving as we get set for our next jam.
Tragic City in the lead with 41 to Centex 28.
Vanilla Rice on the line for Tragic City. She's facing off against Annie Oops for Centex.
We have all the blockers on the track. Centex just going straight for the middle of that wall. Does a fine job of breaking through, and she grabs lead jammer status.
Tragic City's attempt at a 4-wall surrounded by red jerseys. Ready to make an impact for their jammer, but the jam is called off.
Before either team can score any points. So we're going to keep it at 41 to 28. Renegade Ruthie jamming for Tragic City, and she is up against Lizzie Misfit. Tragic City does a great job of totally taking that whole line with all their bodies.
That's absolutely right. As we've seen time and again, their wall is so strong, which is a great compliment to their fast jammers. But right now, lead jammer call goes to Centex as Lizzie Misfit gets through the pack first.
Berlin Mall and Shug fight, forcing a track cut on Centex. And that gives the power jam advantage to Tragic City.
Strong hit by Vicious Cycle forces back Renegade Ruthie, but she's quick to recover. And now pushing forward against 3 red jerseys, but through for the points, puts up 5 on that pass. No, it was the other. It was Centex that had the lead. Jam continues, even though there was an attempt at calling off the jam, but lead jammer status had been gotten by Centex first. The jam continues, 5 points for Tragic City on that last pass.
And we're going to continue on for that full 2 minutes because Centex's jammer is headed to the box.
Another track cut penalty is what was called on Lizzie Misfit. That's sort of been the pattern that we've seen in some of these early games on day one is teams that get in trouble with penalties really early on in the first period. And so it really forces them to make adjustments and preserve those players from getting too many penalties in the second half.
Tragic City grabs 15 points in that jam. So we're going to start this 56 Tragic City, Centex 28.
Timeout has been called by Centex. So I'm going to pass it over to my buddy Stash.
Thank you, Peggy. We would like to thank Passion Parties, Passion by TLC, your passion consultant.com, bringing passion to life, our purpose, our passion. And Holly Dress at OrigamiOwl.com. A percentage of every purchase supports a local roller derby. And Bont Skates at Bont.com. Lighter, stronger, faster. Friday and Saturday only. Check out the new Quad Star Skate carbon fiber boots. They're the lightest ones on the market. And it looks like we have players lining up, so we will get back to the action forthwith.
Mad Villain on the line, power jam situation for Tragic City. Only 2 blockers for Centex, going to try to hold her back.
Those blockers are Z and Annie Oops. Mad Villain with some nice right to left lateral movement, and she's through for lead jammer.
And that's 5 more points for Tragic City.
Quick pass through the pack to pick up those points. Calls it off before any more damage can be done by Centex. Once again on the line for Centex, we've got Chloe and Road Rage for Tragic City.
Centex still down 2 blockers. Tragic City's jammer takes that inside line handily, and she is lead jammer.
Looked for the briefest of moments as if she was going to be forced to the infield, but so strong on her skates to stay upright and on the track.
Centex not going to let those penalty box seats get cold, as we've got Jack and Jill in the box.
Eiffel Power with a strong hit on Chloe to force her out and back. Nice bridge by Tragic City.
Road Rage being rewound to turn 3. Gets hit to the infield by number 24. Got to come back in behind her. This is a fantastic job by 2 blockers. Tragic City grabbing 5 points that go round to Centex's 2. We're looking at Tragic City 69 to Centex 30.
Centex sending out Z with the star. She'll face off against Vanilla Rice for Tragic City.
Once again, Centex is doing all the work with only 2 blockers.
3 jams in a row now, Vixen, where that has occurred, and so.
But I'll tell you, they are very effective. Centex grabs lead jammer status. And she gets through with 4 points.
Tragic City with 4 points of their own, courtesy of Vanilla Rice. Eiffel Power lining up and positioning herself right in front of Z, calls off the jam, but does pick up 3 on that last pass.
.1943 Renegade Ruthie jamming for Tragic City. She's up against Lizzie Misfit.
Full contingent of blockers on both sides as we get this next jam underway.
Renegade Ruthie being knocked back, recycled back to turn 4. Going to have to face that wall of Centex again.
Tragic City's wall was maneuvered well by Lizzie Misfit for that initial or for that pass and points.
And no problem for her to grab 4 points before calling that jam off.
Along the line of penalties being called, I believe that's Mental Case's third trip to the box in this first period.
And Chloe with the power jam advantage for Centex. You can hear Eiffel Power really being quite the mother hen out there.
Directing traffic for her wall. Nice brace 3-wall by Tragic City.
And Chloe is really working to push that wall forward, trying to get them out of play. Tragic City is bridging with 2 players, but they have to let her go, and Chloe is lead jammer.
The win there, though, for Tragic is they were able to use up that time for that penalty. And so we've got Chloe working against a 4-wall once again. Eiffel Power dead center of that wall.
Chloe's really keeping her eye on that other jammer and calls that jam off before Tragic City has a chance to score any points.
And we'd like to thank Fester Custom Airbrushing, custom painted airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere.
Back to the track we go. Z on the line for Centex. Mad Villain for Tragic City.
Mad Villain able to really working. Oh, nope. And she's able to get through. I said a whole lot of nothing there, but she is lead jammer.
She really has some really frenetic action in the middle of the pack, and just when you think you've got her, she's able to slip away. And in the meantime, also managed to deliver a hit to Z, dead center of the pack. High block penalty called as Mad Villain came into that 2-wall very strongly, but the penalty was called, and therefore we have power gem opportunity for Centex.
Centex hanging back, hoping to force a out-of-play block by Tragic City.
3-wall in place by Tragic City. And shooting in from the inside line, that was Jack and Jill creating space for Z to put up 5 more.
Looks like she grabbed a penalty herself, but I've been watching her, and she's a force to be reckoned with. She's just shoving players out of the way like mad.
She really is. Centex, one of the teams that I get to call for quite often, and Jack and Jill, what you just saw was just vintage Jack and Jill.
That's 4 more points for Centex. That's 18-point jam so far.
4 points on that last pass by Mad Villain to add to the Tragic City total. 20 points separating these two teams, but this jam is still going.
Tragic City sees an opportunity to take the outside lane. 5 more points.
Jam comes to a close. 4 points are being signaled for Centex. And a timeout has been called by Tragic City.
And we'd like to thank Bodywork by Kelly, massage therapy and kinesio taping, as well as Roller Bones, wheels, accessories. Try before you buy. Ask about the turbo wheels. And we'd also like to thank cheeseballs.com. Cheeseball bearings are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. And Cheeseballs will be giving a discount of 20% all weekend. We'd also like to thank greenmonster.com, Green Monster Roller Sports, boots, laces, equipment bags, everything you need to get your derby on. And right now we're getting our derby on.
That was an amazing 22-point jam for Centex the last go-round. Tragic City, however, picks up 13 points.
Lizzie Misfit for Centex facing off against Road Rage for Tragic City. Both jammers testing the inside line, and getting through first is Road Rage. Centex sets up a 4-wall, but Eiffel Power gets right in the middle of it to try to split up that wall and create room for Road Rage.
And we've got a power jam situation for Road Rage as Centex's jammers in the box. Centex has 4 blockers on her, though, which is a nice change of pace for them.
Mental Case working alongside April, and Annie Oops trying to slow down the progress of Road Rage, but definitely gets around that block on the outside and puts up 5.
Nice little inside hop by Lizzie Misfit.
Road Rage puts up another 4, calls it off, and we will reset. 100 on the board for Tragic City as a result of those 14 points. 65 for Centex.
These two teams seem really well matched. I think it's just the power jams that are killing Centex. They can stop committing those penalties, then hopefully we can keep the score closer.
Only 15 spots separate these two teams as of the most recent WFTDA rankings. Tragic City lead jammer as Vanilla Rice gets out of the pack first.
Eiffel Power trying to hold her back, not being effective. Road Rage calls that jam off. We get 1 point for Tragic City, none for Centex.
Tail end of that jam, penalty was called on Misbehaving Raven, so Centex will have the next jam 1 blocker down, as will Tragic City. Renegade Ruthie for Tragic City gets out first, lead jammer. Annie Oops jamming for Centex. Quick call off to the jam produces no points on either side as we are at 6 minutes 47 seconds. Clock is moving. 18 jams through this first period as these teams have been relentless against one another throughout the course of this first period.
It's been a very physical bout. We've got Mad Villain on the line for Tragic City and Z jamming for Centex.
Quickly through turn 1 is Mad Villain for Tragic City. Again, Tragic City not letting the Centex blockers put their walls together.
That was an impressive, quick move, and jam called off with 4 points for Tragic City to no points for Centex.
Road Rage for Tragic City getting ready to face off against Annie Oops for Centex. Three wall meets Annie Oops on the front side of the pack, but she's able to elude and get through. Lead jammer for Centex.
Vicious Cycle delivering some nice hits, knocking Road Rage to the infield where she's rewound a 4
5 points on the board for Centex on that last pass. And another smooth pass through the pack by Annie Oops for an additional 4, and she calls it off. It's like you're saying, Vixen to Brawl, fix the penalties, and this one gets even closer. So as we approach halftime, it'll be interesting to see what adjustments are made by both squads, as this really is a very close bout.
Vanilla Rice doing jammer duties for Tragic City. She is taking on Lizzie Misfit. Vanilla Rice headed to the inside line. Eiffel Power opening things up.
Lizzie Misfit with the lead jammer call for Centex. Both teams wanting to have the momentum going into the second period, but a 3-wall slows down. Well, as soon as I say that, she is through. Lizzie Misfit puts up 4.
Things change so fast.
Absolutely. That, and we have a tendency to say things that cause what we say to not mean a thing. Hello, there you go. Apex jump for Lizzie Misfit. Picks up the 4 and calls it off.
Be interesting to see what the penalty whiteboard looks like. I believe those penalty trackers are being kept pretty busy.
We'll take a look at that at halftime. That little apex jump there reminds me what a great opportunity you and I have, Vixen to Brawl, getting to watch from our vantage point and talk about this bout, which has been fantastic from the start.
I like being up on high and looking down on everyone. Renegade Ruthie was through, but Centex recycling their walls, and Z grabs lead jammer.
Centex Heart of Texas All-Stars getting into a bit of a groove here in the late portion of the first period, but that brought to a halt by Eiffel Power and Tragic City, forcing the call-off of that jam.
Eiffel Power with a forearm penalty.
And we'd like to thank Kirjan Sports at rollerskaterusa.com. Skate supplies that carries all of your skate supplies from vendors here at Beach Brawl.
Mad Villain just jumps right into the inside line, breaks through, grabs lead jammer status.
Meanwhile, Chloe gets forced to the outside, has to recycle back, and now tangles with a 3-wall by Tragic City on the backside of the pack.
Mad Villain doing a little penalty calling herself, maybe thinking maybe there was a multiplayer block that wasn't called. She is fast. 5 more points for Tragic City.
Quite a multitasking moment for her, but she was able to get around that track yet again for that pass and splits the pack and gets through a block by Mental Case to put 5 more points on the board. This so far a 15-point jam for Tragic City and Mad Villain.
It's been a rough day for Centex. They've seems like many jams they're out there with just 2 blockers doing all the work.
Mad Villain with good presence of mind as to where she was to recycle back properly and gets right through again for 5 more points. Three-wall meets Mad Villain on the backside, scoots toward the inside line, picked up by Mental Case and Annie Oops.
Original Sin headed to the box for a forearm penalty.
Both teams down 1 blocker as that jam comes to a close. 20-point jam for Tragic City.
And she took advantage of just about all 2 minutes of that jam to rack up those points.
Yes, she did. That was a 24-point jam as we are setting up for what could be the final jam of the period between Centex, Heart of Texas All-Stars, and the Tragic City Rollers All-Stars.
Lizzie Misfit doing honors as jammer for Centex.
She gets the lead jammer call, but alongside her is Road Rage for Tragic City.
Road Rage working as a fifth blocker there, decides to let her go through.
Road Rage makes the pass, puts up 4, but so does Lizzie. As we arrive at halftime between the Centex Heart of Texas All-Stars and the Tragic City Rollers. Derby fans, let's hear it for both these teams as they have put together quite a bout in this first period.
Yeah, for quite a while we were within 20 points of each other here, but this last power jam really pulled Tragic City ahead.
Momentum clearly on the side of Tragic City as we get into the halftime period. Those of you joining us on WFTDA.tv, thank you so much for being here with us. If you couldn't be here in Fort Lauderdale, then you made the other best choice, and that's to watch online. So thanks so much for joining us. We will be back after a brief halftime with the second period between Centex and Tragic City, so don't go too far away. Don't forget, action continues on Track C as well, so take a moment to look over there, and don't forget to come on back for period number 2. We'll be right back. This is Piggy Fatness with Vixen to Brawl. We'll see you in just a bit. Once again, I'm Piggy Fatness, and I'm here with Vixen to Brawl. Vixen, it's been quite a hard-hitting first half.
It has been. Just checked out the penalty board. I think what's killing Centex is 24 penalties in the first half. Tragic City, however, I thought they were going to have less. They do have less penalties at 20, but I was surprised to see how many penalties they had racked up also. But what is most interesting to me is Road Rage for Tragic City is a phenomenal player, very aggressive, no penalties.
We've seen some hard-hitting action from Road Rage, and so that's impressive to hear. As we get closer to the start of period number 2, want to say welcome to those who have joined us online at WFTDA.tv. The 2015 Beach Brawl International Invitational has seen quite a first day, and we thank you so much for joining us online to watch all the action. This is just day 1, Vixen, of 3 days of roller derby. I don't know if I can stand it.
I know. I tell you what, we've got, what do we have, 12 bouts a day? 2 tracks running all day long. Teams from all over the world. We've got a team from England, team from Helsinki, a team from Norway, Bogota, Colombia.
Auckland, New Zealand.
Auckland, New Zealand, Pirate City. Long way to come, hoping that they could get some. I don't think there are a lot of teams that they have to play down there, so they have to make the big trip.
Great when teams make that journey, and great that they have an opportunity like Beach Brawl. Want to say thank you to our hosts, the Gold Coast Derby Girls, for a job well done in putting together the second rendition of the Beach Brawl Invitational. And I have a feeling, based on how it's going, that this is going to be one of those tournaments that's going to be here for a while. So congratulations to Gold Coast for a job well done.
This is a very smooth running event, a beautiful venue. Have not heard any complaints so far. I'm really enjoying being here.
As we get set for the action, once again, wearing the gold jerseys is Tragic City, Centex in red.
Both teams have a deep jammer pool to choose from. So far, Centex has rotated around 5 jammers, Tragic City 4 jammers, and they are fantastic. Hopefully we can see the penalty box stay empty. Several jams out there where we've had only 2 Centex blockers trying to hold back Tragic City's jammer, and while they did a great job, there's only so much that 2 blockers can do.
From the blocking side, we have said the name Eiffel Power quite a few times throughout the first period, as not only is she an effective blocker, but she's also great at directing traffic, and she is supported by a cadre of very strong blockers out on the Tragic City team. So we are set to begin the second period, and we have Lizzie Misfit for Centex taking on Matt Villain for Tragic City.
Tragic City at a real blocker disadvantage with 3 in the box. Number 22 can only do so much to hold back Centex's jammer. She is lead jammer.
Lizzie Misfit out first. Tragic City into a 3-wall anchored by Eiffel Power.
Original Sin delivering that hit.
And a back block penalty called on Mad Villain at the tail end of that jam. So this is going to be power start for Centex.
Z on the line, jamming for Centex. Looks like Centex is going to hang back and let Z fight her way through the pack. She gets through without too many problems.
Z with incredible upper body strength, able to push through that pack, something that she does quite often, now engaging the Tragic City 3-wall up front of the pack.
Yeah, you see her sort of skating slowly up and then just kind of give it a big oomph, pushing that wall forward.
That oof paid off as she puts up 5 for Centex for a strong start. to this second period.
Tragic City's jammer breaks through.
Z with another strong pass for 4, calls off the jam, and we will reset.
And we'd like to thank AdamWheels.com. Boom Wheels, try them before you buy them. They're ready to go. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings. They're $150. You save $54. That's at the Adam Wheels booth. Now we are ready to get back to the action.
Road rage jamming for Tragic City, taking her time evaluating the situation, and it pays off as she grabs lead jammer status.
Good visual view of the field. She found her lane and just blazed right through it. 2-wall by Centex, but right side, outside line. And she is through for 4, calls it off. Impressive move by Road Rage to make that pass.
Lizzie Misfit up against Vanilla Rice on the jammer line. Ooh, we've got all the blockers out there. Nope. I take it back. Wait, can I see? Yeah.
Vanilla Rice pushing forward. Centex holding a strong 4-wall through turn number 1. That frees up Lizzie Misfit, lead jammer for Centex, Heart of Texas All-Stars.
We've got Tragic City's jammer being recycled to the back of the pack. Centex is keeping an eye on her, going to reform those walls.
5 points on that pass by Lizzie Misfit. Centex wall working hard against Vanilla Rice.
Vanilla Rice still not through to get her scoring pass.
That's the cause for another 5 points as Lizzie Misfit maneuvered her way through the pack. 2-all now in front of her, but right through inside line pass for an additional 5 points.
We've got Vicious Cycle doing some vicious recycling. Oh, sadly gets her a penalty, and she is headed to the box.
Star pass now complete by Tragic City. Lizzie Misfit calls off the jam, and we will reset.
That was a nice 16-point jam there for Centex, bringing our score to Tragic City 141, Centex 116.
Impressive 16 points by Centex on that last jam.
So far, it looks like they must have had a good pep talk there in the locker room. They're seems to be solidifying those walls and having a better showing.
Renegade Ruthie working against the Centex wall. Z wearing the star for Centex, caught on the back side of the pack behind a wall of gold jerseys.
We've got number 22, Shug Fight, headed to the penalty box for Tragic City, and she is being joined by Eiffel Power.
Get off my lawn, trying to set up a 2-all, but quickly through on the inside is Z for 5 and calls it off.
Tragic City going to start this jam off down 2 blockers. So they've got just 2 of them to hold back Annie Oops. Meanwhile, Mad Villain back on the line for Tragic City.
Mad Villain with several impressive jams throughout this game. Going to rely on the work of Suki Smackhouse. And get off my lawn to slow down Centex, but getting through Annie Oops, lead jammer.
Just the 2 blockers going to try to hold back Annie Oops. Also, they're racing ahead. Annie Oops grabs 3 points. Tragic City grabs one, and this gap is really tightening up here. We've got Tragic City at 142, Centex 124.
Strong early going by Centex to chip away at this lead by Tragic City. Road Rage for Tragic City facing off against Lizzie Misfit. Lizzie Misfit quickly through on the inside line. Lead Jammer.
Again, 2 blockers cannot do the work of 4. Oh, Road Rage getting hit to the outside, having to rewind there behind 360. Four more points for Centex. Tragic City gets 0 that go around. Tragic City 142, Centex 128.
Vanilla Rice set to do the jamming duties for Tragic City, facing off against Z for Centex. Centex down 1 blocker due to penalty. Annie, oops, Z. Lead jammer for Centex.
I think that Centex has got lead jammer just about every time this half. I just want to know the pep talk that coach gave them, because it was stay out of the box, get lead jammer. Pretty obvious stuff, but, you know, sometimes it has to be spelled out.
That's exactly what's been happening so far. This puts us within 10 points. Tragic City 142, Centex, Heart of Texas All-Stars 132. As taking the line for Centex is Annie Oops against Renegade Ruthie, who has had some effective jamming work here in this game so far.
Everybody recycling, recycling, recycling. It's just a big ball of derby out there. Renegade Ruthie looked like she was about to grab lead jammer. She took a tumble.
3-wall by Centex on the front side. April working alongside Guilty and Chloe. Holding back Renegade Ruthie. Trying to create some space and time for Annie Oops to break through, but she gets forced down by some strong Tragic City blocking. Forearm penalty is called on Annie Oops. Tragic City now with an opportunity. And there's the lead jammer call. Track cut is the call now that will send Renegade Ruthie to the penalty box.
No points scored so far this jam. Annie Oops sent to the inside, rewinding back behind D10.
Strong defensive work by both teams during this jam, as we will go the full 2 minutes. Still no points scored by either squad.
Looks like Tragic City tried to let her go, but I don't think she had a hard time getting around Eiffel Power.
3-wall by Tragic City, make that 4. Eiffel Power now bracing a 2-wall that forces out Annie Oops.
It's like Annie Oops took a bit of a hit to the mouth.
Two points being signaled for Centex, 3 for Tragic City. As that jam comes to a close after a full 2 minutes of derby action.
And we'd like to give a shout out to Women with Pride at pridecenterflorida.org. Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative, provides education, outreach, and linkage services for the South Florida LBT community. Now we're back to the action.
Lizzie Misfit, lead jammer for Centex. Matt Villain jamming for Tragic City. Strong pass through the pack, one skater to beat. And successful pass for 4 points by Lizzie Misfit for Centex.
Got a track cut penalty on Centex. She's going to join her fellow blocker in the box. Meanwhile, Tragic City sending one of their blockers to the box. Tragic City creeping ahead just a couple points at a time. We're at 153 Tragic City to Centex 141.
17 minutes, 45 seconds. Clock is moving. Z on the line for Centex. Road Rage for Tragic City.
Z is just going to try to force through that wall. However, she is held Rage as lead jammer.
Z maneuvering around Eiffel Power. Even Eiffel Power appreciates that move. That freed up Z, but the jam comes to a close.
And Z grabs herself a forearm penalty. Power jam advantage to Tragic City.
And we've got a timeout being called by Tragic City. That gives us a time to say thank you to some of our sponsors. So Stash Merkin, take it away.
Thank you, Peggy. We'd also like to thank Sin Nightclub, the official after-hours party spot for Beach Brawl. Sisu Mouth Guards, an astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped hunk of technology, revolutionizing mouth guards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouth guard. Their complete line of high-tech Sisu guards are the ultimate athletic mouth shields you once thought true.
I also want to say thank you to the track taping volunteers. They've been keeping an eye on that track and taping it like mad today. I don't know if this sport court is slippery or what, but that's a lot of tape out there.
And as we wait for the sin bins to clear out, I want to hand you back to the Piggy Fattest.
Thank you, Stash. Vanilla Rice on the line for Tragic City. This will be a power start.
Nice assist there by Tragic City's D10. Trying to open a wall, however, Vanilla Rice still has to battle it out, but she breaks through.
Original Sin out on the track has done some great work to help out. Eiffel Power now disrupting the wall attempt by Centex, but they do block out Vanilla Rice and force her to recycle.
Looks like she's going to tippy-toe along the outside line. Centex is doing a fabulous job of blocking her. She's having quite a time getting through. Meanwhile, Centex jammer back on the track.
Impressive block by Original Sin, an offensive block to take Guilty out of the defensive mix, allowing her jammer to get through.
Z keeping an eye on the Vanilla Rice. Vanilla Rice goes ahead and calls that off. Tragic City grabs 5 points that go round. Centex 0.
Lizzie Misfit preparing to jam for Centex. Mad Villain with the star for Tragic City.
I don't think I've seen... Have we seen any star passes this bout?
Only one so far in the early going. Mad Villain pushing through, but forced back by Chloe. That opens up space for Lizzie Misfit to get the lead jammer call.
Eiffel Power charged with a out-of-play block. She's going to serve some time in the penalty box.
Lizzie Misfit calls off the jam. Past the halfway point of this second period, only 20 points separate these two teams. Tragic City in gold out of Birmingham, Alabama, facing off against Centex Roller Girls, Heart of Texas All-Stars out of Temple, Texas.
Road Rage on the line for Tragic City, up against Z for Centex. Eiffel Power still serving some time in the box, bringing that disadvantage of blockers to Tragic City.
Z pushing forward once again with that strength. Gets through lead jammer, Centex.
And they are neck and neck. Coming up on the wall, looks like. Let's see if we got 1 point for Centex.
Lizzie Misfit back on the track for Centex. Facing off against number 23, Vanilla Rice.
And actually, that was 2 points that Centex grabbed.
Lizzie Misfit attacked the center of the pack, scooted to her right, and there was a wide open lane free for her to get through. Lead jammer for Centex.
Centex chasing down Tragic City's jammer, but they have to let her go to avoid out-of-play blocks.
Vicious Cycle alongside Misbehaving Raven and Mental Case disrupted that wall attempt and allowed for a 4-point pass by Lizzie Misfit to close the gap to 14.
We've got number 202, JoJo Jit. Haven't seen her on the line in a while. Jamming for Centex up against Renegade Ruthie. JoJo Jit being knocked out and rewound to turn 4. Meanwhile, Tragic City grabs that lead jammer status.
After what had been a few jams of success in terms of lead jammer for Centex, Tragic City back in the driver's seat as Renegade Ruthie continues to push through against a Centex wall. The jam is called off.
Tragic City snaps up 2 points, Centex 0.
12 minutes remain in this second period as Matt Villain takes to the jammer line for Tragic City against Z from Centex.
Tragic City still ahead, 163 to Centex 147. Certainly a much smaller spread than what we were looking at halftime.
It's like you said, the penalties make a difference in terms of the score and how closely these two teams are playing.
Road Rage gets ahead, but Centex goes ahead and calls it off before she has a chance to score any points. Excuse me, that was not Road Rage. Road Rage is on the line now for Tragic City up against Z. Tragic City down 2 blockers, serving their time in the box.
Full contingent of blockers for Centex. Z forcing her way through the outside line. Lead jammer.
She's got an easy time taking that outside line, sort of repelling that blocker.
Z puts up 4, calls it off, and we are now at a 12-point differential between these two teams at the 10-minute, 18-second mark. Stash Merkin.
Thank you, Piggy Fatness. Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, includes physical activity. Whether you can hardly roller skate or a roller derby champ, it is important to refuel your body post-workout. Recover right with a Nesquik. Get your free sample at Beach Brawl 2015, and we are back to action.
Evidently, Centex not paying very close attention as Vanilla Rice handily grabs the inside line as lead jammer.
Centex also affected by the fact that 2 of their blockers were in the penalty box. 4 points for Tragic and Vanilla Rice.
Renegade Ruthie jamming for Tragic City, and she is taking on Z.
Helmet cover quickly passed by Z to Chloe.
And the crowd goes wild.
We have quite the crowd here. In fact, if you're for Centex, let me hear you. All right, I heard a couple of voices. How about Tragic City?
Mad Villain jamming for Tragic City, taking on Lizzie Misfit. Got all 8 blockers on the track. Eiffel Power taking out Centex's jammer. Meanwhile, Tragic City gets lead jammer status.
Mad Villain out front. Centex attempted a wall broken up by Tragic City, allowing for that pass and those 4 points to go up.
It's like all of Centex's blockers were over on the inside, leaving that outside lane wide open.
20 points separates these two teams. Road Rage wearing the star for Tragic City. We have an official review being called by Centex.
And we'd like to use this opportunity to thank Juice Plus. Juice Plus is a whole food-based nutrition, including juice powder concentrates from 30 different fruits, vegetables, and grains. Juice Plus helps bridge the gap between what you should eat and what you do eat every day. It's not a multivitamin, medicine, treatment, or cure for any disease. Juice Plus is made quality ingredients carefully monitored from farm to capsule to provide natural nutrients to your body so your body can be at its best. That's Juice Plus. And we'd also like to thank Sugar and Oats. At www.Sugar and Lauderdale is certified vegan, cruelty-free, and eco-friendly skincare line. She carefully formulates all products with the purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and cocoa butters, and completely all-natural skin-loving ingredients. At Sugar and Oats, our promise is to stay away from harsh chemicals, parabens, sodium, laureth sulfate, and palm oils because we love our rainforests and the animals that live in them. Also, everything is always cruelty-free and always vegan. That's sugarandoats.com.
Tomorrow morning, the action starts at 9 o'clock with Nidaros Roller Derby from Norway taking on Centex. I'm not sure who did the scheduling to give Centex the last bout of the evening and the first bout of the morning, but I think they're probably up for it. At 10 o'clock on Track C will be Fort Myers Derby Girls taking on Alamo City Roller Girls.
So many great matchups on the list for tomorrow. We hope you'll join us. If you're not here in the venue, then thank you for joining us on WFTDA.tv for the 2015 Beach Brawl Invitational. 2 more full days of derby bouts, matchups between international teams. 22 teams total here this weekend. And after day 1, I got to tell you, Vixen DeBrawl, I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the matchups that we have set for the next 2 days.
Very, very exciting. There's something very important that the officials are discussing. This has been almost a 3-minute official review.
We'll see about getting an update for you. What I do know is that the work done by the officials here at Beach Brawl has been fantastic. So if you guys would join us for a round of applause for our officials and all the work that they've done. Yes, even you at home.
Somebody was wearing a T-shirt, people for the ethical treatment of zebras. And we've got a low block penalty on Tragic City's 10:59. Get off my lawn.
Meanwhile, lead jammer goes to Z for Centex as JoJo Jit forces Road Rage out and back.
Road Rage getting hit to the outside and to the inside. Just taking a tour of that track.
Quick pass to the pack for 5 for Z and Centex. Mental case with a key block to open up space for Z, who splits the remaining 2 blockers, picks up 4, and calls it off.
And we are now looking at an 11-point lead by Tragic City. It's a strategy that Centex used just then, just grabbing a few points, calling the jam off before Tragic City has a chance to get any points. We could keep closing this gap.
A little bit at a time, and now Lizzie Misfit will take the star for Centex and face off against Vanilla Rice. 1 blocker down is Tragic City.
Lizzie Misfit breaks through, and she is lead jammer. Vanilla Rice absorbing those hits and staying up on her skates.
Eiffel Power working against Lizzie Misfit, but Lizzie Misfit's able to get through for the full 4 points on that pass.
This is pretty exciting. We've got under 6 minutes left. Just a 7-point lead for Tragic City. Centex is just chipping away at that lead. They really brought it close right after the half.
Patience being shown, and also cleaner play in the second period by Centex, which is what we talked about as being a major point that they needed to address.
I'm wondering if they're just really listening to what we have to say, because I think we have all the good theories about roller derby. Centex getting the lead jam status again.
Power jam right now as Z is the only jammer on the track. 5 points to narrow the score to a 2-point differential at the 5-minute mark. Strong hit by Tragic City sends Z to the infield and back.
Also sending one of Centex blockers to the box. We are looking at a lead change here.
After chipping away, Centex, Heart of Texas All-Stars have claimed the lead in this bout. It has been an exciting second period, and a timeout has been called by Tragic City, so I can only speculate that psychologically Centex has made the impact, and now Tragic City wants to stop the bleeding.
They're going to start off this jam each with a blocker in the box, keeping things even.
So Stash Merkin, what a great bout we have on our hands. Let's talk a little bit about our sponsors.
Well, let's do that, Peggy. While we have this timeout, we have the opportunity to thank chicksandbowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. 5-second skate gear from 5secondskategear.com. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you. And we have our players lined up. We're getting ready to get back to action. So here's Biggie.
All right, so where we stand, we have had a lead change. Centex Roller Girls have taken over the lead. And Lizzie Misfit pushing forward. Lead jammer, Centex.
Mad Villain hit out and recycled way to the back. Finding some outside real estate, no problem.
Heart of Texas All-Stars firing on all cylinders. However, Tragic City anchored by Eiffel Power slowing down the progress of Lizzie Misfit, who puts up 2 in that jam.
That's right. Chipping away again. 2 points for Centex, none for Tragic City. Road Rage taking the jammer line for Tragic City. She is up against Z.
Helmet covers flying, but reclaimed by JoJo Jet as pivot for Centex, working alongside Mental Case. 2 blockers on the track for Centex, and it works out for them as they force Road Rage back, but a penalty has been called on Z. So Power Jam, Tragic City.
Centex with their 2 blockers holding back the mighty Road Rage. She is a tremendous jammer.
Strong hit by Centex, forcing Road Rage back after a block to the infield. Mental Case is passed for 5, and we are tied.
See what.
If you have just joined us online, shame on you. You have missed a heck of a bout. 2 points for Tragic City. Vixen to Brawl, we have another lead change.
178 for Tragic City, 176 for Centex. That was a 7-point jump that put Tragic City in the lead.
Crowd now into it, as they know they're witnessing something special here on day 1 of Beach Brawl.
Yep, saved the best bout for last, and we are honored to be watching this one. Mad Villain racing back and forth across the track. I really thought she was going to get that inside line. She did not.
Mental Case was there to close it down, and now Lizzie Misfit blocking as well. Lead jammer Z for the Heart of Texas All-Stars.
She just sneaks right in. I don't think they saw her coming out of that penalty box. Neck and neck, we get 0 points on the board for either team. Under 2 minutes left for this bout. Tragic City ahead by 2 points. And Centex showed a tremendous improvement in the second half.
It's literally that tale of 2 halves where Centex was just plagued by penalties in the first period. Came out, as we said a few moments ago, cleaned that up, but also began to take control of the jammer situation, claiming lead jam after lead jam.
They have sped this pack up quite a bit. Oh, Road Rage is out, takes out a referee with her, and she gets.
Star pass was completed by Centex. The lead jammer caller went to Tragic, who called off the jam.
Still looking at no points. A no-point change.
And a timeout being called by Centex. 43 seconds on the clock. 2 points separate these 2 teams. Vixen, what can we say? I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything here in the second period.
You could really feel the adrenaline pumping with that last jam. It was like all out.
Last few seconds of this bout playing out in a very suspenseful fashion, as we've seen a couple of lead changes in this late going. 2 points between these teams, 43 seconds on the clock, as Z has the star on her helmet ready to jam for Centex. Mad Villain, who has had quite some success throughout this entire bout.
We've got an empty penalty box.
Yes, we do. This is how we want our derby to happen. Centex in red, Tragic City in gold. Mad Villain trying to push forward, being held back by Mental Case. Lead jammer goes to Tragic City, Mad Villain.
Centex
Tragic City looking to be playing the clock. Matt Villain pushing through. 2 all by Jack and Jill. Guilty mental case. But she is through and calls off the jam. But a timeout is called by Centex. We'll wait for a date. Four points being signaled by both teams.
We still, yeah, we both moved up 4, still 2 points separating them.
Frenetic jam there just occurred. Called with 4 seconds on the clock. 29 jam in this second period. And what a story has been told by these two teams here at Beach Brawl. Amazing work done by both. Road Rage with the star for Tragic City. Lizzie Misfit for Centex. And this is quite the matchup to go out on.
It looks like they never played each other before. And what a matchup it is.
It's been fantastic. As you mentioned earlier, well-matched teams.
And Tragic City at the blocker disadvantage. They have 2 of their blockers in the box. Road Rage is going to have to battle through 4 blockers.
And she gets the call. Lead jammer, Tragic City.
Oh my gosh, she is phenomenal. She calls it off. Whoa.
What a finish between these two teams. Derby fans, let's hear it for both of these squads.
And a big congratulations for Tragic City for pulling it out at the end. Holding their own against Centex, but it was touch and go there in the last half.
It really was. Centex roared back in the second period, forcing Tragic City to regain and at the very end hold this lead. It could have gone any way, and with a 2-blocker disadvantage, Tragic City able to hold off the Centex Heart of Texas All-Stars and get that lead jammer status to be able to call off that jam. Vixen to Brawl, what about we've just seen to close out the action here on track 1?
I love it. I'm going to leave this place feeling so high with Derby love.
Indeed. And tomorrow we will continue with the Derby action here from Beach Brawl. Taking their victory lap as the Tragic City Rollers All-Stars making Birmingham, Alabama proud tonight as they picked up a 2-point win against Centex Heart of Texas All-Stars. Great sportsmanship being shown by both teams. So, as we begin to wrap things up here on Track D, don't forget tomorrow morning we will start bright and early with a 9 a.m. game. Nidaros Roller Derby taking on the Centex Roller Girls, who are taking their lap. Vixen, an impressive showing by Centex in this.
Amazing. Let's hope that they can show us that second half action more throughout the whole game instead of just holding back.
We will look forward to that matchup tomorrow and a whole nother day of Derby action. On behalf of my partner Vixen to Brawl and Stash, thank you so much for joining us here at the 2015 Beach Brawl International Invitational. We will see you tomorrow. Don't forget, there's still action happening over on Track C. Rock and Roller Queens taking on the Leeds Roller Dolls. So get your Derby fix just a little bit longer. We will see you tomorrow on Track D. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night.